I'm meteorologist Trevor Birchett alongside meteorologist Danielle Moss. This is an ABC 24 severe weather alert. We have a tornado warning that has been issued for portions of Cross County, Arkansas. We have a pretty nasty storm that is rolling out of central Arkansas. This is a storm that came through Little Rock a little earlier, and the warning is not officially out yet, but we are expecting that warning to be out in moments to include Cross County and the city of Wynne. So tornado safe places now if you're in Cross County. Also, if you're near the border in northern St. Francis County. Here's the official bulletin. Tornado warning from the National Weather Service now includes Cross County and St. Francis County in Arkansas until 4:45. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado about 9 miles west of Hunter, 12 miles northwest of Brinkley, and moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour. So there's your tornado warning. It does include the city of Wynne, the northern portion of St. Francis County. So if you are in that polygon, I need you in your tornado safe place. That's really going to be pretty close to the city of Wynne. Once that thing gets going into Cross County, that's what we are really going to be watching. So let me zoom in here. We'll kind of investigate it. Now, right now, the area of rotation is just outside of our coverage area. It's in Woodruff County, Arkansas, but there is some rotation in here. And the reason we're with you is because we expect, like I said, that this rotation is going to be moving into southern portions of Cross County within just a couple of moments. So there you can see that area of rotation. I know we've got a lot of lines on the screen. It's going to be easier from over on this side. But here you can kind of see there's Wynne, Colt, Caldwell, Forest City. So this is really going to be tracking into the central portion of Cross County. When this is going to be knocking on your doorstep, and I'm going to put a storm track on it for you. It's probably not going to click all the way to Wynne, but it's going to be close enough that we can kind of estimate when that storm is going to be into the city of Wynne. Lots of buttons here, folks. I'm sorry. Bear with me. I'm going to try to get this storm track up for you and kind of show you where this is going. Let me get some of this off for you. So Caldwell by 4:45, Colt around the same time. So just kind of, putting that out a couple of more minutes, we're talking about Wynne. If this tornado is on the ground, this is going to be an issue for the city of Wynne by 4:50 at the latest. Here's some of your technical data. BTI, that's the most important. That is a 7.2. That's a Barron tornado index. That's the radar telling us how likely a tornado is. So that's a scale of 1 to 10. A 7.2 is pretty high. And you already know that we are in an environment that is conducive to produce tornadoes. Your shear, that's how fast the tornado would be spinning if there is one. It's at about 92 miles an hour. So again, when I need you to be in your tornado safe place, let me review those for you really quick and just give you an idea. Okay, you're in the warning. What do you need to do? Well, first of all, you want to go to the lowest room that you can. A basement's great. Not a lot of people in eastern Arkansas have those basements. Otherwise, you want to go to the smallest center room, bathroom, closet, hallway. They're all great options as long as you're away from windows. Cover yourself. Not a bad idea. Pillows, blankets, mattresses, anything you have. No high rises in eastern Arkansas, so thankfully we don't have to worry about that. If you are in a mobile home right now and you're in Wynne or you're in Cross County, you've got enough time. If you're in Wynne, I want you to find somewhere else to go. This is only if you're in a mobile home. I don't want you driving unless you're in a mobile home. If you're in the city of Wynne and you can get to a safer place within 10 minutes, even if it's the McDonald's in town or a gas station, go there. That's going to be safer than being in that mobile home because those can be tossed around a little easier. So again, if you're in Wynne, near Colt or Caldwell in northern St. Francis County or Cross County, go ahead and find somewhere else to go if you are in a mobile home. Again, a gas station, a bank, those are still open until 5 o'clock. That's a good place to go. Restaurant, any sturdier building that can let you in, that is going to be a good bet. I want to reset for just a minute. If you are just joining us, we are live on the air because we have a tornado warning that has been issued for Cross County and the northern portion of St. Francis County. This is going to go until 4:45. So this does not include the city of Memphis. Memphis does not have any warnings in effect. So no worries right now if you're in Memphis, but I just want to give you a heads up. Look at this storm. If it continues on its current path, Shelby Forest, Millington, North Haven, Munford, Atoka. This is going to be one that you have to watch because this storm is headed your way as well. Danielle, I think you've got a slightly better track on it. Might give a little more detail. Let's get over to meteorologist Danielle Moss. She's tracking the same storm I am, and she's going to give you a little bit more detail of exactly when it might be in your neighborhood if it continues on its current path.
That's right, Trevor. We've been watching this storm for quite some time, and unfortunately, it just won't fall apart, which means that all the ingredients are right for it to still be a severe tornado-warned storm, and that's why that warning was issued. Once again, it does go until 4:45. This is the latest track on it. Wynne at 4:47. You need to be in your safe place at this time. Cherry Valley at 4:54. Parkin at 4:59. Harrisburg at 5:03 p.m. Earl at 5:06 p.m. Mark Tree at 5:15 p.m. Truman at 5:17 p.m. as well as Tyronza at 5:17 p.m. All of those places, if I just called out your town, you definitely need to be in your safe place at this time. I was also looking at our wind speeds with this storm. Last week when we were doing our severe weather cut-ins, we were looking at wind speeds at 80 miles an hour. This storm looks like the highest wind speed I've been seeing right now is around 50 miles an hour. In fact, I will show you that. I do want to keep that storm track on there. In fact, I will draw a new one because it was an updated radar scan. You kind of saw the storm move just a little bit there. So I'll move this over and draw a new track. Whenever there's a tornado warning, we do like for people to be able to see where they are and where this storm could be headed. And like Trevor said, the closer we get it to the Mississippi River, the more people it will be impacting throughout the next few hours. So there is an updated track as well. So you can see in Tyronza, 5:09 p.m. now, Wynne, Arkansas, 4:43 p.m. Once again, this is a tornado warned storm. This does not mean that there is a tornado on the ground, but you definitely need to make sure that you are in your safe place at this time. Where is a safe place? Anywhere where there is not windows. If you're in a mobile home, we do suggest that if you are not directly in that path, it's 420 right now, you need to make sure that you're getting into a place that has no windows and a very sturdy home. You want to make sure that you're somewhere that does not have a lot of windows. Maybe put a mattress over your head. Might sound silly, but maybe even a helmet at this point, because you never know when this storm can really create a lot of rotation. Cherry Valley at 4:50 p.m. That storm will be on your doorstep. Parkin at 4:54 p.m. Earl at 4:59 p.m. Mark Tree at 5:08 p.m. Tyronza at 5:09 p.m. Truman at 5:10. Clarkdale at 5:11 p.m., Gilmore at 5:11 p.m., and Terrell at 5:11 p.m. So these are all places that we are seeing. I'm going to go through a little bit more of what we look at to see how strong this storm is. As you can see on your screen there, I'll bring it up just a little bit so it doesn't get too confusing. But we use this threat tracker to take a look at exactly what is happening in that storm. Obviously, we're in a studio, so we can't see the actual storm, but obviously there's rain out in front of it, possible hail in there as well. But the hail is a slight threat. We're not really focused on these storms being really hail engulfed. We're definitely looking at high winds. Winds can definitely knock over trees. It can cause power outages, and it can do a lot more damage. We have straight line wind damage as well, even with tornado warned storms. As that red there shows that there is still rotation in that storm. So definitely still a very strong storm that's continuing to push to the northeast. And the track went also, I'll draw another one there. That BTI now, Trevor, is at a 7.2 for this storm. So honestly, the storm is still gaining strength. So that's definitely something that could be concerning. We saw it go to a 6.9, right?
It is, yeah, and that's what I was just kind of checking back over off screen. We're in a message service with the National Weather Service, so my bad. I kept my mic muted as I was over there taking a sip of water. But what I was saying was I was discussing with the National Weather Service, keeping an eye on what they're saying. What they're noticing is the lightning ticking up. And you're noticing that if you're in Wynne looking off to the west. I don't want you to be doing that, but you're in Arkansas. I know how you are. I was the same way. You're going to watch the storm. Lightning off to the west in that storm really increasing. All the lightning strikes you see blinking in here, those are strikes that have happened within the last 5 minutes. So we have a lot of lightning ramping up in that storm. What that means, the storm is growing taller quickly, and that is meaning it's intensifying. Notice your top there, that's the top of the storm, 37,000 feet. That's taller than most airplanes fly. So this is a very tall storm. The stronger the storm, or the taller the storm, the stronger the storm. BTI continues to tick up, now about a 7.3. Again, if you're just joining us, we've got a good sign of rotation, possible tornado in Woodruff County, Arkansas. It's just about to cross the line into extreme southern Cross County. Now, Caldwell and Colt in St. Francis, you're in the warning, but the way this thing is tracking, it's mainly going to stay in Cross County. You see that area of rotation there. This is mainly going to be an issue for Cross County. Notice when Now at 444, Hickory Ridge at 443. So y'all have just about 10, 20 minutes or so to be in your tornado safe place. Again, this is kind of your last call if you're in Wynne in a mobile home, or if you know somebody that's in Wynne in a mobile home that might not be listening. Call them right now and say you have a few minutes. Get somewhere better. Again, if you have a sturdy home, I don't want you driving around, but if you're in a mobile home in Wynne, I really want you to find a better place to go. If that's the local McDonald's, a gas station, if you can get there within 5 or 10 minutes, do that, but do it now. Don't start grabbing stuff. Just go and stay there until the storm passes. Again, this warning is in effect until 4:45. Again, we were just talking about our BTI. That's at the bottom of this box here. I know a lot of this looks like junk to you, but that's the number you want to watch. It's a scale of 1 to 10 of the likelihood that that's a tornado. It's a 7.3. That's a 73% chance that this thing is either producing a tornado now or is very close to doing so. So now that we're starting to get maybe a little bit more into closer to Cross County, what I'm going to do here is zoom on in and get you kind of street level view of if this thing is a tornado. Here's where it's going to be. And again, this is going to be pretty much crossing right now at the Woodruff Cross County lines. There's St. Francis County. Here's County Line Road. So this is right there along Highway 49. There's the community of Bemis. That's not the Bemis in Tennessee over near Jackson, not the same one. This is over in Woodruff County, Arkansas, Bulltown, Arkansas. That's kind of where this rotation is. Now, who's next? We've got Last Chance Road. Wick Mill, small community there. That is going to be Beeline Road coming into Ellis Chapel. This is all in southern Cross County. That tornado, pretty much, if there is one, that's where it's going to be. The community of Hamlin, McElroy, Union Avenue coming right into the city of Wynne. That is where that thing is going to be going. So again, if you're in any of these communities, if you know any of these roads, I need you to be in your safe place. And again, here is the community of Wynne right there along State Highway 1. So as we zoom out, you can kind of see how close that thing is. And I know our arrows are kind of going a little more this way. Realistically, it's tracking a little more like this. Those arrows are just, I think, having a hard time updating there. But again, if you're in Wynne, now is the time to be in your safe place. If you're just joining us, I want to go over those safety tips. And while we're loading those, again, I want to remind you, Memphis not in a warning. Most of us under a watch until 8 p.m. We do have a potential for some severe weather for everybody. This is the first round. This is just getting started, unfortunately. We have several more rounds of strong storms on the way a little bit later this evening. So now until midnight, I need you to keep an eye on the weather. Even if you're not under this tornado warning, keep an eye on it. I want you to go to the basement or the smallest center room you have. Cross County, especially Wynne. Bathroom, closet, hallway, those are all great as long as they're away from windows. Cover yourself with something. If you've got pillows or a mattress, that is what you need to do. And if you're wondering, well, where in the world is my safe room? We're going to take the top off of this house and kind of show you what a safe room might look like for you. The first floor, an interior room away from windows. That's a good option. This is somebody's bathroom here. Notice there's no windows. There's multiple walls. This is not touching the outside of the house. You don't want to be somewhere with windows. You don't want to be somewhere in a room that has walls that touch the outside. So get as close to the center of your house as you can and stay away from windows. Danielle's done a custom storm track on this and kind of taken her own knowledge and drawn it out. And I think that's going to be our best bet here because this is really going to time down a little more precisely when the worst of the weather is going to be where and when. Just has a couple of minutes. So Wynne, I really need you to do this. Danielle, tell us what you're looking at there and what your latest storm track shows.
Yes, so you're right. We've been having trouble with our radar just with those lines, trying to get a good hold of where the storm is going. But we've been paying attention to the storm for so long that I did draw a custom storm track on this. So if I call your town, once again, you want to make sure that you are in your safe place at this time. So Wynne, 4:36 p.m., Colt at 4:39 p.m., Parkin at 4:51 p.m., Earl at 4:59 p.m., Crawfordsville at 5:12 p.m., Gilmore at 5:13 p.m., Terrell at 5:14 p.m., Clarkdale, that's not Clarksdale, but Clarkdale, that is at 5:15 p.m., Sunset at 5:21 p.m., and Marion at 5:23 p.m. At this time, you need to make sure that you are on your way to your safe place. In fact, anywhere really in the Mid-South, we are under a tornado watch until 8 p.m. I always suggest that people, I know sometimes it can be very inconvenient, but as soon soon as that watch is issued, you really need to go ahead and make your way to your safe place at that time, because you never know exactly where these storms could touch down or what could happen, even if it's just normal wind damage. And I have been looking at the winds of this storm, and I'll show you guys a little bit of what we were looking at. I have seen the winds increase with this storm. I'll zoom in just a little bit so we can get a better look at exactly what we're looking at. Winds were moving around 50 miles an hour a few minutes ago, and that is definitely something that could cause just normal wind damage. It doesn't have to be a tornado for us to see damage in that area. So that's another reason why we suggest that you do get in those safe places, so that you aren't near those windows, so that you aren't near any trees or outside at that time. Here's a look at some of our wind speeds right now, around 40 miles an hour in the highest points of this storm. BTI now still holding strong at a 7.3. So that is definitely still a cause for concern. Around 47 miles an hour. And that scan just updated on me, so I'm gonna have to put another look and see what our winds are. 53 miles an hour in some places of this storm, 60 miles an hour. 60 miles an hour is pretty much the fastest wind speeds, but that can definitely blow over some trees. We've gotten some heavy rainfall in the last few minutes in this area, so you definitely want to make sure that you are, once again, charging those phones. Once again, if you are just now joining us, I'll reset just a little bit and zoom out so we can see what we're looking at here, because there is a lot of stuff on the screen, so sometimes it does get a little bit confusing. But there is a tornado warning in effect for Arkansas right now. Not a confirmed tornado, but a tornado warning for St. Francis as well as Cross County, Arkansas, to around 4:45 p.m. It's definitely something that we're keeping our eye on. We've been watching this storm develop. This entire system has been moving through. I'll zoom out just a little bit more too, and we can put on a national radar so we can see what's coming behind this storm, because most of us are dry right now, which probably means you're sitting at home like, what's happening? I don't understand what's going on. If we zoom out a little bit, you can see there are multiple warnings, including tornado warnings, that are really close to headed towards Little Rock once again. And that is something that's very concerning, because there was a confirmed tornado on the ground there earlier this afternoon from this same system. So if you're not getting any rain, this is another reason why we say be weather aware, because it doesn't mean that you're in the clear. It means that these storms are headed your way, and we could be seeing multiple rounds of them, and you never know when they could be over your doorstep. So it's a great time now to make sure that you are going ahead and communicating with your family and getting into those safe spots. I know, Trevor, you've been working on a little bit more over there on this storm. What are you taking a look at?
Yeah, Danielle, this is getting a little more serious now. We've got a pretty serious signature of rotation. Here's what I want you to do. If you know anybody right now that's in Wynne, Arkansas, I need you to pick up the phone. I need you to call them. I need you to text them. And I need you to tell them they need to stop what they are doing and find shelter. This thing is looking like it is really trying to intensify just as it is coming into the city of Wynne. National Weather Service bordering on calling this a considerable situation. Very strong signs of rotation now coming into Ellis Chapel. And again, that's just a few miles to the west of Wynne. You've got maybe 5 minutes in Wynne to be in your safe spot. I know not everybody's watching right now. So again, if you know anybody in Wynne, I need you to call them right now and tell them they need to be in their tornado safe place. Again, that's the lowest floor, the most interior room you can find, bathroom, closet, hallway, away from windows. Get something to cover your head. It sounds silly. I was laughed at last week when I said this, but it could save your life. Get a pot out of the kitchen. That's a considerable warning. Okay, so the National Weather Service now saying tornado damage threat is considerable. This is kind of a more rare warning. They don't issue this very often. They only say this is a considerable warning, a confirmed tornado now, a large and extremely dangerous tornado near Fair Oaks, 9 miles southwest of Wynne, moving east at 60 miles an hour. Wynne, Arkansas. This is an extremely serious situation. I hope you can hear it in the tone of my voice. Wynne, Arkansas, you have got to be in your tornado safe place this second, right this instant. Don't try to drive around. Don't try to take pictures of this thing. It's probably wrapped in rain anyway, but this is a tornado that is on the ground right now coming into Ellis Chapel. Let me zoom in here and we'll get a better view of where this is. Keep in mind, our radar is a few minutes behind. So this is 3 minutes old. It's probably over Ellis Chapel now. Let's say that's Dave Tyer Road. It's going to come up to McElroy, and then it's going to be into the outskirts of Wynne, Ellis Street, Martin Drive, Rowan Street, C Street, pretty much right into downtown Wynne along State Highway 1. So again, if you are in this area, you need to go ahead and seek shelter now. This is a serious situation for the community of Wynne. I can name out every street in Wynne, but it's going to be everybody. You've got to be in your tornado safe place. And again, you need to be calling people now. If you know that they're in Wynne and maybe not listening, this is pretty much as serious of a situation as we get around here. We've got a brand new storm track. Let's get some information on that. Wynne at 445. BTI has come down a little bit. That's a promising sign that this could be weakening. I don't want to get there yet. Wynne areas south of Vandale. Particularly dangerous situation, considerable damage threat with this storm as it continues to move off to the northeast. Again, I hope you're listening. I hope you're paying attention in Wynne. This is a serious situation, and for just a little bit, we're going to go to kind of the mode of the radar. I like to say not many people like to see this mode of the radar because it just looks like spilled paint. But what you're looking at here is the winds inside the storm. Brighter colors, stronger winds, and then you've got winds going in different direction. Red going this way, green coming this way. Doesn't take a meteorologist to know that when they touch, you've got spinning. That's what our radar is indicating right here. So very strong winds combining to be upwards of 100 miles an hour. If this thing is on the ground, it's going to be in Wynne in a matter of 4 to 5 minutes. Again, Wynne, you've got to be in your tornado safe place. I'm going to check our debris mode. Kind of a bad view here. It's not a good signal from the radar. What I would be able to look at here is peep into the storm, and if a tornado touches ground, typically it's going to lift things up, and the radar can see in the cloud. This could possibly be debris that's been thrown up in the air. Fortunately, we don't have a lot of people out here in far southwestern Cross County. This could be trees, could be limbs. Hopefully that is all, but a sign that there could be debris being picked up by this storm. That is a surefire sign that a tornado has touched down. And again, the National Weather Service says that. I want to read this out to you again. At 4:45, this is from the National Weather Service in Memphis. The warning goes until 4:45. They say at 4:32, a large and extremely dangerous tornado, they don't type that up for fun, was located, let's see, that is going to be located over Fair Oaks. This was a few minutes ago. It's past Fair Oaks now and coming into the city of Wynne at 60 miles an hour. Let's get back to our shear mode and we'll talk about where that rotation is. It is knocking on Wynne's doorstep. Where you see that red showing up, that is what is possibly a tornado, likely a tornado, could be a dangerous situation. Let's hope that it lifts. Whatever's on the ground needs to lift, and it needs to lift quickly because otherwise it is steaming into the city of Wynne. Wynne, if you're going to your safe place, download our app. That's a free way you can watch us, even if your cable goes out, if your satellite goes out. Again, it is totally free. We're going to keep live streaming there. Otherwise, if you're in Wynne, turn your TV up as loud as the thing will go and get into a bathroom or a closet because this is a serious situation. We've got other storms that are trying to strengthen. None of them are this serious right now. So the biggest concern is for the city of Wynne. And I wanted to show you radar. Danielle was looking at that over there, and just a classic sign of what you would see there is an inflow notch. And not to get too technical, but if you're a little bit of a weather nerd, you've probably seen this before. That little hook echo or the notch there, that is where we have the tornado at. And again, it is just miles away from the city of Wynne. It is coming in fast. Wynne, I really I need you in your tornado safe place right now. Let's go back to the shear mode. And again, rotation picking up here. Let's zoom straight on in and we'll talk about, there's the latest update, getting closer and closer to Wynne. Not at all what you want to see. Let's zoom directly in here. We'll talk about where this is coming. This is probably on the outskirts of Wynne. Right now it's crossing Highway 193.
It's gone observed.
Okay, so someone is observing a tornado. Let's check with our storm chasers. I don't know if we have that map working, but let's check in the back. If we have any storm chasers out there, they might have an eye on this thing. Again, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado near Wynne, moving east at 45. Wynne, you've got to be in shelter now. You have seconds. Ellis Street, Martin Drive, literally 10 seconds. By the time the signal goes out, it's going to be there. Large tornado now again coming into the city of Wynne. I could zoom in and get a better view of it for you, but anywhere in the city of Wynne, I don't need to bother out naming streets. If you have a Wynne post office address and you get mail that says Wynne, Arkansas, you've got to be in your safe place now. I want to talk about those one more time. Here's what you need to do if you're not sure where your safe place is. It's on the most interior portion of your home. For this person, it would be a bathroom away from windows as far inside your house as you can get. Helmets, pots and pans. It sounds like a joke, but now we are being serious. This is a tornado that's on the ground moving into Wynne. If you can grab a pot out of the kitchen, protect your kid's head, protect your head. Most damage comes from your head. So we want you to focus on that. Jackson, do you know if we have any shelters in Wynne? I know we got that story updated earlier. If you can give me that information, that'd be great. But to be honest with you, it's a little too late. You don't need to be driving in Wynne. You've got to hunker down where you are right now. We're waiting on some information to see what is going on. But the bottom line is this thing's coming into Wynne. Danielle's showing the debris. Talk about that a little bit. That's a signature that pretty much things are flying in the storm that shouldn't be flying. You don't want anything larger than a raindrop flying. The radar says it is.
Exactly. And it looks like wherever that is just literally, as we keep saying, downtown Wynne, Arkansas right now. If you know anyone that's downtown, maybe shopping, it is a Friday. A lot of people are off on Fridays. You need to give them a call and say, stop what you're doing and get into a safe place. If you know someone who's in a car, tell them to, I know it sounds silly, get out of the car and get in a ditch at this time, because this is now an observed tornado at this time. So I'm going to read the bulletin once again. Observed tornado, considerable threat with this tornado, and was confirmed large and extremely dangerous, located near Colts or near Wynne, and moving east at around 45 miles an hour. So I'm going to keep the debris signature up there. I know it seems like it's a little bit busy, but we need to make sure that we're keeping our eye on this storm in case there is any debris being thrown around. I'm going to put another track on it. So if you are not in Wynne or a little bit north of Wynne, you need to know when this storm may be impacting you as well.
And Danielle, they just extended that tornado warning now to include Crittenden and Cross County. We've got some tornado shelters in Crittenden. I'll let you finish that and we'll get that information for you.
Yes, and so that was extended until 5:30. I'll read that new bulletin, Trevor, thank you. Once again, observed, which possible considerable damage, 4:40 p.m. now. A confirmed and large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Wynne, moving east at 45 miles an hour. So I'm going to zoom out a little bit. I'll turn the radar back on so we can reset just a little bit. That blinking box, there's two blinking boxes on your screen. I know we have not seen that before, but that means that there is a confirmed tornado. Once again, what'd you say in my ear, Ben? Okay, let's pull that up. We have some storm trackers that are on the ground. Here's a look. Can you give me a little information about where they are? They are in Arkansas. This would be looking at that possible storm. You can see, wow. Okay. Well, we can come back to the radar. Let's come back to the radar now, and I'll put another track on it. These blinking boxes on your screen, confirmed tornado on the ground now, moving through Wynne. And I mean, you can see, this is what Trevor's saying, textbooks. When we go to school to be meteorologists, this is what they show us, this hook here. That is very, very concerning. You definitely want to make sure that you are in your safe place. Give someone a call if they live in that area. I'm going to put another track on it. It is headed eastward. Here we go. Wynne at 4:45 p.m., Parkin at 5:01 p.m., Earl at 5:09 p.m., Crawfordsville at 5:19 p.m., Clarkdale at 5:26 p.m., Gilmore at 5:26 p.m. as well. I'm going to clear this off and give us a closer street view of exactly where this storm is headed at this time. You can see where they are drawing that box is humongous, which means that this storm is continuing to gain strength at this time. So once again, like Trevor said, at Highway 1 moving through Wynne, Arkansas, Woods Road there, as well as County Road 411, Whitesburg. It's moving a little bit north of Fitzgerald Crossing, but still, if you are in Fitzgerald Crossing, definitely anticipating some high winds to be headed your way as well. Gibbs, State Highway 1 looks to be a major highway going through downtown Wynne, Arkansas. I do know that there's also a hospital in downtown Wynne, Arkansas. You want to make sure that everyone who might be at work tonight is aware that this storm is happening, moving out just a little bit more as well. Whitesburg, Flag Lake Crossing, also in the crosshairs of this storm. If you're just joining us, and I know we keep saying this, people might be flipping through the stations, there is a tornado warning for a confirmed tornado that was on the ground near Wynne and is moving east at 45 miles an hour. And there was another report of this tornado on the ground 2 miles west of Wynne, and it's still on the ground. That's what they're saying. So I'm going to pull up what we call our debris tracker. That's the easiest way to say it. And I'll zoom out just a little bit to make sure that what we're seeing. Yes, so whenever we see these colors coming in between the red and the orange on your screen there, that shows us that there's possible debris being thrown around with this storm. So a very strong storm that's causing at least a little bit of damage. It's rain-wrapped funnel. So that makes this storm even more dangerous, folks. That means that you cannot see it. If it's rain wrapped, that means you cannot see it. It looks like just a rain shower. But what's happening is the rotation is still going. It's still on the ground, and it's near Wynne, Arkansas. This was reported by fire and law enforcement, and it is still moving at this time. So please make sure, we cannot stress this enough, that you are in your safe place in Wynne, Arkansas once again. Here's a look at our velocity, how high the winds are, but I'm gonna call some more street names at this time because it is a concerning situation right now. So Witzburg, Flags Lake Crossing, if you're there, Highway 1, as well as Princedale. This storm is right at your home. If you know anyone there, give them a call. If you are living close to this area, you need to be in your safe place at this time. Make sure that you have a mattress over your head. Make sure you're in the interior of your home. Make sure that you are being safe. Trevor, you've been paying attention and watching closely as well. What have you got over there?
Yeah, you're right, Yvonne. Danielle, I should say, my goodness, it's been a long day already. I'll tell you what. I was just kind of keeping an eye on our chat. We had somebody in our Facebook Live watching from Wynne. I'm hoping, I have not gotten a response from them. I asked them if they're safe, how are things. I haven't heard from them. But this thing, what I think it did, I think it lifted and it dropped another one before it was able to get into Wynne. So I think the tornado might actually now be coming into Wynne. We've got some storm chasers on it. They're posting some pictures. I'm checking in with them to see if we can show them to you on air. Obviously, they're a little busy right now. We want them to stay safe. But this thing pretty much now right on top of Wynne. Parkin by 458. BTI continues to increase. Now a 7.5. That's the highest we've seen. That's on a scale of 1 to 10. Of the likelihood that this is a tornado. This is not a joke. 7.5. And for just a brief little bit, again, when you should have been in your safe place 10 minutes ago when we first came on. If you're not there, you got to be there absolutely right now at this second, at this millisecond if you can. I want to zoom out here for just a little bit because this thing is going to continue moving. And you heard we had that new tornado warning now that goes for the northern portion of Crittenden County, Arkansas. So a lot of phones are now going off in Crittenden County. Parkin and Earl, you're in this one. Crawfordsville, it does not include I-55 just yet, but that's the general direction it's going. Probably going to come between Turrell and Clarkdale in Arkansas. So if you are trying to go up 55, I don't want you to. You need to stop what you're doing. Nobody needs to be driving on I-55 for the next hour and a half between Memphis and up toward Blytheville, let's say. And really for the rest of the day, you really don't need to be driving. I've got some information on storm shelters for you, though. If you are in Crittenden County and you need a place to go, we had people emailing us, asking us for shelters. Unfortunately, Wynne
significant
does
damage.
Not have shelters, and we're just hearing, my goodness, police department reporting a tornado that touched down and causing significant damage in Wynne. Folks, you hate to hear it. Parkin, you're going to be next right there along the highway. This thing has just come through Wynne. We're waiting to get more information on it. Parkin and Earl, you've been down this road before, 2008. I know you did. This is another time you've got to take shelter. We're giving you a lot of lead time. Parkin and Earl, if you do not have a shelter in this area, there are two public storm shelters in Crittenden County. They're both in West Memphis. One is at the ASU Mid-South Athletic Center. The other one is at the Marion Visual Performing Arts Magnet School. I'm going to get you addresses for those. For the first one in West Memphis at the Athletic Complex, it's 2000 West Broadway in West Memphis. Now, West Memphis, not in the tornado warning, but if you are north of West Memphis and you need a place to go, you need to go to West Memphis, 2000 West Broadway in West Memphis. Another storm shelter, again, at that Marion Magnet School. That's off of Balfour Road and Crestmere Street near Briarcliff Road in West Memphis, because this thing is continuing to mean business. Parkin and Earl, you've got to be in your safe place if you haven't been already. Danielle, surefire sign on debris now.
Yeah.
I'll just zoom into that
Go
and
ahead
show
and
you.
pull it up. Yeah.
What we were watching was that debris tracker mode that was going to show us if the tornado picked anything up. And I hate to show you this, I really do, because it's going to look like an absolute bucket of spilled paint on your screen. But what it's going to allow us to do is investigate. Where you're seeing blue here, that's tornado debris. Things have been picked up in wind and thrown around into the clouds.
Yeah, that's new there.
And you've got both of these right here that are showing signs of that. That's about to cross the river. And I want to show you this. There's Parkin. Parkin, you got 5 minutes maybe to be in your safe place. Train spotter, this was a few minutes ago, 2 miles west of Wynne. We had a tornado on the ground. Again, that was at 4:43. It's 4:49. That was 6 minutes ago. So this thing has now come through the city of Wynne. Guys in the newsroom, if we can get a call out to the city of Wynne, maybe if we can talk to one of those folks, that would be great. At a bare minimum, I don't care if we get them on air, see how they're doing, just check in with them. I want to make sure things are okay. And if they need any help over there, I want to get that message out to them. But if we can call somebody with the city of Wynne, call the post office if you have to, somebody, and just let them know that we're checking on them. We want to make sure things are going okay. All right, a lot of junk on your screen right now. Let me try to clear some of this off. What our radar is pretty much doing is indicating 2 separate areas of rotation now to the east of Wynne, coming into Parkin. I'm going to get that junk off your screen. We know it's rotating. We know for a fact there's a tornado. We don't need the indication of it. So what I'm going to do is click those off for just a time. They're helpful, but not right now. It's just too much junk on your screen. I don't want to confuse you at all. So here's that latest storm track. Notice your BTI, 7.6 on a scale of 1 to 10. Here's where that tornado is going to go. Again, we're hoping it lifts soon. We don't need it to stay on the ground, but unfortunately, on a day like today, the ingredients are so good for storms that a tornado is probably not going to lift very soon. These are tornadoes that can stay on the ground for miles and miles and miles. Huge BTI, 7.6, likely a tornado. Parkin at 4:58. You need to be in your tornado safe place right now in Parkin and Earl. Could be near Mark Tree at 5:09. Turl by 5:10. Again, that's if it holds together. That is kind of the general direction that this thing is going. Again, if you're just joining us, from what we understand, we had a tornado go through the city of Wynne just a couple of moments ago. We're working to get information on how those folks are doing. And again, back in the newsroom, the second you hear word from Wynne, please interrupt me and let me know, because I want to pass along that news. And if we need to get help to them, I can pass that along as well. Let's check our debris mode. National Weather Service saying that has increased just a little bit in that last scan. So there you see several indications really right there. That's probably the one we're going to be watching. That is probably where something has been picked up in the air. We are getting numerous reports now of a tornado on the ground.
Yeah.
Parkin.
Yep.
Now is your time. Parkin, Earl, you've got to be in your tornado safe place. There it is.
Yeah. I'm going to call out some towns.
Yeah, do that, because that's a big one.
This storm is not let up at all.
No.
So if you're in any of these places, you need to make sure that you are in your safe place at this time. So Parkin at 5:01 p.m., Earl at 5:08 p.m., Crawfordsville at 5:16 p.m., Clarkdale, once again, Clarkdale, not Clarksdale, at 5:23 p.m., Gilmore at 5:23 p.m., Terrell 5:23 p.m. Sunset at 5:24 p.m., Marion at 5:28 p.m., Joyner at 5:34 p.m., and yes, North Haven at 5:34 p.m. You need to be in your safe place at this time. There's multiple reports of this being a tornado on the ground. That means that we're definitely seeing some possible damage. There's been reports of funnel clouds with the same system, and it's moving fairly fast. So if you are living in this area, or if you're even ahead of the storm, even if you're not in the blinking red box, so that means you, Joyner, maybe Munford, and yes, maybe even Millington, I would just go ahead and get in my safe place if I were you, just to save safe. It says large branches broken, as well as siding thrown. So that
and
is,
we hope that's it.
But that is definitely a confirmation that there is damage in the town of Wynne, Arkansas, and Cross County. So definitely a serious situation. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit for Parkin. You guys, we can't stress this enough. If you are in Parkin, you need to be in your safe place. You have literally less than 10 minutes to get there. Make sure that you are away from those windows. These winds are very, very strong. and this tornado seems to not be letting up at this current time. Once again, confirmed tornado on the ground moving through Wynne, Arkansas, with very high winds as well. They continued the tornado warning. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Wynne, moving around 50 miles an hour, and this is until 5:30, which I'm sure that they are going to expand this as well, and it includes Crittenden and Cross counties now. If you are near Highway 411, Parkland Road, Parkland Street, as well as Sparrow Avenue, Smithdale Road, Bardwell Road, get into your safe place. I hope that you're already there. If you need to go to a storm shelter, it might be a little bit too late. Get down, get into that tornado position that they taught us in school, and make sure that you're being safe and keeping your family safe at this time, because this is a serious situation. We hate to say that. We don't like when we have to bring you this news of serious, large, possibly detrimental tornadoes. We want to make sure that everyone is safe. We try to keep you as informed as we can. If you are not seeing this storm at this time, you need to be in your safe place. I'm going to call out these towns one more time. Parkin at 5:01 p.m. It's 4:54 right now, just so you know. But at 5:01 p.m., Parkin, this storm is going to be on your doorstep. Earl at 5:08 p.m. Crawfordsville at 5:16 p.m., Clarkdale at 5:23 p.m., as well as Gilmore and Terrell at 5:23 p.m., Sunset at 5:24 p.m., Marion at 5:25 p.m., Joyner at 5:34 p.m., as well as North Haven. Trevor, what are you working on over there?
Danielle, just some new reports, and we're getting these from our viewers in Wynne, and we appreciate you sending reports, but if you have something else to deal with in Wynne, don't worry about us. We'll worry about you here in a little bit. But if you need to go somewhere, you can. I know the tornado is now past Wynne, but just some reports. Walmart in Wynne. Ann says she's at the Walmart in Wynne. The power is out. Also hearing power out in East Wynne. Hopefully that's all we hear. We know we had some branches snapped. We had some siding ripped off. I really hope that's it. We are going to be watching very carefully Parkin and Earl. Now, on the latest
update, they might go emergency.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
And this thing could end up being a tornado emergency, which you hardly never see. Just for perspective, we had a tornado emergency February 5th, 2008 in the city of Memphis. That was when Hickory Ridge Mall was hit. This is a tornado emergency now for the city of Parkin and the city of Earl. Folks, this is probably the first I've seen in my career. If that tells you how serious it is. We knew this was going to be a serious day with the high risk. This is the first one I've seen in my career. Tornado emergency is now in effect for the city of Parkin and the city of Earl. Parkin, it might go just north of you, but I don't care. I want you in your safe place now. Earl, I want you in your safe place as well. Luckily, this is mainly rural areas out here, just crossing over the Crittenden County line north of Earl. There's the St. Francis River, pretty much right on top of that now, north of Parkin. That thing, it means business. But again, this is a serious situation. You do not see a tornado emergency every day. What a tornado emergency is, I know you don't hear that a lot for good reason. They save them for the worst case scenarios. A tornado emergency is issued when a large, life-threatening tornado is moving into a populated area.
If you're, I'm sorry.
That's
Trevor.
all I need to say about that.
I'm sorry. If you're in Parkin or Earl, you can just keep us in boxes and then let Trevor finish his thought. But if you're in Parkin or Earl, I'm going to deliver this message. Confirmed heavy damage to the city of Wynne coming from the Cross County Emergency Management. So if that tells you anything, if you are in Parkin or Earl, you need to be in your safe place at this time. Go ahead, Trevor. I'm sorry. I had to get that information out. But you can go ahead and finish your thought there.
And anytime, interrupt me. You know, we're close enough now. You can do that. You just,
I got you.
And I'll do the same to you. We're just all trying to get the information along. Some people undoubtedly are going to say, "Oh, you're interrupting each other." We're fine. We like each other. So again, tornado emergency. This includes Gilmore, Turrell, and Clarkdale. What you're seeing there, that purple flashing box, that is a tornado emergency. That includes Cross and Crittenden County until 5:30. So we've got a lot more cell phones that are probably going off now because that is now again including the northern portion of Crittenden County. This warning does not include West Memphis. West Memphis, the weather is going to be bad later on, but not right now. What we're going to be watching is Clarkdale, Turrell, Gilmore. And I know we have cameras out here on RDOT, so start looking around 55 and I-555 in Turrell, Arkansas. I want a camera right there looking at that, and if we have any storm chasers that might be out there. Again, I know it's hard. We don't know exactly where they are, but if you see anything that could be near this, let me know. All right, tornado emergency, we know that. What I'm going to do is zoom in here now and kind of show you a little closer. Again, parking, you've got to be in your tornado safe place. Let me read the bulletin for you from the National Weather Service. At 4:55 p.m., a confirmed large and destructive tornado is the word the National Weather Service used, was located over Parkin, moving east at 50 miles an hour. Now, again, our rotation signature indicating that might go just to the north of Parkin. Parkin, I know you've been hit before, and I don't want that to happen again, but you're in this tornado emergency. We'll worry about how close it was later, but for now, I'd rather you just be in your safe place. Give me 20 minutes of your time, be in your tornado safe place. Earl, same thing. Some of these smaller communities out here, Shannonville, Clore, that's along State Highway 149. If you're along 149 near Three Forks, Poindexter, there's Highway 142. There's Milam Road. There's Smoky Alley Road, State Highway 42 again, State Highway 77. And now what you're looking at, that line there is I-55 and 555. I don't want a soul on I-55 right now between Memphis and Blytheville. I just don't. Stop what you're doing, find somewhere else to go. If you know somebody that's driving right now up 55 north of Memphis to Blytheville, call them and tell them to stop. Gas station, bathroom, restaurant, fast food, whatever you can get in. You don't need to be in a car. And you don't need to be in a mobile home. Again, we have 2 storm shelters that are both in the city of West Memphis. I really don't want you driving around too much, but if you have enough time, if you're in Clarkdale or Turrell, Gilmore as well, go south to West Memphis and get in those storm shelters if you're in a mobile home. If you have a sturdy enough place to go, I don't want you moving. But if you absolutely need to, if you don't have a better place, go south, go down to West Memphis and get in one of those storm shelters. Again, if you have a safer place to go, I want you to do that. Quickly, I'm going to do your tornado safety tips. Again, if you're just joining us, this is a tornado emergency for Cross County and Northern Crittenden County. These are very rare. They're only issued for the most significant tornadoes. It just came through Wynne. We've got damage reported in Wynne. We've got a crew on the way out there. Parkin and Earl, you're next. Gilmore, Turrell, Clarkdale, Arkansas. Here's what I need you to do. Go to the smallest room that you can on the centermost portion of your home. Bathroom, closet, away from windows, cover your head. This is serious enough a situation. It's going to sound silly. Get a pot and put it on your head. Get the bicycle helmets and put it on the kid's head. Most injuries from tornadoes are to your head, most important part of your body. We can deal with a broken arm. We can't deal with a broken head. Put something on your head to cover it. Mattress, pillows, those are great. Yeah, it's a serious situation. If I'm scaring you, I mean to. And I don't usually say that because I'm usually a guy that I do anything to not scare you. But it's a situation where I kind of have to. Parkin and Earl, you got just moments.
It's over Parkin now.
Pretty much over Parkin right now. And again, if we want to get picky, I don't want to get too picky, but just north of Parkin, that's where the most serious rotation signature is. But Parkin, you can almost kind of see there the city roads, the buildings, it goes up a little bit. That's right there north along County Road 449. If you are driving north of Parkin, if you live up in that area, safe place. This is going to be crossing Watson Road if it's not doing it right now. It already has. Three Forks, that community at along, again, State Highway 149, Lunsford Road 129. That is about where this is going to be. For just a moment, I want to switch over to the velocity mode, which is pretty much just going to show a better indication of that rotation, and it's going to be right there. Let me draw on it for you. I'm going to skip explaining what all this means and just show you that that area right there, that is the tornado. I hope it is north of Parkin. I really hope, but it's close. Parkin, Earl, Shannonville, Smithdale, Clore, Three Forks, now in Crittenden County, Arkansas. Safe places now. Again, this thing is crossing the line now into Crittenden County, Arkansas within a matter of minutes, but this thing is pretty much between Parkin and Earl. I want you to notice something else back here. That gray circle, that's the radar saying a tornado's hit. It's able to indicate with that debris detector we were talking about where debris has been picked up. When you see that circle spinning, that means a tornado has hit something. And unfortunately, it's the city of Wynne. Look at that, Danielle. That's crazy.
Our radar is picking up 109-mile-an-hour wind right over the town of Earl, Arkansas right now. That is definitely concerning. It does not matter if this thing is on the ground or not. The winds are at least making some damage. So probably trees are flying in places. I'm sure you're hearing the tornado sirens at this point. 75 miles an hour wind with this storm now moving right north of Earl. Arkansas. This is the strongest point of the storm, 84. This is moving across County Road 129 as well as State Highway 149. It is headed east, so Smoky Alley Road, Britton Road, Farley Road, Bob White Road, Turner Road, Woolard Road, as well as State Highway 42, Millam Road, still going through there. Terrell, get into your safe spot at this time. I'll zoom out just a little bit so we can do another storm track on there. Once again, this is a tornado emergency. And I hate to say it, but they definitely issued one of these last week when we were watching the storm that was developing down in Rolling Fork as well. So this is another very serious situation that we are looking at this time. I want to clear some of this off the screen, and we are going to take a look at our radar. And I'm going to put another track on there. This hook signature is still holding tight. It's been holding tight since that tornado warning was initially issued, and that was at least 30 minutes ago. So I'm going to put another track on this storm.
Danielle, I hate to interrupt you.
No, you're fine.
There's 2 tornadoes in this.
Go ahead.
They're just saying 2 tornadoes, twin tornadoes. Insane. Between Parkin and Earl right now. Catastrophic damage at 5:01 p.m. A confirmed large and destructive tornado was located over Parkin, moving directly toward Earl at about 50 miles an hour. And you can actually see right there, there's a dot there and a dot there. 2 tornadoes. Please don't go out and look at this. I know every weather nerd in Crittenden County is going 2 tornadoes. I don't care. We'll show you pictures later. Earl, safe place immediately. I-55 between Clarkdale and Turrell up to Gilmore. That's getting into 555. That is where this thing is going. Fortunately, for now, this thing is mainly going to stay in rural parts of Crittenden County. And when I say rural, I'm not forgetting that there are people out there. What I am saying is it's not as densely populated. So again, north of Earl especially, I'm really going to be watching Turrell. If you're in Turrell now, you got to be in your safe place. Again, if you don't have a better place to go, if you, and there's the word we don't want. Parkin confirming a direct hit from that current tornado. 2 tornadoes on the ground right now. Check our storm chasers again. Let's see if we have anything from out there. But Parkin has also been hit. That's what we're hearing from ham radio operators. Traffic being stopped now on I-55. The Weather Service requesting that. A good thing they need to do. Nobody needs to be driving right now on 55 between Memphis and Blytheville. If you know somebody that is, call them and tell them to stop. Gas station, restaurant, stop anywhere you can to get in better shelter. 2 tornadoes pretty much right next to each other from what we're hearing from storm spotter reports, storm chaser reports. It's just passed over Parkin. From what we understand, Parkin has taken a direct hit. And then as we move off to the north and east, of course, Earl is right there. Clore, Watson Road, pretty much right on top of you. County Road 449, County Road 129, Lunsford Road in Crittenden County. Again, it's pretty rural out here, but there are folks out here. State Highway 42, Milam Road. Those are some pretty serious, roadways here that are going to be impacted by this. There's Turrell, Arkansas. That is where this thing is going. Turrell, Arkansas, now is the time. You've got a good little bit of warning to be in your tornado safe place. This is a tornado emergency for you, the most serious situation. These are only issued when, a situation warrants it. And when you have a tornado that's hit 2 towns already, it warrants it. Turrell, you're going to be up next if this thing does not dissipate and dissipate fast. And just an early heads up, I'm going to zoom out. Tipton County. I don't want to scare you, but you need to be watching. Everybody in Tipton County needs to be watching this storm carefully. This particular one is going to stay north of Memphis and north of Shelby County. But if you're in Tipton County, I need you to stay focused on the weather for the next 2 hours, really until midnight. We have several rounds of storms on the way. Let's switch back to our debris mode. We'll zoom in. There it is. Unfortunately, debris detector getting its work out tonight. That little dot right there, that is debris that's been picked up by the tornado as it went through Parkin. I really hope that was just shingles. I'm seriously hoping, but we're going to keep a close eye on it for you. We're checking on information in the Weather Service message chat and seeing what they're talking about. But from what we can tell you, tornado has hit Parkin. I think we've got a picture now of some of the damage in Wynne. Oh, goodness. And this is from a friend of mine, William Frog. He's a storm chaser. There's the dominoes in Wynne. You have cars out there. Oh, you hate to see this. You really do. And, you know, people are going to, again, dominoes, Wynne. I'm trying to determine exactly what intersection that might be at, but you know in Wynne where the dominoes is, that is going to be where it is, where the damage is. And it's pretty much in a good part of the city of Wynne. Now it's Parkin. Parkin just got hit. Earl, it's north of you now. That's where that rotation is. Turl, Arkansas. I'm going to say it again, Turl, Arkansas. If you have any friends or family in Turl, Arkansas, and as a matter of fact, back in the back, if we can take off Parkin, because Parkin, we're past that now, I want to emphasize Turl. If we can put Turl down there on the screen for people that might not be listening to us. I know we've got it over here. I want to put it down big at the bottom. Turl, Arkansas is the next town up. If this thing does not lift and lift very, very quickly, this thing is going to be coming into Turl. Let's see if we can get a storm track on it. I want to go back to our shear mode. Not as impressive as earlier. What I mean by that is there's not as a defined indication of rotation. There's still a dangerous storm out there, but I'm hoping that this thing might be trying to weaken a little bit. Now, what we've seen it do is it does what's called cycling. It weakens, it strengthens back up, it weakens, it strengthens back up. So that might be what's happening now. It's starting to weaken a little bit. Let's hope it gets past Turl while it's weakening. But then if it strengthens again, Tipton County, you're going to be next in line here. And Danielle, if you want to draw a storm track out, or you actually might have one. Here it is. That's the one I'll pick. Again, I got a lot of junk on the screen here, folks. I apologize. 80.6 mile an hour shear, and that storm speed is way off. So here's what I'll do. I'm just going to draw one custom made here because those times are going to be wrong, and I want to make sure we get this right here. So let's get this off the screen, and I'm just going to draw a custom storm track here with this storm moving at about 55 miles an hour, and I'm going to time it way out for you for where this thing might be going. So there's our cell track, and again, area of rotation now just north of Earl. I really hope it's missed Earl, but again, Turl, you are going to be next in line. So there's our storm track here. Let's put it at about 55 miles an hour. Here's the towns. If this thing does not lift, this is when the tornado is going to be near you. Turl, Arkansas at 5:23. That's 13 minutes from now. Turl, I need you in your safe place. We'll talk about those in just a second. Wilson, Arkansas by 5:43. Then we get into Tipton County, and I know Tipton County, you're not in a warning yet, but this is an early heads up. Think about this as a warning to the warning. If something does not change, this storm is going to continue right into Tipton County. Munford at 5:52, Gilt Edge at 5:54, Atoka at 5:54, Burleson at 5:57, Brighton at 5:58, Garland at 5:59. Still very strong signs of rotation to the north of Earl. And again, a tornado emergency is in effect for Earl, Turl, Clarkdale, and Gilmore. This also includes I-55 from Marion up to the north to about 5:55. Nobody needs to be driving right now on 55 between Memphis and Blytheville as this storm crosses. Again, if you're in the warning, I want to tell you this. First of all, if you're in Cross County, you are clear from this tornado threat. This tornado is now near Earl. If you're in Cross County, we are clear. I know we had some damage over there, and what you're looking at here, this is a bad scan from the radar. I know it looks kind of jumbled, so what I'm going to do just for the next couple of minutes until that next scan comes around, I'm going to switch over to our Little Rock radar, which is going to give us a view on the back side of it, so it's not going to look as good, but until that next scan could come around from the Memphis radar, and we can get a little bit of a better view. Just a bad scan. It comes in about 3 more minutes. I'll get you back to a better view. But again, Cross County, this storm is now past you. And again, we do have indications that Wynne has taken a hit, Parkin has taken a hit. And I'm just trying to get some new information here. Emergency managers, this is Dwayne Rose. He says he's over in West Memphis. Yeah, he says the Quitman County Sheriff is sending units up 55. And they are going to be stopping traffic between Clarkdale and the North County line of Mississippi County. So nobody's going to be able to drive anyway from Clarkdale to Mississippi County in Arkansas. That storm's going to be passing over 55 within about 10 minutes. National Weather Service does say, like I just talked about, the cycling situation where it weakens for 30 minutes and then it strengthens back up for 30 minutes. That looks to be what is happening right now, and I hope that we can get this through Turl while it's weakening. But the thing is, in an environment like this, it's going to strengthen back up, and that's going to put Tipton County right in the crosshairs of it. So Tipton County, now's the time. Call your friend, call your neighbor, call your aunt, your uncle, whoever you got. Call them and tell them they need to be watching the weather. If they're not right now, they need to be. Over the next hour, we're going to have this dangerous storm coming right through Tipton County, Tennessee. Again, this one's going to stay north of Memphis. Danielle's going to put a storm track on that. I think we got that good radar scan back. That's going to give us a better view. Danielle, talk a little bit about, time this out for us as it gets ready to cross the river. Just an early heads up.
Yes, exactly. And this is a very serious situation as well, Trevor, because we all know, I've been living here for almost 2 years. People think that the storms die when they cross the river. That is not very true. It's not very accurate. So if we do call your town at this time, you do want to make sure that you are in your safe place. And if you know someone that lives there as well, also make sure that they are in their safe place. So even if you live in the metro Memphis area, even though the storm is not impacting you at the very moment, make sure that people that you know are in their safe place. So here we go. Gilmore at 5:26 p.m. And just for reference, it's 5:13 right now. Terrell at 5:26 p.m. So you have 13 minutes to get into your safe place. Clarkdale at 5:27 p.m. Joyner at 5:38 p.m. Shelby Forest at 5:40 p.m. Now, even though this storm is going to be staying a little bit north, even though we're calling your town, the winds, radar indicated, we're moving almost 100 miles an hour. So even if this storm doesn't directly cross you, we could be at least seeing a possible wind damage in this area. So even if I call your town, and they just updated it again. So Millington at 5:51, Munford at 5:58, Gilt Edge at 6 o'clock, Atoka at 6:01, and Burleson at 6:04 p.m. So a lot of places now becoming in the line of this storm, or maybe even just in the line of possible wind damage as well. So they canceled the tornado warning for Cross County. But Cross County, unfortunately, that does not mean let your guard down, because this is not the end of it. We're just starting this severe weather coverage at this time. But they continue the tornado warning once again for Crittenden County until 5:30. And we keep getting notifications of possible significant tornado damage on 64 just east of Wynne, Arkansas. So it looks like it might be moving a little bit south of Terrell. So I'm going to clear some of this stuff off of our screen right now. And
really between Terrell and
it's like
Clarkdale.
It's splitting it a little bit.
If we have a camera between those two on 55, that would be great if we can get that pulled up.
I'm going to pull up some our possible debris. It's I hate to show this to you guys because it's just so much going on, but it definitely still looks like it might be still split storm, to be honest, and that's why it's going that way. Here's a look at our shear rate. We keep clicking on these things because this is how we also track the storm. We're tracking this real time with you all, so we don't get information. Yeah, it still looks like it could be possibly two different signatures still headed that way. So Terrell, right now on your doorstep, I'm sure you're hearing the winds howling at this time. So Joyner, definitely get ready just in case. There's a look at Terrell. So let's just keep that camera up, guys. That camera that's in that box that's right underneath me is for Terrell, Arkansas. This storm is headed your way. Literally, it's down the street. I'm going to zoom in a little bit so we can see some possible streets that might be impacted here. This looks like State Highway 77. They're going to be drafting a new tornado warning here very, very shortly. So State Highway 77, State Highway 42, Old River Road, Baker Road. This is going to be crossing Stacy, Arkansas, as well as Brandywine Road, Lambertville Road, Sully Carter Road, Old River Road. And this is looking like it might be staying just north of Clarkdale, but still high winds are anticipated if you live in Clarkdale. Definitely something that you need to be paying attention to. We always tell you all to make sure that you're calling people to let them know ahead of time. And I'm going to backtrack just a little bit. If you know someone that lives in Wynne, Arkansas, especially near Highway 64, call them and check on them to make sure that they are okay, because we are getting multiple reports of damage on Highway 64. We did see that picture of that damage by Domino's, and that looks to be right in the heart of downtown Wynne, Arkansas. So make sure that you are at least calling to check on your people. And like I said, this is not the end of it. In fact, I'm going to zoom out just a little bit. Man, that rotation there, Trevor, look at that. That's crazy.
Wow. It's going to be close to Terrell, and that's what we're looking at right there.
Yeah, make sure, and just like we were saying, it might actually split Turl and Clarkdale. So make sure that you are in your safe place. If you're in either of those places, if you live in Turl, Gilmore, Clarkdale, make sure that you are in your safe place at this time. This is once again a confirmed tornado that we've been seeing damage from as it continues to push eastward. I'm going to pull up the radar one more time so we can see what it looks like. Man, that hook echo is just, that is textbook for what we consider to be a severe storm. And you can tell by the damage that has already caused once again.
Hey guys, I want to interrupt. We need to switch this camera. There's one in Clarkdale we need to look at, just to the south of this. Clarkdale traffic, you can actually see it being stopped. There's some stuff being blown around. And
they're changing, RDOT is changing.
Well, actually, let's
camera.
hold on this. Well, RDOT was actually trying to move that camera.
You guys can just watch both of those cameras, Turl and Clarkdale. They're splitting the cameras probably because that storm is going to be moving right in the middle of those places. And I'm going to try to keep an eye on both of those as well. The Turl camera might be a better one once if they do get it spun around, because this thing, what is that road right there? Let me see if I can get it for you. And I apologize, folks. I do not know every single road in this area. State Highway 42, right where it hits 55. That's where that thing's going to cross. And it looks like this thing's getting back on the ground. Yeah, it really is. 83 miles an hour in this area right now. The winds are very high, 88 in some places. This is at Turl, 73 miles an hour. Like I said, it's probably going to split the two towns there. So you need to be in your safe place. And if you know someone that lives in those areas, they need to be in their safe place as well. This, unfortunately, is a very serious situation.
And if we can go back to that other, there's a Clarkdale camera looking north. If we can do that, that's going to give us a little, I'm sorry, Ben, back at the back. I know I'm throwing you around a little bit, but there's a camera in Clarkdale looking north, a new debris signature now coming into Turl.
Yep.
So Turl, again, we saw it lift up for a little bit. Now coming back into Turl. There it is. And let's just take this full screen for just a little bit, because what you're going to be able to see, traffic is stopped, as we told you was going to happen. The Quitman County Sheriff working to shut down the interstate. And that's what's happened here. And you see traffic coming to a crawl here. And I don't know what these people are doing down here at the bottom. Let's stay on this for just a little bit, because this thing is really going to be crossing 55 in a matter of moments here. And I don't know if we can pull up the other one on the producer computer, maybe just so we can have a couple of them. I think these people, unfortunately, are trying to take a picture or something. I mean, my goodness, folks, we just had a tornado hit 2 towns. Now's not your time for your photo opportunity. And the thing is, this thing is going to be so wrapped in rain. We're not in Oklahoma. We're in Arkansas, where tornadoes, are covered in rain. And I want to go back to the radar really quick. Keep me in a box. Let's keep this box with me, because this thing is crossing 55 right now near Turl. So Turl, I need you in your safe. Look at that hook. My goodness, there it is. So between Clarkdale and Turl, but especially pretty much right over Turl. Turl, you got just a couple of seconds to be in your tornado safe place. And again, this tornado is going to be crossing 55, which is right there, and near State Highway 42, I believe we said that was. And that's going to be just to the north of this camera that we're looking at. I don't know if we can check maybe the other camera, I know we're kind of bouncing between views here, but I'm just trying to give a better view. And again, this is now starting to get into the rainy part of the storm, so we're not going to get as good of a view here. But let's just take the radar full screen, because I want to get back down to road level here with this tornado crossing I-55 in Arkansas. We told you a little bit ago that thing was going to be crossing 55, which is right there, just near State Highway 42. It's going to be on the south side of Turl within a matter of minutes. Really probably already is. Hammond Avenue, State Highway 77. You need to be in your safe place. Old River Road, you're going to be up next. Stacy Road as well. That's kind of where this is going to be tracking. So this is on the southeastern side of Turl. If it's not on top of you now, it's going to be here in just a matter of seconds. Let's go back to our rotation mode. We'll give you a better idea of kind of where that rotation is. But you saw the hook, and you can see that's really the area we're going to be watching. I-55 near State Highway 42. That is where this tornado is going to be. Again, State Highway 77 just to the south of Turl. Here's a new tornado warning. I'll read the bulletin for you. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado near Gilmore, 9 miles southeast of Tyronza, moving east at 50 miles an hour. So this is going to be that storm that's pretty much right on top of Turl. We've almost got 2 areas of rotation here. So of course 555 goes up toward Gilmore, Stacy Road, Baker Road. You all need to be in your tornado safe place. And again, this thing is going to be crossing into Tipton County and crossing the river in just a matter of minutes. Quickly, I'm not going to spend much time on this, but because I know, what was that, Ben? Okay, let's just hold off on that right now. If it's raining, we're not going to be able to see anything. But if we get any other damage reports, please let me know. I wanted to show you really quick, and like I said, I'm not going to take long on this. This is the only storm we're watching right now. Nothing else is happening anywhere else. It's just this one storm for now, but there are more storms back to the south and west that are going to be coming our way. So just to answer your questions, if you're in Memphis, I know we're not talking about you. Rule of thumb, if the meteorologist isn't talking about you, it's probably good news because we're going to be talking about the areas that are most threatened by this storm. Wasting no time, let's get back into Turl. That tornado pretty much on top of Turl now, or at least a very strong sign of rotation. National Weather Service coming out with a new tornado warning now. This does include Crittenden and Mississippi County in Arkansas, and Shelby, Tipton County, Tennessee, and a sliver of Shelby County. It is going to include Millington. Now, honestly, this thing's going to go north of Millington. Millington is in the warning, though, as is Shelby Forest, but that thing is going to likely stay to the north of Millington. Munford is the next town I'm concerned about if it stays on its current path. And I gave you that early heads up for Turl before they were even in the warning. I'm going to do the same thing for Munford and Brighton along Highway 51. Now you are under that tornado warning. We need you to be in your safe place. Now let's check out that storm track. It's coming in quick, Danielle.
Yeah, it is. This is a new storm track for that brand new tornado warning that Trevor was just telling you about. Munford at 5:58 p.m., Gilt Edge at 6:01 p.m. And just for reference, it's 5:24 p.m. So you have just minutes to get into your safe place at this time. Atoka at 6:08 p.m., Burleson at 6:04 p.m., Brighton at 6:06 p.m., Garland at 6:07 p.m., and Covington at 6:14 p.m., Braden at 6:17 p.m., Mason at 6:20 p.m., and Charleston at 6:22 p.m. Once again, this storm is continuing to track eastward, and it's definitely continuing to hold together. When we say hold together, that means that the ingredients are just right for this storm to continue to hold on to its strength, hold on to its wind speeds, and continue to possibly make damage as it continues to track towards the east. I'm going to keep that storm track on for just a few more minutes because if you are in Turl, and someone did call and tell us it is Turl, make sure that you are in your safe place at this time. And this storm is continuing to push eastward, and we keep showing you this hook. This is what we keep looking at that shows us that we're not really seeing any major weakening in the storm just yet. You have a Turl T-dot that you said, Ben? RDOT, yes, you can put it into the box for me in the corner so I can keep my eye on it as well. But the wind speeds have been very, very high. In fact, if this was a tornado on the ground, we're looking at possible EF2 strength winds with winds upwards of 100 miles an hour. So even if we're not looking at a tornado on the ground at this very second, if you are in any of these places that are on this screen right now, you definitely want to make sure that you are in your safe place because you're talking about branches being blown. Here we go. This is a look at Turl, our RDOT camera. So you can see how heavy it's raining. This is another thing that makes these storms so dangerous. When they are rain wrapped, you can't really see them very clearly. So when we call your town, you have to make sure that you are in your safe place. This is a look at the Turl Travel Center in Arkansas. They're moving the camera around because they're probably trying to see it themselves.
That's your rotation right up there at the top.
Right, exactly. You can see that gray area on your screen.
That's a tornado.
Yeah.
You got the debris. That's a tornado on the ground right now.
Yep, and that is in Turl.
If we can we pop me up on top of this?
Yeah, so he can point it out for us.
This is a tornado on the ground right now. I'll step out here so we can get that set up. And what they're going to do, they're going to move the camera around just a little bit, but you're looking at a tornado live on the RDOT camera. And again, if we can pop me up on top of this, that would be great. And again, if you can put me on the camera, if that would be possible, because I'd love to point out some stuff. Yes, RDOT behind me at your earliest convenience, because this tornado looks like it's kind of lifting, and then it's touching back down here. Right now, you can't really see the whole defined tornado all the way down to the ground. They're investigating some other areas here that could also be rotating. But I can tell you that what we were just looking at, that was on the ground. You saw debris being thrown up. And again, they might be checking out the roadways here because what you're looking at, you know, this is RDOT. So they want to keep an eye on the roadways.
Yep, because there was a vehicle overturned on I-55.
Oh, no.
Already.
But again, that was I-55 near Turl, and that was the rotation. If they could just swing that back just a little bit more, they just keep that going there, we'd be able to see that you could almost see the wall cloud. And again, if we can get this, I think that's the producer computer behind me, and just take it full screen. There we go. So that's your wall cloud right there. That's what was a tornado moments ago. And we saw the debris that was being picked up and kind of thrown around. The tornado does not have to be visible all the way to the ground for it to be a tornado. It can kind of be invisible in through here, and it can just kind of be throwing up debris down at the bottom of the storm. So again, this is I-55. We're on I-55. We're looking east, away from Turl now. This is the storm that is coming into Tipton County here in the next little bit. And this just produced a tornado live on camera, at least a quick one. And that's what we want to see. At minimum, we want to see a quick tornado. We don't want to see any at all, but if we have to get one, let's get a quick one that goes up and down. And again, like Danielle mentioned, this thing is now crossed 55. At mile marker 19, that's Turl, and is now moving off to the northeast. So Tipton County and Munford, this thing is just about to cross the Mississippi River. Still a well-defined wall cloud right there. Pretty much that's just a rotating area that typically drops down a tornado. So that's the whole area that is spinning right there. And we just saw a couple of moments ago that thing touch the ground and then briefly picked back up. So just to kind of give you some heads up to where this is going now. Again, we're really going to start to focus on Tipton County here as this storm continues to move off to the northeast. And what we're going to do is we're going to start to get back in some of the rain as the storm kind of pushes away. The rain comes on the backside after the tornado passes, so we're probably not going to get another good view. What I want to do, let's put me back with radar and then keep this in another box. I know I'm throwing a million things at you. Our folks back in the booth, they're doing a fantastic job. We've got Ben, James, Sandy, everybody else back there.
While they have this up, I'm going to talk about this just for 1 second, because I know it's a little bit confusing for them right now. So we also want to talk about, this is not the end of it by any means. I think that this is my computer behind you, Trevor, so I'm gonna, okay, there we go. So these tornado warnings are currently happening. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning that will be close to Wynne, Arkansas. We are not done with this severe threat at all. This is just the beginning of it, unfortunately, because there's more storms still coming through Arkansas. At the very bottom of the screen there, you can see there's a tornado warning for Pine Bluff, Arkansas. This storm will continue to track towards our way. So please don't let your guard down at all. This is why we are in that level 5. Very rare that they put us in a level, they put anyone in a level 5. That is guaranteeing that there's going to be tornadoes. And we have seen multiple reports of tornadoes. And it says the cell tower in Wynne reported damage. So that means that there's no cell phone service in Wynne, Arkansas right now. So if you know someone there, you're going to have a very hard time trying to get in contact with them, because once again, the cell towers are down. And just how we saw on that RDOT camera in Turl, it's definitely quick moving. Sometimes we're seeing it touch down and lift back up. So you need to make sure that you are in your safe place. I'm going to zoom in on this storm just a little bit more so that I can get another storm track on it, because it's very, very important that if you are out ahead of this storm, that you are making sure that you are being as weather aware as you can possibly be. That means that you need to be in your safe place. You need to be in a hallway away from those windows. Maybe put a mattress over your head. Maybe put the kids with their bicycle helmets on. Make sure that you are making as safe as possible. We cannot stress that enough. I'm going to put another track on this once again so we can see exactly what we're talking about. It's moving around 48 miles an hour, and it just updated on me. But once again, for time, it's 5:31 p.m. right now. So 5:56, Mumford, this storm is going to be on your doorstep. Gilt Edge at 5:58 p.m. Atoka as well. Burleson at 6:01 p.m. Brighton at 6:02 p.m. Garland at 6:04 p.m. Covington at 6:10 p.m. Mason at 6:15 p.m. Charleston at 6:18 p.m. as well as Henning at 6:18 p.m. This storm is headed your way. So if I read your town, or if you see your town right there to the left of me, you need to make sure that you are being weather aware and that you are are in your safe place at this time. Trevor's walking over with the binges, so he has some pretty important information to give you.
Danielle, I know you just gave the cities, and that is important, and I really want Tipton County to focus on this. We've got a very clear sign that this thing is still on the ground. Yeah. That little dot that you see on radar, that's actually looking back toward the camera view you just saw, which now it's wrapped in rain, so we can't really get a good view. But that little dot there, just a classic. They show you this in a textbook in meteorology school for a hook echo and an area of rotation. That is your tornado without a doubt. And the reason it's so dark is not because it's raining heavily, it's because debris has been thrown in the air and the radar is picking it up. So we likely had some debris that was picked up in Turl. We don't know the extent of that damage yet. We know that this storm has already caused damage in Wynne and Parkin, now in Turl. Very classic sign of rotation here, and I'll bet my bottom dollar when I switch on the debris mode, you're going to be able to see that dot of debris right there, and there it is. Corona Road, Trigg Road. This is that kind of squiggly line at the bottom of Tipton County. I'm going to zoom out just a second to give you kind of a better view. We have a tornado on the ground now coming into Tipton County, Tennessee. Extreme rotation right in there, almost off the charts. You don't really see that very often, and again, that's crossing the Mississippi River in moments. Munford, Atoka, Highway 51 could go just to the north of you, but Brighton, I really want you in your tornado safe place as well. Let me check our storm tracker. Yep. Debris now being picked up as we were just talking about. So let's get some information here. Let's get some of this junk off the screen. I hate it when it does this, and I know y'all do too, so just bear with me. Munford at 5:52, Gilt Edge at 5:54, Atoka by 5:55, Burleson at 5:57, Garland and Brighton pretty close to 6 p.m. BTI has come down a little bit. That doesn't matter right now because we know for a fact we have a tornado on the ground. Again, good signs of rotation here, strong signs of rotation, shear up to 115 miles an hour. That's how fast the winds are going to be in that tornado as it moves through. Luckily, right now, it's in very rural parts of Tipton County, and it's now just between Tipton County and Mississippi County, Arkansas, coming into Tipton County just as we speak. So again, if you're in Tipton County, now's the time. You need to be in your safe place. And if you know anybody that's in Tipton County that might not be paying attention, now's a great time to give them a call and make sure they are watching, because this storm means business. It has hit 3 towns already with confirmed damage. And again, this is still a confirmed tornado warning. Some serious situation that is coming into Tipton County right now. We're still working on getting folks out to eastern Arkansas to get that damage. But what I want to do now is let's change this to confirmed tornado coming into Tipton County, Tennessee, because it's really moved out of Crittenden County at this point. If we zoom out, we can give the all clear to Gilmore, Turl, I-55. The threat has passed you. Of course, we did have some damage reported. We're working on getting more information on that, but it is just right on the Mississippi River, and for a while it will turn into a water spout as this thing crosses the river. There it is. There's your latest update, and I know this is kind of rural out here, but I still want to get in pretty tight and get an idea of where this thing is going and where it's going to be next. It's over Dean's Island right now. Just for reference, that's going to be your tornado. There's Trigg Road there as we start to cross from Mississippi County, Arkansas into Tipton County, Tennessee. I'll tell you who I'm concerned about is Drummond's, and I've not given you enough attention tonight, and I apologize for that. If you're in Drummond's, you have just a couple of moments to be in your safe place, maybe 5 or 6 minutes. That rotation pretty much coming right toward you. And then we start to get into some more populated areas. There's the line right there where this thing is going to track. So Drummond's, Hopewell, Beaver. Again, we're in Tipton County, Tennessee. Holly Grove to the north of Brighton. If you're in Brighton, you definitely need to be in your safe place. Atoka, Munford, I'd like you to be there too. And let's just refresh here. We have some information that's coming in. I'll get to that in just a second, but I know we have a warning that's technically in effect for Shelby County, Tennessee. And the problem is, anytime a warning is in effect for parts of Shelby County, the sirens are going to blare for the whole county. So we have reports of sirens going off by the airport. This thing's nowhere near you. This is a Tipton County issue. If you're in northern Shelby County, Millington, Rosemark, Shelby Forest, keep an eye on it, but it looks like it's going to go north of you. This is going to be an issue for Tipton County. Memphis, it is north of you. But again, I do want to show you those tornado safety tips. If you're in Tipton County, that's really who we're concerned about now.
They're upgrading it to a tornado emergency.
Okay, so this is another tornado emergency for Tipton County, Tennessee. We just talked about this a little bit ago. We had a tornado emergency for Parkin and Earl, and we had damage. So this is a new tornado emergency. If you don't know what that means, it's only issued when a large, life-threatening tornado, I don't use that word lightly, but a life-threatening tornado is coming into Tipton County. Quito, Dixonville, and Drummond's, Tennessee. Drummond's, you got just moments to be in your tornado safe place. Tipton County, you got to be there right now. Let me get you to those safety tips. If you're in Tipton County, this is what you need to do. I need you to go to the lowest floor that you possibly can. I know you probably don't have a basement, but a small center room is going to do good. A closet, a bathroom, a hallway. Stay away from windows. If you're in a hallway, close all the doors to the hallway and cover yourself with a pillow, a blanket, a helmet, a mattress. Pots and pans out of the kitchen if you have to, especially for the kids. They've got the bicycle helmets. That's going to be a good bet. No high rises in Tipton County, so we don't have to worry about that. But again, smallest center room. And here's what we mean by that when we say that. We'll kind of take the roof off the house and show you kind of a 3D view inside. For this particular person, your safe room is going to be that one right there. An interior room away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Helmets, pillows, pots and pans, mattresses, whatever you have, you need to protect your head as you go into your tornado safe place. Nobody needs to be driving at all in Tipton County. We did just get some information. I wanted to pass it along.
Hey, Trevor.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I want to let people know how serious this storm is, because we've been seeing this storm kind of stay on the ground up and down for quite some time. We're starting to get reports of what happened in Wynne, Arkansas.
Okay.
And unfortunately, it is a very, very serious situation. We have some pictures there on the screen. We've been hearing that Wynne High School was possibly hit. The good news is that they were out early because of this severe storm. Right now, what you're looking at is in Wynne, Arkansas. That's home damage. Multiple reports of tornado damage in Wynne, Arkansas. This is North Mississippi Storm Chasers who have this information right now. Almost total destruction. I'm going to read you this bulletin. This is from the police chief in Wynne, Arkansas, Richard Dennis. Total destruction all over town, and possible people trapped as well, unknown injuries. This is a very serious situation, folks. This was a tornado emergency like the one that they're about to issue any minute now for the current storm. And the last time we saw this, we just saw it in Rolling Fork. We as meteorologists watch different tornadoes kind of develop when they happen, especially when they're so close. So this is a very, very serious situation. Again, once again, I will say that there has been reports of very serious damage in Wynne, Arkansas. As you can see on your screen right now, this is from North Mississippi Storm Chasers. This is the same storm that we are tracking right now. And
Drummond's, you're up next
now. Exactly. So I'm going to put a new storm track while we get some more information on that. This is just, it's very, very serious, folks. We cannot stress it enough here. So Mumford at 5:57 p.m., Gilt Edge at 6 o'clock, as well as Atoka, Burleson at 6:04, Brighton at 6:05, Garland at 6:07, Covington at 6:14 p.m., Charleston, and then they just updated
I updated your map. I wanted to make sure we got Drummond's on there.
Yes, thank you. So Dixonville at 5:45 p.m., Quito at 5:47 p.m., Towering Heights at 5:48 p.m. Just for your time and your knowledge, it is currently 5:40 p.m. So Drummond, you have 9 minutes. If you have to leave the house, just make sure that you are in the hallway away from those windows at this time. Put something over your head to make sure that you are being protected. St. Paul at 5:49, Peckerwood Point at 5:51 p.m., Randolph at 5:54 p.m., Hopewell at 5:56 p.m., Tipton at 5:56 p.m., and Mumford at 5:57 p.m. Please make sure that you are in your safe place at this time. This is a very serious storm that has already caused a lot, and we do mean a lot of damage. So this is the new bulletin now for this new tornado warning. It is observed catastrophic damage possible. Large and destructive tornado was located near Dixonville, or 8 miles northeast of Meeman, Shelby Forest Park, moving east at 45 miles an hour. So I'm going to put a new track on there. There we go. That should update it there. So they canceled it for Crittenden and Mississippi County, Arkansas, but it's still continued for Shelby and Tipton. So it's barely clipping the northern part of Shelby County still. So definitely still something that we are keeping our eye close on. So I'm going to zoom out of that, clear that off really quickly, and go back through this one more time. There we go. So make sure that you are in your safe place. I'll zoom in a little bit too to see some possible street names because we do want to make sure that you are prepared for this. So there you go, Drummond's Road, as well as Beaver Road, Mumford Avenue, Marshall Road, Holly Grove Road, as well as Marshall Road. Zooming in a little bit more there, Porterville Road, John Hill Road, Thane Road, Lucado Road, Tracy Road, Mead Lake Road, Maple Drive, Tipton Road, Watson Road. You need to be in your safe place at this time. This storm is headed your way. High winds are definitely involved in this storm. And as you can see, it has got a lot of rotation in it. So that's another reason why this is a confirmed tornado right now. It is definitely causing a lot of damage if it is down in that area. Trevor has been working on some more stuff. Take a look at those storm winds.
Yeah.
That is.
And you mentioned if it's on the ground. Well, I was just checking on confirmation, and it is. Yep. You can see on our debris detector that blob of blue there. Let me explain to you a little bit about what this is, because we've shown it a lot today. Unfortunately, we've had to. This is our debris mode of the radar. Basically, when the radar spins around, obviously it senses the raindrops, but it can also say, hey, that's something a lot bigger than what should be flying through the air. And it gives us this greenish blue blob here. When you see that in the right spot, it means there's a tornado that's touched down because it's picked something up and thrown it high in the air. That's what's happened there. The radar doing a great job of indicating that circulation over Pryor Road and Sullivan Road. It's on top of those folks now, but I want to move upstream just a little bit to the community of Randolph, Flatwood, Hopewell. Again, this is in Tipton County, Tennessee. Gilt Edge at the very tip top of the screen. That's going to be very close to you. And now that we know that this thing is on the ground, which we've already known for a while because of that tornado emergency, I want to go back over to our shear rate product, and that's going to kind of bullseye where that rotation is. So again, Gilt Edge, Burleson, Beaver in Tipton County, Drummond's, this thing might go just to the north of you. Munford, it's going to be north of you, but anybody north of Munford, north of Brighton, on the northwestern side of that, on northwest of Highway 51, that is where this thing is going. It's moving quickly off to the northeast, and again, this is a tornado emergency that has been issued now for Tipton County, Tennessee, Dixonville, Quito, and Drummond's, Tennessee. Drummond's, like I said, just to the north of you. This thing's moving a little bit like this. Flatwood, Beaver, Hopewell, Gilt Edge, and Burleson. Those are the next communities that I'm really going to be watching. But again, towering heights. This thing pretty much right on top of you. Some new information coming in from Wynne. Of course, we're keeping an eye on that. This same storm had a tornado go directly through the city of Wynne. City of Wynne has had damage all over town, including the Wynne High School. Dozens of people are believed to be trapped. And I want to show you quickly now, some of that damage from Wynne. I believe this is the high school.
Yeah, it is.
And my goodness, there you can see back in the back, just siding, roofing, just completely torn off. Just terrible damage there. Again, this is in Wynne, Arkansas. That damage coming right through town, that tornado just a little bit ago. And I want to focus on Wynne. I really do. I want to get information on them. We have a crew on the way to that scene, but we still have a tornado, and I don't want to lose sight of that. So let's go back to the radar. Tipton County, now this same storm is coming through your neck of the woods. So Randolph, Flatwood, Hopewell, that's where this storm is going. And just to kind of give you some perspective here, they put the warning out for part of Shelby County. This thing is way north of Shelby County. So I know we've got sirens going off all over the place. If you're in Shelby County, you don't need to be concerned about this storm right now. But for Tipton County, that's where this thing is going to be going. Covington, you're not in a warning yet. But this thing is going to be really close to the city of Covington if it does continue on its current path. And just to kind of emphasize that, what I want to do here is kind of zoom out a little bit, and I'm going to put a little bit of a longer storm track out for including the city of Covington. That would put it in Gilt Edge. Again, this is a tornado on the ground. I know the radar is showing it, but we've also got storm spotters out there confirming it. The Weather Service in Memphis saying this storm is causing catastrophic damage. A confirmed large and destructive tornado was near Dixonville, 8 miles southeast of Wilson, moving east-northeast at about 50 miles an hour. That's going to put it near Gilt Edge at 5:53. This is not when it's going to start raining. This is when the tornado is going to hit. So don't play around with these times. You need to already be in your safe place by this time. Gilt Edge by 5:53, Burlington by 5:56, Garland at 5:59, Covington at 6:04. Again, Covington, you're not in that warning just yet, but it's close enough. I'm going to go ahead and call a tornado warning for Covington. Essentially, you're not technically under one, but if you're in Covington, I want you in your safe place now because this thing is moving with a quickness. Again, within the next 15 to 20 minutes, if this thing is still producing a tornado, we hope that it lifts. It has lifted quickly in the past. We hope that it continues to do that. But if you are in Covington, I still need you in your safe place. Eventually, if we follow it out on the current track, northern Haywood County, north of Brownsville, eventually even out toward Alamo, that's kind of the direction this is going to go. But again, I wanted to emphasize, if you're in the city of Memphis and you've got horns going off or you've got your cell phone going off, this thing is to the north of you. Even Millington now. Technically, Millington, you're in a warning, but this storm is going to be north of Shelby County. This is an issue for Tipton County. Drummond, it's past you. Covington, you are going to be up next, and we're still seeing pretty significant signs of rotation. Again, we know that there's a tornado on the ground. The Weather Service says they think it's going to be cycling again, which we talked about a little bit earlier. Right before it got to Turtle, it lifted, and then it passed Turtle and strengthened again. That's what's going to keep happening. It's going to lift. That tornado is going to pick up. It's going to be gone for a while, and then it's going to touch back down. Sometimes it can touch down and be even stronger. So there's your area of rotation, that yellow area. It's going to be right on Cooper Road, I do believe, just to the north of Drummonds. There's Dolan Road. So this is north of the city of Drummonds, at least most of the city. Now, a lot of people out here might have Drummonds addresses, but that's where this thing is. The community of Randolph in Tipton County, Hopewell, Flatwood. I'm going to name off some of these roads out here, and it's kind of hard for me to see. So I'm just going to pull up the map over here and just zoom right on in and give you a better idea of some of the roads that are going to be out here. State Route 178, Holly Grove Road, Beaver Road, Simonton Assembly of God Church, Rose of Sharon Church, Razencroft Episcopal Church, Beaver Crossroads, Franklin Meadows. This is all going to be to the north of Drummonds near the community of Hopewell. I'm going to name off a few more towns, a few more streets, I should say. Double Bridges Road, Walnut Road, Deward Lane, Antioch Baptist Church, Parsonage. That's in general where this storm is going to go, but it's going to cross State Route 178. Pretty close, if not just to the north of Hopewell. Again, that's your tornado right there to the north of Drummonds, moving off to the northeast. So if you are in Tipton County, now is the time to be in that safe place, a little closer to Randolph, Glen Springs Road now, but Flatwood, you are going to be right up next. And again, Covington, not technically in a tornado warning yet. It's close. I can imagine they're drawing one up right now. Go ahead and seek shelter. If you're in Covington or if you know anybody that's in Covington, seek shelter. Just go ahead and be in your tornado safe place. Our app you can take with you even if the power goes out. We're going to keep streaming on the app. We're also on Facebook and YouTube. You can find us pretty much anywhere. But that strong sign of rotation, again, gonna likely go just to the south of Gilt Edge and Burleson. Very close, though. I need both of you still to be in that tornado safe place. And then again, Covington. Just to remind you, and I've shown these a couple of times in the past, but every time they draw a new warning, more people's phones go off. So I just want to remind you, your safe place is your basement or the smallest room you have on the center portion of your home. So think about your bathroom, your closet, your hallway. If you're in your hallway, close all the doors and cover yourself. Pillows, blankets, helmets, even a pot or a pan is going to be good, but that is where you need to go right now if you're in Tipton County, even if you're in Covington. So they're working on that new tornado warning. It takes them just a little bit of time to draw out the red box. Somebody's literally sitting there drawing it out. I'll save you the time and say Covington, probably out toward Charleston. In eastern Tipton County, you're likely going to be in this tornado warning now as soon as they get it drawn up. So again, Covington, now is your time. Seek your tornado safe place. And Danielle's going to work on a new track for that as that thing gets a little closer to Covington, but it's not going to be long. National Weather Service still saying considerable damage threat. And Danielle, you've got it right there. Yep. Sooner than 6:15.
Yes, exactly. So we have been watching this storm, Trevor, and it has been quite a time with this same exact storm. More than an hour have we been watching it and definitely observing the damage it has caused along the way. Here's the new storm track for you. Gilt Edge at 5:59 p.m. Once again, I like to give reference because you might be watching us. You might be panicked. We don't want you to panic. We want you to be safe. So right now it's 5:51 p.m. So Gilt Edge, you have around 8 minutes to get into your safe place at this time. Burleson, 6:03 p.m. Garland at 6:07 p.m. Brighton also at 6:07 p.m. Covington at 6:15 p.m. Charleston 6:27 p.m. Also Henning at 6:27 p.m. Durhamville at 6:33 p.m. St. Peter's at 6:40 p.m. and Lebanon at 6:43 p.m. Now, I called your town and you're thinking, well, we're not hearing any tornado sirens. We're not in that box at all. It's headed your way. So that's why we're trying to give you a heads up that this strong storm is definitely headed your way, continuing to see very high rotation with this same storm system. And that is concerning for us because that shows us that it could definitely possibly still be on the ground. The latest bulletin that we have is that it was north of Millington moving east at 50 miles an hour. Definitely a possible large and extremely dangerous storm. Now, while Trevor was talking, I was over here taking a look at the wind speeds of this storm as well. I've been seeing winds that were upwards of 80 to 90 miles an hour, sometimes even reaching 100 miles an hour. So that's concerning. I mean, even if you are in the vicinity and the storm isn't directly over your home, you're definitely hearing the howling of the wind. You're definitely being alarmed at this time. And this is a new tornado warning now that they just issued with a considerable tag. So definitely possibly still creating possible damage as it continues to push eastward. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado. It was located near Mumford or 8 miles south of Fort Pillow State Park, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So once again, we've been saying the same towns over and over again, so I really hope that you've been heeding caution at this time because right now it looks like this could possibly be a very large storm. I'm going to put another storm track on there for us so we can see exactly what we're looking at. This is moving a little bit slow. Okay, so now we're getting reports that they are going to be activating the National Guard to send them to Arkansas or if they are in that area. So that is definitely telling us that we could be possibly seeing a lot of damage in that area. So I'm going to call out the new storm track here. Covington at 6:06 p.m. Durhamville at 6:25 p.m. St. Peter's at 6:32 p.m. Lebanon at 6:34 p.m. Tibbs at 6:39 p.m. Fort Deer at 6:41. Christmasville 6:43 p.m. Brownsville at 6:43 as well, and Bethel at 6:48. So even though you are not in that warning, go ahead and take your safe place. Trevor, what do you have over there?
Yeah, Danielle, I want to get back to you, and I want you to keep an eye on that storm, but I want to give you a heads up because we got a lot of stuff going on, and I know right now this is the only storm that we have, but we do have more severe weather on the way. Unfortunately, I know that's not what anybody wants to hear, but I want to give you an early heads up about this storm in Stuttgart, Arkansas. If this holds together, that's going to be an issue for Marianna, Helena, West Helena, and possibly a little closer to DeSoto County and the Memphis Metro. That's a couple of hours away, but I want to give you a heads up because we are going to have a lot of severe weather to go through. We're unfortunately kind of just getting started. This severe weather risk is going to go until 11 p.m. or midnight. So I want you to keep an eye on that thunderstorm. For right now in our area, the Mid-South, the Memphis Metro, the only storm we're really concerned about is that one in Tipton County. That's the only warning that we have in effect right now, and it is a serious storm that is going to be moving off to the northeast toward Covington. So Covington, again, in that tornado warning, just like Danielle was talking about, but you can see there's not much else going on around town. If you're in Memphis, you're probably going, nothing's happening yet. I'm serious. Watch that storm because we were watching this one as it came through Little Rock and produced a tornado. So these things are getting together, producing tornadoes in Arkansas and then continuing across the Mid-South. That one we know is going to continue to the northeast, north of Brownsville, near Alamo. We'll watch out for. This one, draw a line to it. That's going to be an issue for Memphis if it does not weaken. So I want to give you that early heads up. A little closer to 7 p.m., we could be talking about dangerous storms that are rolling into the Memphis Metro. That's a couple of hours away, but just an early heads up. Of course, our main and biggest concern right now continues to be that large tornado that remains on the ground in Tipton County. We've got strong signs of rotation now over Brighton and Highway 51. This thing's pretty much right on top of 51. That's going to be your rotation right there. That little ball that you can see on the radar. I'm going to ditch the circle. Again, it just gets in the way at this point. We know this thing is a tornado. Well, that's pretty much just the radar trying to tell us, hey, look at this. This thing's a tornado. Yeah, we know. We've been watching it for a few hours now. So let's get that off the screen. Just north of Brighton, this thing is on the ground right now. And I'm going to circle right there. That is your tornado that is now coming into the city of Covington, if not on the south side of it. So Covington, you got just a couple of minutes now to be in that tornado safe place. It's coming into you and it's coming in quick. Let's switch back to our shear road. That's going to indicate that area of rotation right there. Let's put this track back on it. And again, I'll get some of this off the screen for you. Covington pretty much very soon, if not within the next 5 minutes. Charleston, Tennessee by 6:13. St. Peter's by 6:23. Lebanon 6:24. Woodville by 6:26. So again, Covington, now is the time. We really need you to be in your tornado safe place as this storm continues to move off. And again, that's going to be the centermost room that you've got. As many walls between you and the outside as possible. Radar now indicating debris. So let me get some of this off the screen for you. And it's for some reason it is a lot harder than you would think to get stuff off the screen. So bear with me. But this is a tornado on the ground. There you see the circulation. Here's Highway 51 between Brighton and Green Hills. College Street, that's now getting into southern Covington. But Covington, you absolutely positively now have got to be in your tornado safe place, Danielle.
Yeah, so I want to give an update. Like you were saying, we are focused on this one tornado, but we have just gotten an updated tornado watch for the rest of our viewing area. So this is also very important information here. So once again, now you can see the entire viewing area completely yellow all across your screen. Everyone now is under a tornado watch. So if you were thinking, hey, I live in Alcorn or Tipton County and I'm not in a tornado watch, well, now you are. So that means that you also need to be prepared in case these storms start to pop up in your area or maybe even head that way. Because like Trevor said, this one storm we've been watching since it went through Little Rock this afternoon. So definitely want to make sure that you are being very weather aware. Now this tornado watch has just been extended for the entire viewing area until 8 p.m. Trevor, what have you got going on over there?
Danielle, this is a serious situation now in Covington. We have a tornado that is pretty much coming right into town. The south side of Covington now, tornado absolutely on the ground, positively without a doubt. College Street, Burnett Lane, Lindsay Road. If you are in the city of Covington, it's on you now. You've got to be in your tornado safe place. I want to try to give an early heads up for those of you that are still ahead of this. Covington, forget 6:01. It's right now. Charleston, 6:06. Durhamville at 6:09. St. Peter's at 6:12. Lebanon by 6:13. What was it? Okay, this is now a tornado emergency for the city of Covington. This is the third one we have seen now. What that means, a life-threatening tornado that is moving into a populated area. This time it's Covington. Covington, Tennessee, I absolutely need you in your safe place right now. I'm going to zoom way back in here just to give you kind of a broader view. Here's the setup, but that storm,
trees
that debris,
already down in Brighton.
What was that? Trees down in Brighton?
Yeah, so that's
and that
right.
thing just came through there. So this thing is now Mueller Brass Road, Mount Carmel Road, College Street, South Main Street near Burnett Lane. What I'm going to try to do here is give you some more landmarks that you might be able to recognize more than maybe just some road streets. So we've got the Tipton County Sheriff's Office is down here. Crestview Middle and Elementary School. This thing's going to be right on top of you. Covington Baseball Fields, the Covington Tennis Court, TCA, Tipton Christian Academy. It's going to be on you in just a matter of seconds. Moving out just a little bit, if we've got, let's see, this is going to be Highway 179 near Burnett Lane. That's pretty much where this thing is going now, out near the Links Memorial Garden Cemetery on the south side of Covington. This is all headed pretty much in your direction. And then next up is going to be over toward the community of Glen, Ralph Road and Highway 54, Rob and Bob's Fresh Farm Produce. There is your tornado. Without a doubt, that big circulation is showing you that we have a tornado that is on the ground right now. Again, this thing is pretty much in Covington now. You are out of time. You absolutely have got to be there. Danielle mentioning the debris ball. Our radar also picking up on that big signature. Covington, stay hunkered down. Pots, pans, helmets, whatever you got to cover your head. This is mainly going to be on the south side of Covington, south of downtown. Again, the area near Tipton Christian Academy, that is going to be pretty much where this thing is now. Keep in mind, our radar is about 2 or 3 minutes delayed. So by the time we see it on air, the radar takes a little bit of time to swing back around. It's already passed. So Covington, it's pretty much on you now, moving off to the northeast. Lindsay Road, that's going to be up next. Ray Lane, Solo Road, and then eventually we get to Locust Bluff Road near the community of Gift, Ralph Road, Glen Antioch Road, some other roads out here, and I apologize, this font is so small, I'm squinting, but you get the gist of it. You understand where a lot of those roads are. to the east of town, about to cross Highway 54. Again, we just mentioned Ralph Road. That's pretty much where this thing is going to be next. And again, if we zoom out and just kind of following that line, Lebanon in Haywood County, that's going to be up next. That's pretty much drawing a due line to Lebanon, maybe even North Brownsville. But again, that tornado just moving through Covington. If we can give a call to the folks in just a couple of minutes, call up there and make sure folks are doing okay. And if we can get an update from Wynne, once this storm has passed, if we can get an update from Wynne on what's going on there, because we're understanding damage is pretty significant there. And this is that same storm. We had it hit Wynne, Parkin, Turrell, and now Covington. That thing is right on top of you right now. And again, it's moving off to the east. I'm going to hold on to this for just a second because we're going to get a new update in just a matter of seconds. Here's an update. Okay, we are going to pass over that one. I'm not sure how reliable that is, so I'm not going to report that to you just yet. But once we get some more information confirmed, I'll keep an eye on it for you. But we should have this update, and this thing is going to be over Locust Bluff Road and then Antioch Road, eventually toward Antioch, Cotton Lake Road, Estes Lane in Tipton County. If it's not on you now, it's about to be. Fulton Road, Carter Road. I'm kind of giving you an early heads up for where this thing is about to go. St. Peter's, you have to be in your safe place as well. Even though you're just barely outside of the warning, that's where this thing is going. Again, last update, it was right on top of Covington. We're waiting on the radar to come out with another update here. But Covington, we understand there's damage. We don't have that confirmed, but I can show you on radar that we have damage. What I can do is switch you over to our debris mode, and that's what that big gray circle is. That's the radar saying, hey, a tornado just hit right here. You see that blue blob? This is kind of just noise, but that one right there is debris that has been picked up by the storm. Something's been hit by a tornado. I hope it's trees. Unfortunately, we're in Covington. People live out here. We've got schools, houses, cars, all kind of stuff. But pretty much just to the east of town, that's where that debris is now. Again, I can tell you now this thing is east of Covington. The worst is past Covington. Stay in your safe place if you're there. But the worst of that tornado is now east of Covington. I keep waiting on an update. So here is an update. Let's see. All right, so here's the update from that. This is in Tipton County, report of damage at Marshall and Aikens Store Road, Tipton County in the Brighton area. That is going to be, again, along Marshall Road. So we've got some damages reported there north of Brighton, and I expect in just a couple of moments we're going to have more damage reported from Covington. Unfortunately, we just had that tornado go through Covington. Like I said, it's now to the east of Covington. Lindsay Road, Locust Bluff Road, Glen Antioch Road, Ralph Teemer Road, south of Antioch near Cotton Lake. It's pretty much going to travel between the community of Gift and Cotton Lake. Cotton Lake Road, Charlie Owen Road, it's coming toward you. So now is the time to take that tornado precaution. Again, if you don't know what to do, that's going to be the lowest floor of the building you're in. Don't drive anywhere. Stay away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, still stating at 6:04 p.m., that's now, a confirmed large and destructive tornado was located near Covington, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. With that in mind, let me do a new storm track, and I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a storm track on the tornado. I'm going to have to redo it because I need to zoom out a little bit further to get the correct speed so I can get you the right times here. But I'm going to step off the screen for just a second, and I'm going to turn on the smallest communities I can find, because it really is becoming that serious of a situation here. So I want to put that storm track on there, and then again, if you'll excuse me, what I'm going to do is just step right off, turn on another mode of the radar that's going to allow us to see some of those smaller communities. For now, Lebanon, Tennessee, that's not there's a bigger Lebanon in Middle Tennessee. That's not going to be that one. This is the one near Brownsville, Christmasville as well by about 6:33, Bells and Alamo a little closer to 6:50. So again, right now I'm going to turn on the mode that kind of lets us see some of the smaller towns. Antioch in Tipton County by about 6:10, Christmasville in Haywood County by about 6:33. And again, we're going to continue to see this thing move off to the northeast. Tibbs at 6:30, Shaw at 6:33. What was that?
Hey, Trevor, while you're watching this storm, I just want to give people a heads up. If you're in Lee and St. Francis County, there is another tornado warning storm that is in Monroe County, Arkansas right now. So I'm keeping my eye on this storm while Trevor is continuing to track the other one. This storm is in, once again, Monroe County, Arkansas, and it's headed towards I-40 in Brinkley, Arkansas. So if you're in Forest City, I would definitely go ahead and get into my safe place at this time. There's also a really nasty storm moving through Stuttgart. If I'm saying it wrong, Stuttgart. Thank you, Trevor. This storm looks really strong as it's continuing to push northeast, and we're going to keep our eye on both of those storms because they are also headed our way. So we do have that confirmed tornado warning and 2 additional tornado warnings that we're keeping our eye on because they're not quite in our viewing area, but they are headed our way. So definitely strong storms continuing to push across the Mid-South. So, hey, please don't let your guard down. I'm going to put a little bit of a track on this storm that could be headed, you know, I hate to say it, but could be headed towards the Metro Memphis area in Monroe County. So I'm going to put a track on here. I know Trevor said it earlier. It's really hard to look at some of this stuff sometimes. So we're about 68 miles away from South Haven. So definitely want to make sure that you are in your safe place, even if you are in the Metro Memphis area. This storm could be impacting you. It hasn't gotten here just yet, and it might be dry where you're living, but it's not. We're not over. This is really just the beginning of it, folks. We have a few more hours of these possible strong to severe thunderstorms. Trevor, I'm going to let you get back to the confirmed tornado as I continue to watch these other 2 tornado warnings.
And we're going to watch those carefully because, again, we've got several rounds of storms. Those are coming a little bit closer to Memphis, but we do understand that we just had that tornado come pretty much straight through Covington, at least on the southern side of it. And a report of maybe a funnel cloud up in that direction. We're going to keep a close eye on that as reports continue to come in. And again, you'll bear with us. We're kind of keeping an eye on, we've got some chats, we've got some tweets. We're kind of getting as much information as we can to pass along to you. Covington, you're clear. I can give you the all clear from your tornado threat. I'm afraid there's some damage there. I can pretty much confirm to you that there's going to be some damage in Covington. So we're going to check in with those people. If we can get somebody from Covington on the phone to check in with them, maybe the sheriff or the police department to see what's going on in Covington, and we can talk to them. That would be great if we can work on that. I just want to make sure they're okay. Still a tornado, though, as it moves off to the north and east. It is continuing in more rural areas now, just getting ready to cross into Haywood County, Christmasville, Lebanon, Tennessee, north of Brownsville. Brownsville, this is likely going to be north of you. We'll watch you, but this is going to be an issue for areas north of Brownsville, Tibbs, Christmasville, Lebanon. Now is your time to be in your tornado safe place. And again, this is a considerable damage threat. And we know that that came through Covington and caused that considerable damage. And now it's continuing. So again, Christmasville, Tennessee, you are going to be next up for that threat of a tornado. I want to zoom out just a little bit and I want to give kind of a wide view of what's going on. Let's just reset. It's a little past 6 o'clock. Normally you would be joining us for ABC 24 News at 6. I'm meteorologist Trevor Birchett alongside meteorologist Danielle Moss and a host of folks behind the scenes working to keep you safe. We've had a long track tornado that has hit Wynne, Parkin, Turl in Arkansas, and now has just hit Covington. It's continuing toward Christmasville, Tennessee. Right now, that's our only warning in the area. Memphis has not seen a storm yet, but they're coming. We got 2 big storms back here in Arkansas. Danielle was just telling you about that. We've got a high risk of severe weather. This is just kind of the first storm. We've got the main storms that are on the way now. Both of these have tornado warnings on them. So we've got one to the north, one to the south. We're going to be watching Forest City. We're going to be watching Marianna, Helena, West Helena, and both of those could be an issue for Memphis and the Memphis Metro. So Forest City, Marianna, Tunica, South Haven, Hernando, Memphis, Millington, West Memphis. All of you need to keep an eye on this weather. Really, everybody does through midnight, but it's those 2 big storms that are going to probably cause us the most issue in the city of Memphis. Expect that to be in Memphis by about 6:30. So you need to start wrapping, or 7:30 I should say, but you need to start wrapping down your outdoor activities. I know there's a lot of people that are going to be out and about. We've got a Grizzlies game, got a lot of stuff going on. I really want you to stay at home. If you can, if you're in Memphis, just stay home if you can. New information from up in Tipton County. Some of our ham radio operators getting us some info. Aiken Store Road in Tipton County. Further damage reports that it's impassable. Power lines are down and cell service is no longer being reported. That means more likely than not a cell tower has been hit or is without power. So that's kind of the wide update. That's the reset. Again, if you're expecting ABC 24 News at 6, today the news is weather. And we're going to continue to watch this tornado that's moving through the Mid-South. I know many people are not seeing rain right now, but this storm, and it's all by itself. So it's just soaking up all the energy all across the area. It's got unlimited energy, so it's just going to keep on going. But there is your debris ball, that little blob on the radar right there. That is your tornado, and it's coming toward Lebanon, Tennessee, Christmasville, Tennessee. I was just about to say they're about to extend that warning, and they just did. So you see that new flashing box there. This now includes the city of Brownsville, the city of Christmasville, Bethel, Alamo, Gadsden, even Humboldt and Bells, Tennessee. Let me read the bulletin from you. This is hot off the presses, seconds ago from the National Weather Service. You just saw it pop up. That's going to go for Crockett, tornado warning for Crockett, Gibson. Scrolled up on me here. Let's see, Crockett, Gibson, Haywood, Madison until 7 p.m. As of 6:10, which is now, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 8 miles southwest of Nutbush. That's not the Nutbush community in Tennessee, in Memphis. That's the one out in western Tennessee in Haywood and Tipton counties. But it was located 8 miles southwest of Nutbush, 9 miles east of Covington. So it's now past Covington. It's moving east at 55 miles an hour. Man, I will tell you what. In my many, many years living in the Southeast, and I've been here almost 25 years, wow. I have not seen a storm like this in the Southeast because it looks like something you would see in Oklahoma. You've just got such an incredible signature of rotation. You can literally see the winds coming around and spinning around into that tornado. You don't see that around here very often. Normally the tornadoes are kind of hidden in the rain, and this one you could just clearly see on radar where that rotation is. It's coming up on Fulton Road, Pepper Lane, again Fulton Road into Lebanon, Lebanon Road, State Route 19, Christmasville. You are up next. If you're in Christmasville, Tennessee, you absolutely have got to be in your safe place. But just a wild view. I would be almost impressed by this if it wasn't hitting people in our area, because it is just such an insane storm. You don't see these around here very often, and that is why today is a high risk day. It's a day they don't play around with, they don't issue very often, and this is why. So now that we have a new warning, again, that includes Haywood, Madison, Crockett County. I want to do a new storm track here and just get some new information. Then we've got some new reports I'll pass along to you. But this is moving off to the northeast at about 55 miles an hour. So who's next up with this storm? This is who we're going to be watching for. Again, it's just crossed into Haywood County. Thank you, Stuart, and the producers in the back. They're the ones updating that graphic for you, trying to keep you updated as well. So St. Peter's around 6:19, Lebanon, Tennessee at 6:21, Christmasville at 6:26, Bethel at 6:30, Bells at 6:39, Alamo at 6:40, Gadsden at 6:46, Humboldt at 6:52, and Three-Way at 6:53. That's going to put it then a little closer to Gibson County, Tennessee, which is technically just out of our area. But for now, it's still in our area. It's now an issue for Haywood County. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to clear out Tipton County. I'm going to clear out Lauderdale County. Both of you are clear of the severe weather threat, at least for this storm. We've got more storms on the way, but for right now, that tornado has moved out of Tipton and Lauderdale counties in Tennessee. It's now strictly in Haywood County, and again, a very, very well-defined signature on this storm that is clearly indicating to me that this is a tornado that is on the ground. The thing on the bottom is exactly right. This is a confirmed large, extremely dangerous tornado. Again, 9 miles to the south of Ripley. Ripley, it's not coming toward you. This is about 9 miles to the south of you, moving off to the east-northeast. So with all of that being said, with our latest storm track being put out, I want to zoom back in real close in here, right where that tornado is, and name off some more streets. So right now, that tornado is near Fulton Road and Pepper Lane over the community of St. Peter's. Lebanon Lane, Benford Road, State Route 19, Winfield Lane, Tibbs Road. Again, this is going to be in Christmasville in a matter of moments. Christmasville, now is the time you have to seek shelter, a storm shelter, a basement, whatever you can. You want to be in your safe place, but Christmasville, you are just minutes away from this tornado being in town, if not very close to it. Okay, so I wanted to give some updates. Danielle, go ahead. I know you have an update on those storms a little further south. They're not in our area yet,
But
coming close to Memphis.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm just keeping a quick storm track on. I know you've been talking a while, so maybe take a sip of water, take a little bit of a break. Here's a look at those two other storms that we're watching. So if you are in our Arkansas counties, don't let up just yet. We are definitely keeping our eye on this storm. Holly Grove, which is not quite in our viewing area, but Morrow at 6:47 p.m., Rondo at 6:51 p.m., Lexa at 6:54 p.m., Mariana as well at 6:57 p.m., West Helena at 7 o'clock p.m., Tunica at 7:14 p.m., and Hughes at 7:15 p.m. This is for this very strong storm that is moving through Arkansas right now. There is a tornado warning on it. It's not for our area right now, but there is a warning. I'm going to put another track on this other storm, and then I'm going to give you an update for our confirmed tornado. So we want to make sure that you all are completely aware of the situation that we are dealing with right now. And exactly where it could be. Now, this storm that I'm putting the track on, it could be impacting us here in the Metro Memphis area very, very shortly. So please don't let your guard down, even though it might not be raining where you are right now. There is a storm headed your way. Caldwell at 6:42 p.m., Forest City as well at 6:42 p.m., Colt at 6:44 p.m., Madison at 6:46 p.m., Widener at 6:48 p.m. These are all places in Arkansas, mind you. Hughes at 7:01 p.m. as well as Parkin once again at 7:01 p.m., Earl at 7:07 p.m., and Edmondson at 7:12 p.m. So if I just read your town off, you should be prepared because there's other storms on the way. I've been looking at these storms very closely, and as of right now, they don't look like they're holding together as good as the other storm that we've been watching for hours at this point. And I'm going to give you another look at that and put another storm track on it as it continues to push northeast. Like I said, we've been watching this storm for quite some time now, so it's definitely becoming a cause for concern, especially for those people who have already seen numerous amount of storm damage. So if you have not seen it, or if you are in the places that I'm about to call out, this should be a good track here that's moving a little bit. There we go. That is a lot on your screen. I'm so sorry about that. But this is once again for the tornado emergency that is happening right now in Haywood County. So St. Peter's and Christmasville, 6:23 p.m., Lebanon at 6:25 p.m., Tibbs at 6:29 p.m., Christmasville 6:31 p.m. And for time reference, it's 6:18 right now. So Brownsville 6:31 p.m. You definitely want to make sure that you're in your safe place at this time. Bethel at 6:34, Alamo at 6:45 p.m. This looks like it could be possibly, it's the BTI is at a 7.0. We haven't seen this storm weakening in quite some time, but that does not mean that the tornado threat is going to be lessening. Okay, this is a very serious situation that we have been keeping our eye on, and this storm has not been letting up at all. So I'm going to clear some of this other stuff off of your screen. It gets very, very busy as we track these storms in real time with you all. I heard a few dings. So they're saying this storm is heading towards Belle Eagle. So if you know where that area is, you definitely want to make sure that you are in your safe place. And Belle's is definitely in our tornado warning at this time. I'm going to clear this off and draw my own track so that it's a little bit more accurate here. So it's going to go this way around 40 miles an hour. There we go. So Christmasville still at 6:28. Bells at 6:38. It's 6:19 right now. Gadsden 6:46. Humboldt at 6:52. Three-Way at 6:54. Jackson at 6:55. Medina at 7 o'clock, and Milan as well. So winds are still continuing to be very high with this storm because this is definitely a very serious situation where the tornado is definitely causing a lot of damage. We've been seeing it in multiple towns that are in our viewing area, including Wynne, Arkansas, as well as Tipton County. As we take a look at, and it looks like we could be even seeing some possible debris flying a little bit north of Brownsville as well. So that's concerning, and that is exactly where that storm is located. So a little bit north of Brownsville. We can't stress it enough. We've been seeing this storm produce multiple tornadoes and causing a lot of damage. We've seen lots of damage in Wynne, Arkansas, and we heard of some possible damage in Covington as well. A little bit north of Brighton, there's multiple places that don't have cell phone service. So if you're not in this area right now, you definitely want to make sure that your phone is charged. There could be tons of power outages. The entire Mid-South right now under a tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight. So just go ahead and be prepared. If you're headed or you're trying to get out or do something and enjoy your Friday evening, this is just unfortunately not the best time for that. They did expire the tornado warning for Haywood and Lauderdale, Tennessee, which is good news for them. But like I said, we're not quite done with this storm, and you can definitely see there's possible debris with this storm here. That tells us that this thing can definitely still be on the ground, and the National Weather Service is giving a heads up to Bells. Bells, you need to be in your safe place right now at this time, so if you know anyone who lives in Bells or who is near Bells, make sure that they are in their safe place. Give them a call now before they possibly lose some power with these winds being so high. Definitely anticipating some trees falling as well. Trevor, you were tracking some stuff over there as well?
Yeah, I just zoomed in a little bit tighter, and you're exactly right. Bells is really going to be the next place we're going to watch, but I zoomed in just a little bit. We've been talking about Christmasville. That rotation right now on top of 19 at Oakview, Winfield Lane at State Route 19. That's where that rotation is. Going to be moving similar like this. So Bell Eagle, before it gets to Bells, Owl City, Rudolph, Bradford, Ross Road, Allens, and Jones, you're going to kind of be first in line. And we'll go ahead and zoom in a little bit further. There's Tibbs Road, south of Crispusville, Winfield Road, Bobby Mann Road at Highway 19. It's pretty much on you now. So Crispusville, you need to be in your tornado safe place. Again, for right now, this is our only tornado warning that we're dealing with. As soon as there's another one, we'll let you know. But I don't want you to think we're forgetting about anybody, but we're focusing on where the threat is highest, and there's really nothing else going on. This is the only thing in town, at least for right now. We've got more storms on the way. Again, if you're in Memphis, I expect storms by 7:30 or 8 p.m., and they are producing tornadoes right now. So something to watch. We'll keep an eye on it for you. But again, for right now, rotation lining up, State Route 19 coming into Crispusville. And again, if this thing holds together, which there's no reason for it not to, there's so much storm energy out there. Bells, between Bells and Alamo toward Gadsden in Crockett County, that is going to be next up, and eventually toward Humboldt. So if you know anybody toward Humboldt, make sure to give them a call and make sure that they know what is going on. I wanted to switch back to our debris mode. And again, what this is going to show us is where any debris has been picked up by the storm. You can still kind of see that blob. And I know there's other little blobs around here, but that's really going to be the one that if there is a tornado, that's going to be the one where debris was picked up. Could be debris from all the way back in Wynne that this storm has carried all of this way. So still, again, that's right where that rotation is coming into Crispusville. So I really want you to be in your tornado safe place. Maybe some good news. Take it for what it's worth. At this point, I think we got to take what we can get. One of our ham radio operators, which, by the way, we appreciate our ham radio operators. I am one of them. They are always out in these storms, communicating with each other, working to keep people safe. But they are reporting right now, amateur radio operators and sheriff's departments in Haywood County reporting a rotating cloud. Now, why in the world is that good news? It's good news because it means there's not a tornado on the ground. Bad news because a rotating cloud could turn into a tornado in a matter of seconds. So again, unfortunately, we got to take the good news where we can get it. But if you're in Crispusville, for now, it does not look like there is a tornado that is on the ground. We do have that report. That was from Harrison Street and Brownsville looking to the north toward Crispusville. Nobody needs to be driving right now between Brownsville and Crispusville. And Daniel, I know you're grabbing a bite to eat right now. I'm going to let you get a little bite in. We've been doing this for a while, so you keep doing what you're doing. But I do want to check back in those storms that are coming into Arkansas, kind of round two. So take your time, finish your bite to eat. She's coming over. She's dedicated. Yeah. But I do want to get an update on those storms because that's going to impact the metro. But again, for right now, Crispusville, Tennessee, Haywood County, Crockett County, Alamo, Bells, Gadsden, Humboldt. Tornado safe places now, but an early heads up for the city of Memphis. We said really Memphis between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. Looks like that's going to work out. We got two storms coming in to eastern Arkansas, eventually northern Mississippi and the Memphis metro soon. Danielle, what are you checking out over there? So
these storms have been holding together really good. Yeah. But unfortunately, it looks like they could continue these warnings as they approach our viewing area. However, they don't look as strong. They don't have that well-defined hook echo that we look for with these storms like we've been seeing with the confirmed one. But I do want to read off some of these towns still. Holly Grove at 6:36 p.m., Marvel at 6:54 p.m., Rondo at 7:02 p.m., Alexa at 7:06 p.m., Mariana at 7:10 p.m., and West Helena at 7:13 p.m. Now, this is for a storm that is in Monroe County, Arkansas. So not in our viewing area, but definitely headed our way. So this storm has really been holding together really good. We've been watching it for quite some time. At least I have been watching how strong the winds are. What can we anticipate with this storm? And this is what we do as we track storms that come into the Memphis area as well as the Mid-South. We want to make sure that all of our viewers are safe as these storms arrive. So once again, this tornado warning that I'm reading off right now it doesn't expire until 7 p.m., but they very well could extend it into our viewing area. So I'm going to draw another storm track on this same storm. Once again, this is one in Monroe County in Arkansas. So Holly Grove at 6:37 p.m.
And Danielle,
yes.
I hate to interrupt you, but I was going to draw you kind of a longer storm track while you're talking.
Yeah.
I know you're kind of working over there, but I was going to come over here for you.
No, you're fine.
And kind of see how long we can draw it out just to get a better time of when this storm could be closer to the Memphis metro.
So earlier we timed it. We looked at the measurement tool, and it looked like it was maybe around 80, 90 miles away from South Haven, Mississippi. Here's a larger track that Trevor's putting on this same storm that is very strong and could very well continue as a tornado warning as it enters our area. So Mariana at 7:18 p.m., West Helena at 7:20 p.m., Tunica at 7:42 p.m., and that's where the casinos are at 7:48 p.m., Robbinsville at 7:50 p.m., Strayhorn at 7:59 p.m., Lake Cormorant at 8 o'clock p.m., Arkabutla at 8:02 p.m., Lynchburg at 8:11 p.m. So definitely still, and there's an updated there. So this
I
is
kind of moved it out to try to get more of Memphis in it. But yeah, that's kind of our timing for the metro.
Yes, so Lander Center, we all know where that is, as well as Southland Park, 8:15 at 8:17, Whitehaven at 8:18 p.m., Graceland at 8:19 p.m., South Haven at 8:19, and downtown, there you go, 8:21 p.m. in Snowden Grove. So like we said, we haven't seen a lot of rain in those areas either, so that means that the atmosphere is ripe for these storms to continue to track, continue to hold on to their same strength, and continue to possibly do damage. Now, the good news, even though it is a tornado warning, I have not seen this one be a confirmed tornado warning just yet. The one that was confirmed, that is still confirmed in our area, that one had produced multiple tornadoes as we watched it cross through Little Rock. And now we're looking at two possible tornado warnings. This one here that might be impacting Forest City, it looks like it's weakening just a little bit, so they're probably not going to issue a tornado warning for that storm. However, the one to the south that is still moving near West Helena, definitely anticipating some possible tornado warnings to be issued with that storm. So a lot going on around the Mid-South, and we keep saying don't let your guard down just yet, because we're not done. These are definitely just the main line of storms finally getting to us. We've been tracking this one supercell for hours at this point, definitely looking at high winds. We've seen damage caused from this storm in multiple places, at least 3 places. In Wynne, Arkansas, looks like it's been getting the worst of it. We heard multiple places with catastrophic damage, maybe even some people trapped. We haven't heard of any damage or any, we haven't heard of any fatalities or anything like that, but definitely keeping our eye on these storms because we want to make sure that everyone is safe at this time. So please make sure that you're being weather aware, even if the storm has not arrived to yet. Trevor? Yeah, that's right, Danielle. It's really going to be like you said, West Helena into the Memphis metro, DeSoto County even, that we're going to have to keep an eye on. But I do want to give you an update on the storm that's going on in western Tennessee. Tornado near Christmasville, Tennessee right now, and it's going to be coming into Crockett County shortly. Alamo, Bells, Gadsden, and Humboldt. I did want to provide you some reports out of this storm as we continue to get them. Pepper Road, we called that out 10-15 minutes ago. I said it several times. Pepper Road, roof of trailer possibly off, and then debris is on the road and the trees. And then here comes a new tornado warning. Danielle, that storm we were just talking about coming into Mariana and Helena, West Helena, they're going to put a tornado warning on that. I want to let you get ready
to give us some information on that. But I do want to get an update on this storm. I know we've got a lot of people watching in northern Haywood County and Crockett County. So we still have that potential tornado there near Christmasville. And again, we'll zoom on in here. We know that this thing just caused damage on Pepper Road, Pepper Lane, I should say, in Haywood County. They're saying now this storm is cycling in its intensity, so it could be ramping back up. This is coming right up Highway 79 on the north side of 79, Cherryville Road into Bells. Now is your time. We've called out Bells several times. We want you to be in your tornado safe place. And then eventually right up 79 into Gadsden. That is where that tornado is going to be traveling, right up Highway 79, Christmasville, Bells, Gadsden, and Crockett County. You need to be in your safe place. That tornado warning going to continue here for the next little bit. And again, we have reports just to kind of zoom out and show you where this storm has been. This storm started near Little Rock, produced damage near Little Rock. Now, there was a bigger tornado in Little Rock that caused a lot of damage, but this one also touched down in Little Rock. It then came through Wynne in Cross County, hit Turle, also Parkin in Crittenden County and Eastern Cross County, then went through Covington, and now is near Christmasville, getting ready to come into Bells, Tennessee. So if you know anybody near Bells and Humboldt, between Bells and Humboldt, including Gadsden on 78, those are the areas that now need to be in their tornado safe place. And with a new tornado warning about to come out, I do want to report this to you too, and this might be something we want to send somebody up to get some information on. We have a report. Windows were blown out and there's roof damage at the Chevrolet dealership in Covington. That's south of town. On Highway 51, so south of downtown Covington. That is where that tornado came through. But again, reports of significant damage at the Chevrolet dealer in Covington. Windows have been blown out. And again, we do have reports of possibly even some roof damage there. So this storm is about 5 minutes away from Bells. You need to be in your safe place right now. And then eventually about 15 minutes to Gadsden. So a new tornado warning now for Mariana and parts of Helena, West Helena. Danielle, we were talking about that 10 minutes ago, that storm coming out of Arkansas. This is the one that Memphis is going to have to watch, because if it continues, it's going to cause us some trouble. Danielle, you're putting that information up right now.
Right. Yes, I am. I'm putting a very long track on this so that everyone can stay ahead of time, because once again, this is a tornado warning, and this storm has been tornado warned for quite some time. We haven't seen any confirmed tornadoes with this storm, but it's definitely something that we are watching. So if I read your town out right now, you could be in the path of this possible storm. Right now, it is radar indicated. So Holly Grove at 6:36 p.m., Rondo at 6:50 p.m., Lexa at 6:52 p.m., Mariana at 6:54 p.m., Tunica at 7:05 p.m., Hughes at 7:06 p.m., the casinos at 7:08 p.m. It's Friday. If you know anyone at the casinos tonight, you need to tell them to get into their safe place right now. Try to find a place maybe in the bathroom that has no windows to make sure they are safe at this time. Robbinsville at 7:09 p.m., Horseshoe Lake at 7:11 p.m., Lake Cormorant at 7:13 p.m. So this one small cell, it's definitely causing a lot of high winds at the very least. We haven't seen any confirmation of a possible tornado on the ground, but it is a very strong storm that held together. When we say hold together, that means that the conditions are just ripe for things to continue to be severe with this storm, and it could produce a tornado. I'm going to read you the bulletin because we haven't read it to you just yet. So Crittenden, Lee, Phillips, and St. Francis, Arkansas, as well as Tunica, Mississippi. This is a tornado warning for you all until 7:15 p.m. It's a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Holly Grove, or 10 miles southeast of Clarendon, moving east at 65 miles an hour. So a very fast moving storm. That's what that tells me at 65 miles an hour, but the winds are very high. In fact, I'm going to take a look and see exactly how high those winds are. You can see the core of that storm is very, very strong. You can see where that purple is turning to black. That could be some large hail. In fact, I'll take a look and see if we are seeing any possible hail with that storm at all. There we go. Yes. So there is some hail picking up in our hail detector. I'm going to switch over to another radar because I was watching that from our Little Rock radar to make sure that we weren't missing anything. So definitely some possible hail in this storm that is still continuing to head our way, especially if you're in the Metro Memphis area. It hasn't arrived just yet, but it's definitely on the way. There's a little bit of shear, not as much shear as the storm that we are watching that was a confirmed tornado that is moving through Brownsville, but just a very strong storm. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit more and put another track on this because this storm is headed to the metro area, and this warning is probably going to be continued through the metro area if it continues to hold together. We always like to read these towns out so that we can tell you all exactly where you might be seeing some possible high winds, maybe some hail, but definitely right now this is a confirmed tornado warning from a radar indicated tornado. So we're not seeing any reports of observing a tornado or funnel cloud or anything like that, but this does mean that you need to be in your safe place. That is in your house, in the hallway, away from those windows, mattress over your head, whatever you need to do to get prepared there. Rondo, we keep calling you out at 6:47, Mariana at 6:52 p.m., Hughes at 7:06 p.m., the casinos at 7:08 p.m., also Robbinsville at 7:09 p.m., Horseshoe Lake at 7:11 p.m., Lake Cormorant at 7:14 p.m., Edmondson at 7:16 p.m., and Walls at 7:17 p.m. So please make sure that you are in your safe place at this time. This is for a possible tornado, not confirmed, but a tornado warning that is in this area. And I have been watching this storm for quite some time. I have been watching to see if there's any possible debris, and to be honest with you, the closer it gets to the town, the more it looks like there could be some possible debris in this storm. And I'm thinking it's because the winds are so high in that as well. So it's definitely something that we are keeping our eye on right over Holly Grove. That's exactly where that bulletin said. Holly Grove, right now in your safe place. This is a tornado warning for your area. This does not mean that it's on the ground, but we're definitely seeing high winds in that area and maybe even a little bit of debris, something that we're keeping our eye on. Not hearing anything of confirmed, but they just continued the other tornado warning as well. So we're having a busy night here in the Mid-South, and this is just the beginning of it. Trevor, do you want to give an update on that other storm that we were watching?
Yeah, well, first of all, I just wanted to zoom out and give kind of a wide view as we get past 6:37. I'm meteorologist Trevor Birchett. You've been watching meteorologist Danielle Moss doing a fantastic job along with dozens of folks behind the scenes working to get information and keep you safe. I just want to kind of zoom out and reset for you and give you kind of a wide view of what's going on because we're kind of between storms right now. We've got that storm that's coming into Bells and Alamo, Tennessee. That's a tornado warning for Crockett County, also for parts of Haywood County. National Weather Service says that rotation's weakening a little bit. We'll keep an eye on it. These things have been kind of fluctuating up and down. So we're watching that one. Then we've got a gap. And we've got more storms coming in from eastern Arkansas that are going to be coming into the Memphis metro, likely by about 7:30 or 8 p.m. These are moving at about 55 miles an hour, so that would put it near South Haven a little closer to 7:30 and then eventually into Memphis between 7:30 and 8. So that's your early heads up. If you know anybody that's on Beale Street or downtown, I know we've got the Grizzlies game going on. It's literally about to start. Make sure they're aware at least that this storm is generally headed in the direction of South Haven and Metro Memphis and will be here between 7:30 and 8. But first, it's got to go through Lee County and Phillips County in Arkansas, Mariana, Helena, West Helena, Tunica. You heard Danielle mention the casinos. They are going to be impacted by this storm as well. And this storm also has a possible tornado moving off to the north and east. But I kind of want to start with this one that's moving out of the area and then move to this one that's just now moving into the area. So first of all, let's zoom in here. Again, we're really watching Crockett County, Tennessee now. Haywood County, I can give you the all clear. Christmasville, Brownsville, that storm is past you. This is now an issue for Bells, Gadsden, and Humboldt coming up Highway 79. And we're in a tricky position with this storm because we're getting to the point where we switch control of the TV station. So Madison County is technically not covered by us. They're covered by their own TV station. They have an ABC station there in Jackson. So then they start to cover. So if you happen to be watching us from maybe Gibson County, Madison County, any of those northwestern Tennessee counties, In a few minutes, we're going to stop talking about this storm because it technically leaves our area of responsibility. I don't want you to think we're forgetting about you in Milan, Atwood, Trenton, or Humboldt, but we just kind of switch responsibility. So that's when it becomes an issue for the Jackson, Tennessee television station. And again, they've got an ABC station there. So if you happen to be watching out here, again, we're not leaving you hanging. I just want you to keep an eye on that because soon that's going to cross into Madison County and they're going to start to kind of take over tracking that. And then we pick up our next thunderstorm, and that is going to be coming in to Lee and Phillips County in Arkansas, also for Tunica County in Mississippi. This is another nasty storm with pretty good signs of rotation. Marvel, Arkansas, Rondo, Lexa, Mariana. That is the direction that this thing is going. And again, we've been talking about if it holds together north of Tunica, near the Tunica casinos, eventually to DeSoto County and possibly southern portions of Shelby County. Now let me kind of investigate this storm. I've been doing a million things at once, so you're going to kind of bear with me while I investigate this with you. There's your rotation right there, strong signs of rotation, and this might clear it up a little bit if we put our shear mode on. There you can see some of that green, yellow, red showing up where this storm is rotating. Right now we have no confirmation that this storm is producing a tornado. It's rotating very quickly and could easily produce a tornado here shortly, but for right now, unlike the other storm, we don't have an indication that this thing is producing a tornado right at this moment. Now, as I say that, the National Weather Service is going to update this to what they call a considerable warning. That means they believe a tornado is imminently about to form. So right now it doesn't look like there is one, but there's about to be one. So between Marvel and Mariana, you need to be in your tornado safe place. Very strong signs of rotation back here that are really starting to indicate getting pretty close to the ground. We might get a better view, honestly, from the Little Rock radar. And there you can see a little bit better from this view. It's a little bit closer to the Little Rock radar site. So that is going to give a little bit of a better view of what's going on. Just now crossing in to northern portions of Phillips County. Then it's going to be an issue for Lee County, northern Tunica, and then DeSoto. So I'm giving you an early heads up in DeSoto County. And one more time, what I want to do is put on a big storm track for this cell. This tornado warning, the cell is moving off to the northeast at about 65 miles an hour. So unfortunately, to do this, I've got to step off the TV screen, but you'll still hear me. I'm not going too far away, but I am going to draw on a storm track here. And I normally don't do this, but I do want to give you just as much of a heads up as I possibly can. So this thing's moving at about 65 miles an hour. So there you see the track. Rondo, 659. Helena, West Helena, 706. Tunica, 721. The casinos by 726. Robinsonville, that's near the casinos, 728. And Lake Cormorant by 735. Now what we can do here is kind of extend this a little bit, and you can get an idea of some of the larger communities that this thing is going to be impacting on down the road. So you see Senatobia in there by 742. And it's going to take some playing around here to get the metro counties in here, but I do want to do that. And this is timing out the storm's arrival to the Memphis metro. So we're jumping a little farther ahead here. Memphis metro not in that tornado warning, but here's your early heads up. This storm is going to be near Whitehaven at 747, South Haven around the same time, Pleasant Hill, Snowden Grove, Airport area by 750, Orange Mound 752, Cooper Young around the same time, and the Fairgrounds at around 752 as well. So again, tornado on the ground in northern Phillips County. If this holds together, again, we don't have any indication that it's going to fall apart. These tornadoes have not been falling apart today. They've just been continuing to go. Now we've seen some up and down where maybe they cycle down for a little bit and then they'll spin back up. But for these just stopping altogether, they're not going to do that. They're going to keep on going. So that's why I want to give you that early heads up. If that thing's got a tornado right now, it's likely going to continue to produce that tornado. Danielle.
Yeah, so there's a number of things I've been watching with this one storm because I've been having my eye on it for quite some time. Hail is definitely something that is concerning with this storm as of right now. Hail size, really not that much, but definitely some possible hail. So as it continues to push towards the Metro Memphis area, if you can, can, try to park your car somewhere, because right now I've been seeing the hail core kind of stay very intact with this storm as it continues to push towards our metro Memphis area right now. So keep that in mind as well. Trevor was saying the winds are very high. So this storm is very, very strong. In fact, we'll take a look at the winds together to see how high they are right now. 69-mile-an-hour winds right now, maybe even 58 in some places. So the winds are high. Maybe even some hail involved with this one storm as it continues to push, and it is still staying together very well. So that means that this is definitely not something that you should be taking lightly. So definitely want to make sure that you are in your safe place at this time. And that's another thing that the National Weather Service will do. So even though the core of this storm is right there and it's going to be traveling a little bit south of Mariana, it's still going to be continuing to push towards the South Haven area. So they drew this box very large so that you all know to take your safe place at this time. So it's definitely a concerning situation. While it's not a confirmed tornado, it is still a strong storm that could produce a tornado. So that is why that tornado warning is on this storm right now. And you can see this deep, almost black color. That shows us that there could definitely be some significant hail involved in this storm. So please make sure that you are being very weather aware in this area. I'm going to draw another track on this storm, and hopefully we can get the metro. It looks like maybe 7:35-ish in that area for the metro Memphis area. Yeah, since you're over there, that would be great. Thank you, Trevor. He's going to be drawing a track on this storm so that we can see and include the metro Memphis area as well. There we go. So Tunica at 7:20 p.m. And for reference, once again, it is only 6:46 p.m. The casinos at 7:25 p.m. Robinsonville at 7:26 p.m. Strayhorn at 7:32. Lake Cormorant at 7:33 p.m. Arca Butler at 7:34 p.m. Lynchburg at 7:40. Senatobia at 7:41 p.m. and Hernando at 7:42 p.m. So a lot of information going on right now. And we're not seeing any reports of a confirmed tornado on the ground, but this storm is still warned, which means that it could produce a tornado at any time. You definitely want to make sure that you are being very weather aware in your safe place at this time. We're going to take a look at some possible hail that we could be seeing here. And it doesn't look like it's that significant, but definitely holding together. This is exactly where the core is. So you can see possible hail in that area. So a lot going on, and we put on our debris tracker to make sure that we're not seeing any major debris. That's good, but high winds are still a concern. Sometimes, we warn these storms as a tornado warning. It might not produce a tornado, but after the fact, when the National Weather Service goes out and surveys the area, you could be seeing wind damage, straight line wind damage. Depending on how strong those winds are, it looks just like tornado damage. So trees could still be toppling over, branches could be flying as well. So definitely something that we are keeping our eye on. They did cancel the tornado warning for Haywood County. So I'm going to clear this off and reset just a little bit.
If you want to stay on that one, I was about to talk about that. I want you to keep an eye on that one, because that's going to be the one that we really have to watch.
Yep.
I did want to let you know, I told you a little bit ago that this storm in Tennessee was going to be moving out of our area of responsibility, and that's what it's doing right now. So this storm is now producing a tornado possibly in northern Madison County. So you're not going to hear us talk about this storm anymore. It's going to continue into Middle Tennessee. So if you know anybody out that way, Huntington, that's kind of where this thing is going. But technically, our area of responsibility ends with Crockett County, and any tornado has cleared out of Crockett County. So again, like I said, I don't want you to think we don't like you, we're forgetting about you. We're not. But technically, once you get into Gibson and Madison County in Tennessee, that goes to the Jackson, Tennessee television station. They are the ones that handle that. So we're going to let them. They've got some great talented meteorologists up there. One of my good friends is one of their morning meteorologists. They are all at the studio. They're doing the same thing we are. So check in with the Jackson station. But again, that's now moving into Madison County and out of our area of responsibility. With that being said, we're going to wrap a bow on this one that has caused so much damage across the Mid-South. We've seen it hit Covington, Crispusville. We saw it hit Turl. We saw it hit Wynne. We saw it hit Park. And this has been a long storm, pretty much produced a tornado across our entire area. We're going to kiss it goodbye, let the other folks deal with it. And now we're really going to start to focus on this storm that's coming into Phillips County, because this one's going to be an issue for the Memphis metro area sooner rather than later. This thing's moving off to the north and east at about 55 miles an hour is what that latest update is. And again, that is now over Marvel, Arkansas. So Marvel, you need to be in your safe place. The casinos, Tunica, Robinsonville, everybody there needs to be in their tornado safe place. And just to remind you, what was that, Danielle?
Increasing there as well, so 85 to 70 mile an hour winds.
Yeah, and you're going to combine those. So you're talking about well over winds of 100 miles an hour, unfortunately. And that's going to be coming into Tunica County eventually, and eventually into DeSoto County as well. All right, Julie, our producer, what were we saying right there? Okay, let's get some video from Covington. This is fresh into the newsroom. I want to check out what happened up there and see, because we know we had a tornado come through on the south side of town. And there you can see massive trees uprooted, roofs off of homes. Again, you're looking at video from Covington. You see the trees there and blocking the road as well. Beautiful sunset in the distance. It's a shame because all of this damage occurred. So we had a tornado go through there. Again, this is in Covington. That tornado damage came through. And we have similar scenes in Wynne, in Turl, all across the area. So that's what that one storm.
Reports of possibly the elementary school in Covington being damaged as well.
And luckily, they let the kids out.
Right.
I know this would have been after school time anyway, but you had a lot of after school activities too. Luckily, they were done. So that is some good news. So the Covington Police Department now saying that the city's impassable. Don't try to go to Covington right now. If they need help, they'll let you know. The city of Covington is impassable. Please do not get in vehicles and drive around the roadways. They're currently trying to clear Highway 51 near the hospital for crews to pass through. They're going to send pictures of damage to get people to not pass through the area. So again, we just saw some of those photos right there. Those were from the Covington Police Department. But I do want to tell you, again, we're still watching this storm that's quickly coming in to the Memphis metro. And I want to zoom in here and I want to show you where this rotation is and where it is headed. Best view for now is going to be from the Little Rock radar. Actually, let's try the Memphis radar. It might be close enough now. Let's go with that one, because that's where we're going to kind of see a better view come in. The radars only go so far. So when you're kind of in the middle, you kind of have to pick the better of two evils. Neither one of them really a great view. But that's possible circulation over Marvel, Arkansas right now. Phillips Road 102, Phillips Road 201, State Highway 1. That's going to be near Lexa. First Street right there in Lexa. That's about where this thing is going, a little bit north of Lexa. And then eventually is going to be crossing into Lee County, LaGrange, Lee County Road 217, Phillips Bayou, and then we're getting to the Mississippi River. So that kind of finishes up where this thing is going to go in Arkansas. Then we get to cross into Tunica County, Mississippi. And that's going to likely go just to the north of the city of Tunica. What's north of Tunica is the casinos. It's a Friday night. If you know anybody that is going to be out at the casinos in Robinsonville near Tunica, give them a call. If you're gambling, you're probably not watching the weather. So make sure they know that they need to be paying attention to the weather. Make sure they know where they're going to go, because they are under a tornado warning. That includes most of Tunica County. What I want to do quickly, if you are in that tornado warning, I want to remind you of your safe places. We haven't done that in a while. When you're under a tornado warning, the rule of thumb is you want to go to your basement. If you're lucky enough to have one, most people do not, or the smallest center room that you have in your house. So a bathroom, a closet, anything like that you can get kind of on the inside of your house. A hallway is good if you can shut the doors. As long as you stay away from windows, cover yourself with anything you can. Pillows, blankets, mattresses, a helmet if you have one. That is going to be good to protect your head. As this approaches the city of Memphis, we've also got Gold Strike down there that I would call a high rise. If you're in an apartment building or in the casinos, you want to go to the lowest floor you can and stay away from windows. You don't want to be on any upper floors. Get down as low as you can. So if you're at the casino, get down on the first floor. Danielle.
That's right, Trevor, and that is very important because we have been seeing multiple reports of damage. Highway 64 was an area of concern. Here's a live look outside right now. This is one of our crews that is on the scene right now of possible tornado damage. Is that right? Yes. You can see the damage off in the distance. The storm has passed, so you can see this is in Arkansas at Highway 64. Large structures look like they could have been possibly uprooted, and as you can see, he is on the major highway. You can see trees broken in the distance. A lot of damage. You can see things kind of thrown away. If you think back, Trevor mentioned at one point, sometimes when you see those debris balls, the debris can be carried through the storm and dropped off in other places, but you can see it has definitely caused a lot of damage at Highway 64. Once again, this is west of Parkin. So this is the second town that we've seen the same storm do damage at. So we've been looking at a lot of damage in Wynne, Arkansas. Now this is a live look right now in Parkin, Arkansas. Multiple structures damaged, trees broken. It's concerning, Trevor. You know, we haven't heard of any injuries reported all evening.
We hope it stays that way.
Yeah, we really hope that it stays that way. But these storms, they're coming through, they're strong, and it's definitely something that we all need to be making sure that we are aware of that could be a concerning situation, especially as it passes through. We even heard of that storm passing through Brownsville, same storm system, still causing damage, possibly an elementary school damage in Brownsville. We've heard of the high school in Wynne, Arkansas. So definitely some very strong storms continuing to develop. I have had my eye on this other storm that is making its way, like Trevor said, basically through the casino district right now. State troopers are closing off major highways going into Covington, Tennessee, because the roads are blocked in that area. So if we have any crews that are in Covington, you need to tell them that they need to come on back to the Metro Memphis area at this time, because the state troopers are about to start closing the roads in that area because it is impassable. So a lot of damage. Also, if you're not a trained emergency official, you do not need to be out driving around and trying to help these people at this time. You have to wait, let them do the call for help, and then go help them. You don't want to become part of the problem. You don't know where a tree could be laying in the road at. You might think that, oh, let's take the back roads. Bad idea. Don't do any of that. Let the police and emergency vehicles go through and handle any of the damages that are in that area. It's very important. You don't want to be part of the problem either. Let's take a look, though, at this storm here. Still getting multiple reports, and some of them we just heard of an EMS headed that way in Covington as well. So please be safe in that area. Let me put a new track on this storm because we've been talking a little bit about all the damage that we've been seeing. So I want to make sure that we all are aware of how serious this storm could be and how close it could be getting to the Metro Memphis area. This is about the core of the storm. And it looks like it might be passing a little bit north of Collierville. So Rondo at 6:59 p.m. So that's in 2 minutes. You should be in your safe place because we've been saying this town for quite some time. Hughes at 7:19 p.m. The casinos at 7:20. Robbinsville at 7:21. Horseshoe Lake at 7:23 p.m. Lake Cormorant at 7:26 p.m. Eudora at 7:27 p.m. Edmondson at 7:29 p.m., Walls at 7:30 p.m., and Lynchburg at 7:32 p.m. It's getting very close to downtown Memphis as well. This storm will continue to track, and if it holds together like it is, it's definitely concerning. In fact, as I take a look down, now we're starting to see the same kind of hook signature that we were seeing with that last storm, which is very concerning. There we go. There's a zoom in. So it is literally right over the town of Rondo. Once again, this is a severe thunderstorm that could produce a tornado. It's not confirmed, but you should treat it as though it is. So get into your safe place. Make sure you have a mattress over your head, maybe a helmet, whatever you need to do to really protect yourself. Take yourself back to elementary where you got to put your hands over your head. Do whatever you need to do to make sure you and your family are safe at this time, because this is a tornado warning right now. And because of this hook signature, it's definitely something that is causing a cause for concern. So what that also tells me is that this storm is probably maintaining its strength. It says it's around a 4.3 for our tornado index, which is not that bad, but that doesn't mean that we're not seeing possible confirmed tornado at all. The winds could be high. There could be a possible funnel cloud. You never know what's happening out there in the sky. So please be sure that you are being weather aware. And another thing, I keep talking about it, but the possible hail with this storm, very concerning. We're seeing reports of 3 scatter spike, which means that the hail is just becoming very large in the sky and falling, which means that the hail is very, very large that could be falling from the sky there. And here we go.
Tornado on the ground.
Tornado on the
confirmed.
ground, just east of my location near Marvel, Arkansas. So that's probably a little bit delayed because the storm has already passed through that area. And in fact, I know that they've been trying to pull up cameras, but I think the camera network is down just because of how high the winds have been, and this is not the first storm. So once again, now that was a confirmed tornado that is moving right near Marvel. I knew it. That hook signature is definitely a cause for concern. We saw that with the last tornado. Here's a look at our shear rate, that rotation. The more rotation, the more red and yellow you see on the screen means that is rotating there. That means that there could possibly be a tornado on the ground. I'm going to take another look at our possible debris signature. What are we looking at there? Not much of a signature, but still a cause for concern. So definitely they have continued the tornado warning considerable. They put a considerable tag on this one. And this is for Crittenden, Lee, Phillips, St. Francis counties in Arkansas, as well as Tunica County in Mississippi. Until 7:15 p.m., a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Lexa, or 8 miles northeast of Marvel, moving northeast at 65 miles an hour. So keep that in mind. I'm going to put another track on this because now this storm is moving closer to town and we're getting reports that it could be on the ground. So we definitely want to make sure that you guys are safe at this time. Definitely a concerning situation at the very least. There we go. So Lexa, you need to be in your safe place right now, 7:05 p.m. Tunica, 7:30 p.m. Once again, if you know anyone at the casinos, they need to be in their safe place at this time, 7:37 p.m. Robbinsville at 7:38 p.m. Horseshoe Lake, 7:48 p.m. Lake Cormorant at 7:47 p.m. Arca-Butler at 7:47, Eudora at 7:48, Walls at 7:53, and Lynchburg at 7:56. So I know we keep saying the same towns over and over and over again, but if this was you want the same type of a warning. You want the same type of a treatment. So please make sure that if you know anyone in that area that could be in that area, especially near the casinos, it's Friday night at 7:02, and a lot of people were driving around probably thinking, hey, it's not even raining here. So thinking that it's clear to go, and it's not. You need to make sure that you are in your safe place at this time. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit so that we can see kind of a wide view of exactly what we're looking at and how big this storm is actually getting. We've definitely seen it gain strength the last 20 to 30 minutes, and that's definitely concerning. And we also haven't seen much rainfall ahead of this storm, so that means that it's probably more than likely going to continue to have its strength as it pushes northeast. I'm going to take a look and see what our wind speeds look like in this area, especially since they are reporting that it's possibly, so yeah, the winds are very high as well. It's a lot, and I know that it could be a very scary situation, but we want to make sure that you guys are prepared for anything that could be possibly happening. I'm going to put a long track on there so that we can get some more information there. So Lexa at 7:06 p.m. This is a well-populated area, and some of these portions that I'm about to read out that might not be a part of the warning. So you definitely want to make sure that you are in your safe place at that time. And it says extreme northeast of Madison, our storm is tightening. So definitely something to keep watch of there. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit more so we can see. That storm track went away for me, and there we go. There, so Lexa at 7:07 p.m. Tunica at 7:23 p.m. Casinos at 7:27. Robbinsville at 7:28. Horseshoe Lake. This is a serious situation, folks. I'm going to zoom in street level to see where this storm is actually maybe even causing some damage. There was a report of
and yeah,
a tornado.
we do still have a debris signature there near Lexa,
right.
Danielle.
So
tornado on the ground for sure.
So Lexa, this is Phillips Road 201, State Highway 1 once again, and Phillips Road 249, Southland Road, Walnut Corner, Highway 49, just north of Highway 49, Old Ditch Road as well. A lot of places. Southland, we're going to give you a heads up there. The storm is definitely possibly heading your way. Lee Road 217, definitely this storm headed your way. So the blinking box is not on the screen, but that doesn't mean that you need to let your guard down, because what we're seeing on our radar could be a tornado that is definitely on the ground in this area. Lee Road 242, Pilgrim Road, in your safe place.
And Danielle, we've got
Harbor
reports
Landing.
of damages out there near Marble, Arkansas. Now, I hate to interrupt you, but
no, go ahead.
Just kind of keeping an eye on that while you're reading off. So Marble, Arkansas, reports of damages now with this tornado. And I'm on the mode of the radar that is kind of funky. So I'm going to switch over to a mode that maybe you can understand just a little bit better. And that's going to show us that rotation there. So this has passed through Marble. It's now near Lexa, just to the north and east of Lexa. This is a tornado on the ground near Phillips Road 249, Lee Road 217. It's right on the county line. And then here's the Mississippi River. So think about the line between Phillips and Lee County in Arkansas, and then you get over into Mississippi, in Tunica County, Mississippi. That is where this is right now. So Phillips Bayou, Herbert Landing, that is where the tornado is. And again, this is kind of in the Delta and the Bayou now, so we don't have too many folks out here. But the next big thing we're going to be worried about is the casinos. Robinsonville, Tunica, north along Highway 61. The casinos, of course, sit right in here. So that rotation is going to be very, very close to the casinos in Tunica. If you know anybody that's down there, please give them a call and just let them know. And of course, we're still following this storm that eventually will make it to DeSoto County. There's no warning right now for DeSoto County, but if you're in DeSoto County, I really need you to keep an extra eye out, because that is where this is going to be going next. No warning yet, but if you're in DeSoto County, I'd be calling my friends, my family, making sure they are watching somebody and making sure that they're aware that this storm could be producing a tornado. Danielle did this a second ago, but I kind of just want to keep a storm track up as this storm is approaching the metro. I want to keep some cities on here that more and more people are living in. So this is moving to the northeast at about 60 miles an hour. Again, the casinos by 7:30. That's here very shortly. Horseshoe Lake at 7:35. Lake Cormorant in DeSoto County at 7:39. Walls at 7:44. Hernando at 7:48. Nesbitt at 7:49. It's going to be around the same time for the airport and for South Haven. So by 8 p.m., this storm is going to be moving into Metro Memphis. Now, hopefully, this tornado will not still be on the ground at that time. But the reason I'm giving you such an early heads up is because we have such an environment today where once tornadoes get going, they keep going. And that's what I'm worried about right now, is that we already have a tornado down. There's nothing that's going to stop it. That thing is going to keep right on going. And if it does, hopefully it doesn't, but if it does, it is going to come right into DeSoto County. Again, you see the times there: Hernando by 7:48, Nesbitt by 7:49. All right, so just to kind of reset, we're watching this storm. We've had a storm already produce a tornado near Wynne. That same storm went to Parkin, Turrell, Covington. That is now out of our area, but we really are just getting started with more storms rolling on in. Let me switch back to the radar mode of the display here, and this is going to pretty much show you how hard it is raining, but it's also going to give you a good look at that hook echo. Again, if you've been watching weather for a long time, you know that hook echo, and you know that it's a strong sign that there is rotation in there. Also, a lot of hail in this storm. I have heard Danielle mention that, but now you're seeing our debris indicator light up there, that gray circle. That's indicating that a tornado has touched down and it has caused damage. And that tornado, again, now north of Lexa, just getting ready to cross the Mississippi River into Tunica County. Let me click on this storm track, because this one's also going to give us some extra info. Again, timing it out around the same, around 7:30, 7:34 into Tunica and into the casinos. All right, we've got some more video of damage, photos of damage that we can see. Julie, now tell me where this is.
Covington.
Covington, my goodness. All sorts of trees snapped. What I like to see is the home still standing. We can pick up trees, we can pick up power lines. I don't want to pick up any people. There you see a home that does have some more damage. The roof has been blown off. And again, what they're saying is Covington is impassable. You can't get into Covington right now. And that's why there you see the car that is off the road. These are straight from the police department. You're not going to be able to get through there. Again, all sorts of tree damage. We have power lines that are down, power is out, and I also hear that there's damage at the Covington Hospital, and anybody needing emergency care in Covington is being routed to the Lauderdale County Hospital. So again, lots of damage in Covington. We have something similar that happened in Wynne, Arkansas, so we're going to be watching that for you. So again, this is kind of the only storm we're watching for right now, this possible tornado. Again, it's going to be near the casinos in Tunica at 7:35. So you've got about 30 minutes. I'm not saying gamble for 30 more minutes. I'm saying make sure you are somewhere safe now before that 30 minutes comes around, because this storm means business. We know that it has a tornado that is on the ground, and it is going to continue, likely unstopped. There's nothing to stop it. There's so much energy in the atmosphere on a day like today when we have that high risk. And there's your new tornado warning. It's been extended now. It does include parts of Tate County and a good chunk of DeSoto County. So now a tornado warning in effect for areas like Walls, Lake Cormorant, closer to Hernando. Part of Hernando is now in that warning. That one is going to go, let's see, I don't officially have the time on that yet, but I can click on it right here. That's going to go until 8 p.m. And again, this is a confirmed tornado that is on the ground. And it's back right now in Arkansas. It's just about to cross the Mississippi River. Then it's going to be north of Tunica near the casinos by about 7:30 or 7:35. And then it's really going to be moving into DeSoto County a little closer to 7:50 or 8 p.m. So that tornado warning again now is going to go for Tunica County, Tate County, and DeSoto County until 8 p.m. Hopefully soon we can clear out the counties in eastern Arkansas, but if you do know anybody that happens to be out in the rural portion of northern Phillips County, southern Lee County, you still need to be keeping a very close eye on that. And especially even if you're in DeSoto County, you need to watch that. Danielle's got the latest track on that and when it might be coming a little closer to the Memphis metro.
Right, yes. So I want to also read the bulletin that is coming along with this storm as well. It's a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near St. Francis National Park, moving east at 55 miles an hour. And I did draw a new track on there, and we keep saying the same places over and over and over again. It's because we're trying to give you a heads up. We're trying to make sure that you all are aware of what's happening outside and that you can keep yourself and your family safe. So Tunica at 7:24 p.m., the casinos at 7:28 p.m., Robbinsville at 7:29 p.m., Horseshoe Lake at 7:32 p.m., Lake Cormorant at 7:35 p.m., Arca Butler at 7:35 as well, Eudora at 7:36 p.m., Walls at 7:39 p.m., Lynchburg at 7:41 p.m., and Hernando at 7:42 p.m. So
tornado in the ground north of West Helena. That's the latest report, and that's what we've been telling to you. Tornado in the ground north of West Helena.
Yep. So this is now continuing to be a very serious situation. So what they're saying is literally right there on your screen where you're seeing what we call a hook echo, showing us that there is a now confirmed tornado on the ground north of West Helena. So definitely a serious situation, folks. If you know someone that lives in that area, they need to make sure that they are in their safe place at this time. We haven't seen any video of it, but we are trusting all of the people that we work with very closely with at the National Weather Service, and you can see it. We're using all of our tools to show you at home as well that this is a confirmed tornado on the ground. In fact, let us see if we can pull up some possible, if we have maybe a debris signature. Yes, there is a debris signature there in that area. So I'm going to move it up just a little bit so you all can see it a little bit better. So where we see these little blue speckles, that is debris signature. So that shows us that there's possible trees, limbs, whatever could be outside, shingles on homes, just flying around in that area. Once again, this is a little bit north of West Helena, headed towards Tunica. We keep stressing it. If you know someone that's at the casinos right now, they need to be in the bathroom where there's no windows, or they need to be hiding under their game, whatever they need to do to get into a safe place at this time. I'm going to put another track on this storm so that we can continue to see. I'm going to draw it a little bit further out than what I need to so that we can keep it up there on that screen for you so you can see where that storm is headed. You can see it just changed. Lexa, right now, you need to be in your safe place because it's literally passing over you, or it has just passed. So casinos, it is on the way to you, as well as anyone on Highway 69. Definitely want to make sure that they are aware that this storm is headed that way. I'm going to clear some of this stuff off. I'll go back to the radar mode and clear some of this stuff off. The hail, man, I mean, this is definitely showing us that there could be some large hail involved with this as well. This storm is just very strong. And it has all the severe weather threats that we ever look for inside of it. Heavy rainfall, possible tornado that's confirmed on the ground right now, hail as well. It's a strong storm, folks, and it is headed towards very highly populated areas as well. So how close are we talking? You can see there on your screen, Memphis and South Haven and Hernando especially. I want to make sure that you all are aware that this storm could be headed your way. And I'll zoom in just a little bit. Highway 69, definitely in the line of this storm. And as we zoom in of where this storm may be, another thing that is really important, and I think that I should communicate this, is we've been seeing multiple cell towers possibly damaged. So if you have family in this area, you want to call them before the storm gets there because they could be losing some power or they could be losing their way of communicating as well. So Tunica, Mississippi, this is going to be crossing Highway 61 near Fox Island, near North Tunica, moving through Hollywood, Pritchard, going through Dulaney Road, Wolf Fork Road, Perry Road, Clanton Road, as well as White Oak Road, Josephine Road. This storm is headed your way. So if you are in those areas, you need to make sure that you are in your safe place. Moon Landing, the storm is on your doorstep at this time. Riverview Drive as well. Wolf Fork Road, Jepson Road, Beatline Road, Fish Lake Road, all in the line of this storm. Even if the tornado doesn't touch down right on top of you, the winds are going to be very high. So you could still have trees down in your yard or any kind of damage still caused by this same storm. So a very concerning situation, and it is still holding together. We keep calling this a hook echo, and it is. And that is very concerning. It shows you exactly what a tornado would look like on the radar. And honestly, with all this rain, it could be rain wrapped as well, to be quite frank, which makes things a little bit more concerning because I know the sun is going down. So as we get to the nighttime, it's very important that you are aware of where the storm is located and in your safe place, because if a storm is rain wrapped, you can't really see it. You could hear the winds, but you can't really see the storm. So that makes these tornadoes even more dangerous. You need to make sure that you are paying close attention to all of this. And if you know someone who is out ahead of this storm, I'll draw another track on it. Once again, I know we keep doing this, but this storm is definitely headed towards a highly populated area, and it's moving east-northeast pretty quickly as well. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit for us so we can continue to keep our eye on it. You need to call people and tell them to have multiple ways to communicate. Make sure that they have something at their fingertips, whether it's their cell phone, whether it's the TV, but prepare in case they lose power because these winds are so high and this tornado is seemingly still on the ground, which means that we could be seeing more power outages in the area. You don't know how far those power outages will impact people. So here is a new storm track for you. Right now, it looks like it could possibly be going through the Hernando area. There we go. So it's 7:18 p.m. So if you're seeing your town there to the right of me, to the left of you, you can see casinos at 7:33 p.m., Robinsonville at 7:34 p.m. So a lot to be paying attention to right now if you're in those areas that are on the screen. They continue the tornado warning once again. They canceled it for Phillips County, Arkansas, but it's still in effect for Crittenden, Lee, St. Francis counties, Arkansas, as well as DeSoto, Tate, and Tunica counties, Mississippi, until 8 o'clock this evening. This is for a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located 7 miles northeast of St. Francis National Park, moving east at 50 miles an hour. So still a very strong storm possibly on the ground. Trevor, what have you been working on over there?
We have some new video from Wynne, or at least a photo of some of the damage that happened. We told you a tornado went through Wynne. My goodness. Oh,
wow.
You hate to see this. This is Wynne, Arkansas, folks. And you could just see this is just destruction. It's terrible. Now, what I'm thankful to see, and I don't want to be thankful to see any of this, and don't get me wrong, but notice that the buildings are standing. We have roofs gone, windows are gone. Remember back to Rolling Fork, you didn't even see this. You saw nothing. And so this is damage that you can survive. And I'm happy to see that, and I'm glad to see that. We don't have any reports for now of injuries, but we do see paramedics out there checking people out. Some serious damage nonetheless. I mean, this was a strong tornado that moved through Wynne earlier, and some pretty significant damage out there, and they're going to need some help. Not today. Obviously, you know, their first responders are out there doing everything they can. They don't need people driving down there trying to sightsee right now, but as soon as we get some information on how we can help those folks, we're going to be following that through the weekend, and we're going to bring it to you. But just terrible scenes in Wynne, and something similar happened in Covington as well with that same storm. And now it's a little closer to home here in the Memphis metro area with this new storm. It's crossing the Mississippi River right now. Again, this is a tornado warning for Tunica County, Mississippi, parts of DeSoto County, Mississippi. Right now, it's pretty much moving out of Lee County, Arkansas. I mean, it is literally right on the river right now. And this thing is going to be really close to the Tunica casinos.
Yeah, they're stressing it right now.
Yeah, and what I want to do, let me zoom out here just a little bit. And let me just zoom back in here. And what I'm going to do is find the casinos, which is right there. Casino Strip Boulevard is right there. So I just kind of want to circle the casino and circle where this tornado is. So there's your casinos right there. And I hope they're listening to me with sound on. I don't think many TVs at casinos have sound on, but hopefully they turn it on for this. Here's your tornado right here. And that yellow line is where it's going to follow. So this could go south of the casinos, but then it's going to be a little closer into Tunica. So it's just to be on the safe side, anybody in Tunica needs to be in their safe place. If you are in the city of Tunica, if you're at the casinos, now is the time to be in your safe place. This storm moving off to the north and east, likely tornado on the ground. And in fact, we know it's a tornado on the ground. We've gotten the reports of it. Check out these latest times of arrival. City of Tunica in 5 minutes. Tunica, please get into your tornado safe place. Robinsonville casinos by 7:30. Notice at the end of this track, by 7:40, 7:45, we start talking about Hernando, Horn Lake, South Haven, airport areas. That is the area that we're going to be concerned about next. That starts to get into the Memphis metro area, unfortunately. So again, for right now, tornado on the ground crossing the Mississippi River near the casinos, if not at the casinos, very close to Tunica, Danielle.
There's a picture, a tag board that we can pull up
of
the storm that went through Lexa. Okay. So very concerning there. There it is.
Oh my goodness.
Yep, gnarly, dusty supercell with the tornado that crossed in Lexa. So that is very, very concerning. A very large storm.
It almost looks like a fake picture.
It does.
Like you would, and I know this guy. He's a legit storm chaser.
He is a legitimate storm chaser who does this for a living. And this is definitely concerning.
And that's the storm that's now near the casinos.
Yep, that is. So if you know anyone that's near the casinos, you definitely want to make sure that you call them right now. This is a serious situation.
And I know we've got some taller buildings out there. You don't need to be on the upper floors. If you're watching from the hotels at the casinos, get to the lowest floor you can. Find an interior room, a bathroom, a closet, or a hallway, somewhere to go to protect yourself from that storm. In fact, if we have the severe weather safety tips back there, if y'all could pull them up, that'd be great. If not, I can do it. They should be over in graphics 3 if we can get that. Like I said, if not, I can do it. All right, so here they are. So again, basement, smallest center room. If you have a bathroom, closet, hallway, that's going to be where you want to go. Stay away from windows. And if you're going to be in the hallway, shut the doors so you can block yourself from any glass that might blow around. Cover yourself, pots, pans, helmets, mattresses, anything you can to protect your head. That is going to be very, very important as these storms continue to roll through. And again, high rises, lowest floor or an interior stairwell away from windows, but the bathroom or the closet on the first floor is going to be your best bet. So new information Some okay news. It's not great news, but Tipton County Hospital in Covington is now back open. They are able to accept patients. They had some damage from that tornado. They're now accepting patients again. So that is some good news there. Obviously, we don't hope they have any patients, but if anybody needs to go, it is going to be available. Tornado watch extended till 10 p.m. By the way, tornado watch now going to be in effect until 10 p.m. So again, Tunica casino area, safe places now. All right, Chris, what do we have back there? We have some pictures. All right, this is some new Covington video. This is from the damage in Covington. And again, we have a roof ripped off a home, lots of tree damage. And that's going to be the same house, I think, just kind of different side. This is courtesy of the Covington Police Department. So some serious damage there. And again, there you see the power poles on the ground. And just some serious damage going on there. So again, Covington was hit by that tornado earlier. And then obviously that same storm hit Wynne. And now it's into Middle Tennessee. Now the concern turns to the storm that is going to be coming into Tunica literally right now. If you know anybody that is in Tunica, you need to be in your tornado safe place. If you know anybody that's at the casinos in Tunica, you really need to be in your tornado safe place. If you're at the casinos in Tunica, this is going to be your safe place. Let's get back to the radar. We'll talk about that. So there is your rotation right there. You see that hook echo coming into Tunica toward the casinos, very close to it. The casinos likely already seeing some heavy rain and some hail. If this continues on its track, it's going to be an issue for Hernando here in about 20 minutes. Hernando not technically under a warning right now, but if it continues, that warning is definitely going to have to be extended. So we're going to keep an eye on that. If you're in Hernando, now's the time. Might want to start getting your stuff together, pillows, blankets, things like that. So when that warning is issued, you can easily take shelter because it could be just a matter of moments when that tornado warning comes out before it is pretty close to your neighborhood. So again, our main concern right now, Tunica and the casinos. Let's switch back over to our rotation mode. Of course, this mode's showing you how hard it is raining. Let's go back to our shear rate. There it is, that area of circulation. And we can zoom on in a little bit tighter here and just show you Hollywood. That is where this is probably going to cross Highway 61 just to the north of Tunica. So think about, let's find some of these smaller roads in here. Delaney Road, north of the Tunica County Airport, Arkabutla Dam Road, Bowder Road, Hambrick Road, all along Highway 61, Robinsonville. So then we get to the casinos. That's likely where this thing is eventually going to go, a little closer to Robinsonville and the old outlet mall that's there. And then, of course, the next stop is DeSoto County. So DeSoto County, I need you to be in your safe place. Let's see if we can go to our MDOT cameras. I need an MDOT camera at Highway 61 and Highway 49.
She's working on it. I just told her about it.
All right, if we can get that, I'm going to try to find it. Actually, I'm going to try to find it over here if we can. Danielle, if you could just take it away for a couple seconds.
Yeah, I can take it over for you. Okay, so Trevor is going to go look to see if we can find an MDOT. There was a report that we could see a possible funnel cloud moving near Highway 61 and Highway 69. That is going to be right here in this area where the crossroad is, headed really close. This is Highway 61 here, this yellow line on your screen. This is Highway 69. So just keep that in mind. Trevor's going to see if he can pull that up on the MDOT to see what he can get out of that. See it on the ground. So if we can pull up that camera, if we can find it anywhere between Trevor and Julie, that would definitely be great. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit more to get a call for it because this is coming over Highway 61. So Hollywood, Josephine Road, Cobb Road, Gold Road, Woolfolk Road, Booth Road, Delaney Road. Trevor, do you have it over there?
Yeah, I've got the video pulled up, and it's kind of hard to see what's going on. But if we zoom in carefully, there is a little bit of a lowering right in there. That mouse pointer is kind of helpful. You've got that lowering that is right in there. And you've also got something right in here. So this whole area, likely some rotation there. Again, this is Highway 61 right there at Highway 49. So let's just stick on this for a second because it's going to be that area. That is likely our funnel cloud right there. Again, this is in Tunica County, Mississippi, near the casinos. And I know it's kind of hard to see. At least it is on this TV, I think, with the contrast.
I think Julie has it on MDOT.
Yeah, if we can, maybe it's a little bit of a better view from your screen. I don't know if it would be any different. All right, so let's just stay on this one, and I can kind of point it out here. But there's definitely something in there. It is really hard to tell if anything is on. I don't know what they did, but that just helped it. But something right in there, that is a circulation, something trying to spin around in there. And this is coming right into Tunica, right into the casinos. So we're going to keep an eye on that here over the next little bit. Again, that's definitely something right there. It looks like it might be getting a little bit lower now. I just want to sit on this for just a little bit, and we'll keep an eye out for it. I don't like people driving. Nobody should be driving right now on Highway 61 in Tunica County. But yeah, definitely some rotation in there. And what we can do, guys, what for the next little bit, let's use the MDOT back there, so that frees up my computer. Let's keep that in an O box and keep us a little bigger. If we have that smaller O box with the bigger radar, if you know what I'm talking about, and we can just keep an eye on this there, because there's definitely something, it's kind of moving in this direction right in there that we're going to be watching. But again, what you're looking at is a possible funnel cloud or a tornado near the Tunica casinos coming into the city of Tunica now. So if you are in
south of the sheriff's department.
Yeah, Sheriff's Department says tornado on the ground.
Just south of
the Sheriff's Department. So hopefully they are seeking shelter there. Over North Tunica, near northeast of the park there, on the ground, just about to cross Highway 61.
Look behind you, watch right in that area.
Yeah, so it's kind of hard to see from this vantage point, but right in there, and as it continues to move east, it is just about to cross Highway 61. You could see definitely right in there a little bit of a lowering. Lightning strikes off to the east of that. Let's see. Let's just keep an eye on this for a little bit. Again, this is a possible tornado trying to develop or is already on the ground in Tunica County, about to cross Highway 61 on the north side of the city of Tunica. Also, yeah, it's right in there.
Yep, it's right in that area.
And the thing is, what you're going to notice is on days like today, you're probably not going to see a full tornado to the ground like you're used to. The tornado can actually be invisible in the middle, and then it's just kicking stuff up on the ground. So that might be what we're seeing, where there is damage right in there, but we're only seeing kind of the funnel cloud.
1, 2, 3, mic check. Mic
and we
check.
have
1, 2.
reports there that that there is some damage being done, at least at the very minimum, some dust being kicked around in Tunica as this storm is approaching. So right there, that's what we're watching. It's coming very close to 61, which is what we're looking at here. I believe we're looking off to the north, gotta be. And I know this is just a terrible angle, but it's probably the best one we've got to show that possible rotation. While we're watching that, we're going to keep an eye on that. Multiple power flashes being reported. That's going to be because the storm is taking out power, and the transformers are kind of blinking here as that tornado is coming on through. So they're actually talking about now contemplating getting traffic stopped on I-55 because this storm is eventually going to be crossing I-55 based on Danielle's storm track, which we'll get to in a second, north of Hernando or near Hernando.
Yep.
So if you're about to take 55 between Hernando and South Haven, I don't, because it's about to be completely shut down because this tornado is about to be there. And let's go ahead and prepare back in the back. Let's get some MDOTs near 55 and Commerce Street, 55 and 269, 59 and 55 and Pleasant Hill. All of those between Nesbitt and Hernando and DeSoto County, because that's going to be our next best view. But it's definitely shaded in right in there. That lowering, and people are just steady driving into it, steady. So if you know anybody down there, give them a call and let them know don't do that because we've got a tornado that's about to cross the road right in front of them. It almost looks a little better defined now, like I almost see like a little funnel right there. And you're probably squinting home just like I am, but we have the reports on this thing that that storm chasers are watching this thing cross 61, and it's kicking up stuff, and it's throwing debris around, and it's taking out power. So again, that is Tunica County, Highway 61. Again, what we can do, if we can pull this camera up back in the back so I can free up my radar computer, because that's what I'm having to look at this on. If we can just take MDOT full screen back there, so that way I can free up this computer and work on some other stuff. But again, likely tornado now crossing over Highway 61 now in Tunica County. There we go. Perfect. Thank you so much. And what I'll do here, folks, I'm going to actually close out of the camera on. Yeah, I'll close out of the camera on mine so that way we can put my radar back up. But Danielle, you've got that storm track there.
Yeah, since the storm track is up, I'm going to go ahead and read it off for us. Robbinsville at 7:39 p.m., Eudora at 7:47 p.m., Hernando at 7:54 p.m. If I'm calling your town out right now, you might not be in this confirmed red box that you're seeing on your screen, but you need to be getting your way to your safe place at this time. There's multiple storm shelters available, and I really hope that you are already in those storm shelters, because at this time it might be a little bit too late, so you're gonna have to just hunker down and shelter at home. Robbinsville at 7:39 p.m., Eudora at 7:47 p.m., Hernando at 7:54, as well as Lynchburg at 7:54, Nesbitt at 7:55 p.m., Horn Lake at 7:56 p.m., the Landers Center, which is in South Haven, at 7:57, and actual town of South Haven at 7:58, Snowden Grove at 8 p.m., and Pleasant Hill at 8:01 p.m. If I just read your town, you need to be in your safe place at this time. This storm is still headed your way, and unfortunately, we've just seen it continue to gain strength as it continues to push eastward. We've been seeing textbooks, things. We've heard multiple reports of confirmed tornado on the ground, and that's why that red flashing box is on your screen right now. I'm going to see if I can keep that box up there while we take a little bit of a look at different things that we look to see what we're looking at. Here's a look at our possible debris detector. I like to see this to see if maybe, there's any debris in the area, and it does look like there could be in that area. So a very, very strong storm on the ground right now, headed towards, it's just passed through Tunica, so it's going to be headed towards Hernando for sure. South Haven, get ready as well.
And I'm going to jump in, Danielle. We've got a new tornado warning coming out.
Perfect.
Just as you were saying that.
Yep.
Considerable damage threat with a tornado observed. This is going to be for DeSoto, Tate, Tunica, and Shelby counties until 8:15. This now does include parts of the city of Memphis. Do not know what I just did right there, but what I'll do is go back to the radar because, again, as we were telling you, I've been telling you for about 30 minutes that this storm was eventually going to make its way up toward the Memphis metro, and that is exactly what it's doing. So, again, tornado warning for DeSoto, Tate, Tunica, and Shelby counties until 8:15. As of 7:34, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Robinsonville, near the casinos, moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. So I want to go right back to the storm track that we just had on it. I'm going to lose some of this stuff on the screen here just so you can get a little bit of a better view. But what I really want you to focus on is the storm track that is on your screen right now. Robinsonville, it's pretty much on top of you. That's pretty close to where those casinos are. Lake Cormorant at 7:47, Walls, Hernando 7:50, Nesbitt by 7:53, South Haven by 7:56. So I just want to also give you an idea now that we have our tornado warning actually on the screen. Let's do the who's in and who's out, because now we've got alarms going off in Shelby County. I will say most of Memphis is not included in this tornado warning. If you're in downtown Fraser, Raleigh, this storm is going to stay south of you. If you're in Bartlett, Arlington, Lakeland, Shelby Forest, Millington, this storm is going to stay south of you. This warning really includes Hickory Hill, Capelville, Germantown, and pretty close to Collierville. So with that being said, let's talk about who's in the warning. Who needs to pay attention to this? Well, this storm is really going to be moving off to the north and the east. So that would put it between Hernando and Nesbitt by about 8 p.m. Eventually closer to Lewisburg, Olive Branch, Capelville, could scrape southern Shelby County. Germantown, I really am expecting that the worst of this storm, the tornado part, is going to stay south of you, but you could definitely get in on some hail and some heavy rain. Got a brand new storm track here, and this one's a little bit of a better one, so I'm going to show this one to you. Let me just move this way over here because that's not the important info, really. The important info is what time it's going to be where. Eudora by about 7:49, that's in DeSoto County, so these are all now in DeSoto County. Hernando by 7:58, Nesbitt at 7:59, Horn Lake at 8:01, Landers Center at 8:01, South Haven by 8:04, Stoughton Grove by 8:06, and Pleasant Hill by 8:07. So if you're in any of those areas, if you're in South Haven, Horn Lake, Nesbit, Hernando, really even Olive Branch, you're in this too. It's just going to be a little bit past Pleasant Hill. You need to be in your safe place. What I'm really going to be watching, and you see the arrows kind of drawing it out, it's probably going to cross I-55 if it's still on the ground. It shows no signs of weakening, so I wouldn't be surprised. Between Nesbit and Hernando, near that 269 interchange. So near the interchange with I-269 and 55, right there, the exit you go to take to get to the casinos, and then really toward Lewisburg and southern portions of Olive Branch. So that's really the zone I'm going to be watching. South Haven, you're likely going to get on some heavy rain and hail, heavy rain, gusty winds, but it does look like the tornado is going to stay south of South Haven. I'm really concerned about Hernando, Eudora, and then again over toward the Lewisburg area, right there along I-269. So we've got storm chasers moving all around, trying to get some new information, trying to make sure that they keep an eye on it for us, and they are sending us that report. So again, I do want to let you know that the casinos are clear of the threat. The tornado has passed the casinos. It's past Tunica. We're going to work to see if there's any damage that is reported near the casinos. We haven't heard of any yet, none in Tunica for now. We do know that a tornado touched down in that area, but it might have kind of squeaked right between Tunica and Robinsonville, which is where the casinos are. So Hernando, the next one in line, that's going to be near you in about the next 20 minutes. I need you in your safe place. Olive Branch, Lewisburg, I need you in your safe place too. And again, if you're just joining us, if you're in Hernando especially, here's what I need you to do. Go to the basement. You don't probably have one. Many people don't. A small center room if you have one. That's going to be like a bathroom, a closet, or a hallway. If you're in the hallway, close all the doors to the hallway and cover yourself with pillows, blankets, mattresses. Even put pots and pans on your head, anything to protect your head. If you are in a hotel or an apartment building, you want to get to the lowest floor you can or seek shelter in a stairwell. Really, you really need to be on the bottom floor of whatever building you are in. So let's zoom in here. We'll get a better close-up view of where the tornado is, because now it's getting ready to cross into DeSoto County. It's pretty much right on the line. So that tornado right now near Green River and Lost Lake, just south of Banks. And then it's going to be an issue for Trinity, Cub Lake, and Eudora. And then, of course, we'll continue toward Hernando. So this tornado just about to cross into DeSoto County. No indication that it's lifting. I will check that. I'm really hoping for some promising signs that this thing might be weakening. And the rotation is not as impressive as it was, but it's still very strong. Still indications that this is likely a tornado. Shear mode still lighting up. You saw it there for a second. That red area indicating some strong rotation. We'll check our debris mode. Danielle, we'll get back to you in just a second.
You're fine. I'm just
some indications here. Maybe that something was lifted up in the air a little closer to Tunica, but no pronounced signature right now. So hopefully this thing is not on the ground by the time it gets to Hernando. But we know that once these tornadoes touch down, they stay on the ground for a while. So if you're in Hernando, if you're in Nesbit, if you're anywhere in those areas, now is the time to be in your tornado safe place. And like I said, we just talked about some of those safe places. Danielle, what are you working on over there?
I just put a new storm track on there, a shorter term storm track. So like you were saying, Nesbit definitely already on your doorstep right now. We do have a an M-dot of I-69. We can go ahead and call that up. Chris, you can take it full screen so that we can see. This is at I-22 and I-69. So this is going to be exactly where this storm should be moving through. So we already know I-22 is a well-traveled road, and you know I-69 is as well, and people continuing to drive that way. So we are definitely watching this storm. You can see the winds are high. You can see the lightning. It doesn't look like it's raining very hard. We're losing daylight. So that is concerning as well, because as we lose daylight and these storms continue to develop, if they're rain wrapped, you're not going to be able to see them. So you need to just make sure that you're being very weather aware. And when we say that, that means have multiple ways of communicating. Go ahead and get into your safe place at this time. Because if you cannot see the tornado, all you can do is hear it. And by the time you're hearing it, it could be too late. So you definitely want to make sure that you're being weather and wear. Like right now, they're talking about the storm is cycling, so regaining strength once again in Tunica. So Eudora at 7:48 p.m., Hernando and Nesbitt at 7:54 p.m., Horn Lake at 7:55 p.m., the Lander Center at 7:56 p.m., South Haven still coming your way at 7:57 p.m. Pleasant Hill at 7:59 p.m. Snowden Grove as well at 7:59 p.m. Lewisburg at 8 o'clock and Olive Branch at 8:02. So this storm is continuing to hold together, and it is definitely going to be crossing that camera that we took. So just keep your eye on it back there, Chris. So I-69 going towards I-22. If you know anybody that's headed that way, you want to make sure that they are being weather aware. It looks like it's probably going to be splitting, just like it did in Tunica, splitting the South Haven and Hernando. So keep that in mind. Still holding strong. All the ingredients, unfortunately, are showing this storm kind of staying together, still tracking eastward. We still have our eye on it. The problem is these are really heavily populated areas, people. So this is definitely a cause for concern. That track just kind of eliminated itself because it's been on the screen for too long. But as you can see, it is definitely a strong storm. It's confirmed, so that means that you do need to be in your safe place. If you know anyone that lives in South Haven or Hernando, tell them to get ready. In fact, I'm going to zoom in just a little bit. So in case you're wondering, well, where should we tell them? Let me tell you some street names or some towns that are a little bit closer to where exactly. If you're in Trinity at this point, you know exactly what's happening. So in Hernando, literally moving by McCracken Road, Getwell Road South in Hernando, Johnston Road, Bright Road, as well as Robinson Gin, moving through Robinson Gin Road, Ranch Road, Getwell Road South as well, near Love, Gaines Road, Wheeler Road, north of Arkla-Butler Lake. So keep that in mind if you're calling your people. They just continued that tornado warning again for radar indicated now, still considerable for DeSoto, Tate, and Tunica counties in Mississippi, as well as Shelby County, Tennessee until 8:15 p.m. This is for a large and extremely dangerous tornado, which is located over Eudora or 10 miles west of Hernando. So just those same places that I called out just a few minutes ago, it's moving literally right here. So Eudora, this is the cause for concern. Eudora, that storm is right over you right now. It's moving towards Fogg Road, Toon Lane Road, Robertson Road by Hellier Road in Hernando, Bright Road as well. Definitely want to make sure that you are being weather aware. Trevor, what do you have over there?
I want to go live back outside. Just take this full screen. This is the MDOT camera at I-55 looking north to the 269 junction. So the overpass you see off in the distance is 269. This is in Hernando in DeSoto County looking to the north. Possible tornado southwest of Eudora. And this thing, if there is one, which we are strongly believing that there is based on radar, likely a tornado, it's going to cross right here. Way too many people driving on I-55 right now. If you know anybody that is on 55 or could be between Hernando and South Haven, you need to call them now and tell them to stop. We do not want them driving on I-55 right now, because over the next 30 minutes, if there is a tornado, it's going to cross pretty much right where we're looking, which is north of Hernando. So just to kind of reset, I know this helps our folks in the back with the graphics. This is now out of Tunica County. This is now a DeSoto County and Shelby County issue. The worst of this is going to stay south of Shelby County. What we're really watching right now is DeSoto County and Hernando. Possible tornado approaching Hernando within the next 10 minutes. And that's right where this camera is. And my earpiece has died, I do believe. So at some point, if y'all could swap that out for me, I don't need it right at this moment, but just at some point, that would be fantastic. I want to stay on this shot for just a little bit because we are seeing that lightning pick up. And while we do that, I'm going to zoom on in here and get a little bit of a closer view of where this rotation is. So what we can do, we could go back to our O box and just take my radar and keep this in the smaller box, because I want to keep this camera up for the next 10 minutes. It should not leave the screen at all. I want to just keep an eye on it. But if we can go back to those boxes whenever y'all can get those put together, I do want to get an eye on this of where this thing is. It's pretty much on the north side of Arcabutla right now. It's about to cross through northern Hernando between 269 and Commerce Street. So in Hernando on I-55 between 269 and Commerce Street. It's really going to come right over that 55, 69, 269 junction, that big junction just north of Hernando. And then again, eventually, it is going to be moving into northern portions of DeSoto County, possibly a little closer to Lewisburg, and then toward Olive Branch. So I want to keep a storm track on this for you, just so we can kind of see where this thing is going. I'll move it out of the way. Hernando by 7:58, Nesbitt by 7:59. We're talking here in just a matter of moments. Pleasant Hill by 8:07, Snowden Grove at 8:07, Lewisburg, I've been talking about you, by about 8:08. Olive Branch by 8:12. Hernando again within just a matter of minutes. So if you are in Hernando or you know anybody that might be, now is the time. You absolutely have got to be in your safe place. And I just want to kind of stay on what we're looking at here, because there's your tornado, and our camera actually that we're looking at, the camera that you see right over here, it is about right here. And it's looking off to the north. So that camera's right there. Your circulation is here, possible tornado on the north side of Arcabutla, and it is going to be coming generally in this direction. So with this camera, if we keep an eye on it, if there is a tornado, we're likely going to see it off in the distance as that area of circulation continues. Now, I do want to remind you that this radar is a little bit delayed. It's delayed by about 2 or 3 minutes. It takes some time for the radar to get the data put together and for it to display on our system. So this image is already 3 minutes old. The next image, once it comes in, it will already be 3 minutes old. So just kind of assume that this thing's already a little bit ahead of where it shows on the radar. So still pretty much over the north side of Arcabutla Lake. Really wanting you to be in your safe place in Hernando, Lewisburg, southern portions of Olive Branch. Thank you so much, Danielle, getting me my earpiece so I can talk to our friends back in the back. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to hook this back in. Of course, we have a lot more people than just Danielle and I here helping. I know you're the ones that, we're the ones that you see, but there's a lot of people back in the back helping us tonight and helping keep you safe. So we appreciate their hard work as well. They are working extra hard tonight. We've also got folks in the field. So again, area of rotation now over northern Arcabutla Lake. I'm going to put this storm track back on the screen. Hernando in just a few moments, Nesbitt at 8 p.m., Pleasant Hill at 8:08, Snowden Grove at 8:08, Lewisburg by 8:10, Olive Branch at 8:14. Eventually into Marshall County. I know you're not in a warning right now, but Byhalia by about 8:20, and then Center Hill a little closer to Olive Branch by about 8:20 as well. Let's take this camera back full screen. I just want to kind of look at it. That lightning is wild. And again, what you're looking at here, this is I-55. It seemed like maybe we had more lights on a little bit ago. Maybe I made that up, but it seemed to me like a few moments ago we had more lights on right here, but maybe that was just me not paying as close of attention as I should have. But
no, there was more.
Okay, more lights on.
So, more lights.
So we've possibly lost some power here. But again, this is I-55 northbound. You're looking off to the north toward 269 and toward, if there is a tornado, it's going to cross the interstate pretty much right where we're looking, which is near I-55 and, really Commerce Street, Green Tea Road overpass, eventually Pleasant Hill and College Road, and then into Olive Branch. So that is the rotation center right now. Again, it's on the north side of Arcabutla near Eudora, and it's coming up 69. So I just want to sit on this for just a little bit. Nobody should be driving northbound into this. Nobody needs to be driving at all on I-55 in DeSoto County. If you know anybody that could be driving on 55 north or south anywhere in DeSoto County, you're going to need to tell them to stop. Nobody needs to be driving right now on I-55. And while we do this, I'm going to work on finding maybe another vantage point that we can take. I want to stay on this one, but I know we've got a lot of cameras around there that we might be able to get a better view of as this thing really comes pretty close to where we are right now, looking off to the north. And you're seeing just a ton of lightning. That's what a lot of people are seeing with that lightning that is just flashing all over the place in DeSoto County with this heavy rain and the thunderstorms that are going through. I'm kind of checking around here. I'm not really seeing too many other great camera views, so I'm really thinking we might stick with the one that we have. I think
I'm gonna read over the bulletin.
Do that, Danielle.
Really quickly, because they did update the bulletin just now. This is a considerable tag for this storm now. It is for DeSoto County, Mississippi, and Shelby County, Tennessee until 8:15 p.m. The tornado warning. It's because a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Eudora, 7 miles west of Hernando, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So the circulation just north of Hernando is pretty significant.
And this
there.
is gonna be the one, Danielle. I had to click over to kind of find it, but there's several areas of rotation in here, and it's that back one, that back area. And they're finding two areas, so you can see almost two little hooks. If we could take a look at my radar, I could show you what I've been watching, but it's clear to see on the velocity where that actual tornado is. So I'm going to stay on this mode for just a little bit because it's going to give us the best idea. This is pretty much over Fog Road right now, Tulane Road, Horn Lake Road coming up next. This is going to cross I-69 just before the I-55 overpass. So Nesbitt, that thing is coming pretty much right toward you. And then we've got another circulation forming over Hernando, over the city of Hernando. I told you that first one was going to go north of you. This second area of rotation, pretty much right on top of Hernando, both of them moving to the northeast. So you've got one that's going to cross I-55 about near Hernando and Commerce Street. And let's go back to this camera. Let's see what's going on there now. I'm noticing the rain starting to pick up. Well, yeah, the rain is picking up. People are still driving in this. I cannot believe it. But, you know,
our radar is definitely picking up a possible tornado on the ground.
Yeah, we've got a tornado down here, folks, in DeSoto County, without a doubt. Coming into Hernando right now, possible debris being detected. And it's going to be hard to see now that we've got the rain coming down, but I do just want to stay on this for a little bit because we've actually got two separate areas of rotation. New information from Tunica says Tunica County folks on Arca-Butler Dam Road, they report some damages. We called that town out a little bit ago for you, that road out a little bit ago in Tunica County. While we keep this up, I'm going to step over to the radar and just kind of investigate what is going on, because even if there's not a tornado, which we think there is, the winds are still insane, and you don't want to be driving around in this.
This is my concern with this storm, is that, as you can see, number one, let's start off with the flashers that you're seeing on your screen. That's illegal. You cannot do that. So you cannot see people have to pull over to the side of the road, but you can see the rainfall has increased in the last 3 to 5 minutes. So we've been watching this camera. If there is a tornado, you're not going to be able to see it because it's going to look like just clouds, and it's not. It's going to be rain wraps. It's going to be very dangerous, and it's going to be moving fast. I know that they were trying to work on closing I-55 at some point.
It doesn't look like
it does not look like they were successful at that. You can see tractor trailers on the roads. Just tractor trailers can be blown over by how strong tornado winds are. So you definitely want to make sure that if you know anyone who may be coming home from work, it is 7:56 on a Friday night, you need to make sure that they know that they need to pull over to the side of the road. Maybe if there's a gas station right off the exit, maybe McDonald's, get in there, get into the bathroom, wherever you need to go, to make sure you're being safe, because driving on the interstate is not the safest place, especially now that it's dark outside. That is very concerning. Rain-wrapped tornadoes are very scary because you cannot see it. You can only hear the winds. So definitely want to make sure that you are being weather aware. While Trevor is working on some stuff over there, I'm going to put a new track on this storm and kind of warn people out ahead of it once again. And I know, some people might be tired of hearing where this storm is going, but there's two little areas of rotation. Here's the first one that we're keeping our eye on. This is for Hernando at 8:03 p.m., Pleasant Hill at 8:16 p.m., Lewisburg at 8:17 p.m., Olive Branch at 8:23 p.m., Byhalia at 8:29 p.m., Center Hill at 8:30 p.m., Collierville at 8:39 p.m., Piperton at 8:42 p.m., and Rossville at 8:48 p.m. That's our first area of concern with possible rotation. Here's another track that I'm going to just draw myself. Sometimes it's better if you just do it yourself, because you need to get that information out, especially if you are not quite in this tornado warning, they're going to extend it. So just go ahead and prepare yourself now. Nesbitt at 8:03 p.m. We've called your name a bunch of times, so make sure that you are in your safe place. If you know someone who lives in Nesbitt or who's at the Lander Center, I don't think there's anything going on there tonight. I hope there isn't.
Yeah, they canceled it. Thankfully,
yes,
there was an event
the Monster Jam, yes, canceled. South Haven, 8:09 p.m. Snowden Grove, 8:11 p.m. Pleasant Hill at 8:13 p.m. Olive Branch at 8:19 p.m. Hickory Hill at 8:22 p.m. Center Hill at 8:26 p.m. Southwind at 8:27 p.m. Germantown at 8:28 p.m. Now, we all know from literally Pleasant Hill all the way down, those are heavily populated areas. Please make sure that you're calling people. Maybe some people are out having dinner. It is Friday evening. We keep saying that. Make sure that they know what is happening outside right now, because this is a very serious situation, as there is a confirmed tornado on the ground right now, still moving eastward. So definitely I'm going to clear some of this stuff off so we can look and see exactly where I'm talking about. The rotation is in 2 different spots, so you need to make sure that you're being weather aware in both those spots. It's crossing 69 right now. It's headed towards Byhalia. This is I-22, so that's also a fairly traveled interstate, especially if you're leaving Memphis and you're headed towards Georgia or Atlanta. That's the road that you take. So if you know anyone who is headed that way, make sure that they know to pull over to the side, get into a McDonald's, get into a gas station at this time. It looks like it's going to be just south of Collierville, the strongest of the rotation. I don't want to call out these towns because this time I really hope that you're in your safe place, because it's a little bit too late there. We have a list of places for tornado shelters, so make sure that you are in there right now at this time. If you haven't made it, in the hallway, that's the best place for you without any windows. Trevor?
All right, Danielle, just wanted to kind of do a reset here. It is 8 p.m. You're watching WATN Memphis and WLMT Memphis. We are in continuous severe weather coverage. I'm meteorologist Trevor Birchett alongside meteorologist Danielle Moss. Tornado warning right now for DeSoto County, parts of Shelby County. Now, we've got sirens blaring for the entire Shelby County area. I wanted to tell you that this tornado warning really only goes for Hickory Hill and Germantown. This tornado warning does not include downtown. Let me get you to a view that you might recognize a little better. Memphis, downtown, you're not included in this. Midtown, East Memphis, Sycamore View, Wynne, Bartlett, Lakeland, Fraser, Raleigh, not going to be impacted by this storm. This storm is going to stay to the south of you, Germantown and Collierville. We're going to keep an eye on it, but it's likely going to even stay just to the south of you. Where it is right now, it is over I-55. It's pretty much just crossed over I-55. It's kind of following up 269, passing by Mickingvale Road, and eventually going to be toward Getwell Road, toward Lewisburg. So if you're in Lewisburg now, we really want you to be in your tornado safe place. I want to go back to the velocity, and that's going to indicate, again, right there is your new circulation. This storm's been kind of interesting because you've had several different little rotations pop up and then disappear. This was our original rotation. It has weakened a little bit. Still keeping an eye on that as it goes up towards South Haven and Goodman Road. Still some circulation in that. But the main area of circulation now is to the east of Hernando, south of 269, generally going toward Lewisburg. So that looks to be the stronger of the two right now. I'm gonna watch this little area too and just make sure it doesn't want to act up. You can kind of see better here. There's 2 areas. I want to start out with the northern area of rotation in DeSoto County that hopefully is weakening. It looks like it is, but I do want to give you a heads up. Right now it's over Nesbitt Road and Tulane Road. It's going to cross I-55, this one pretty close to Star Landing Road, and then maybe just to the south of Church Road. And then it would go a little bit closer to Church and Sweeney, eventually toward Tunica and Nail, and then eventually up toward Goodman and Getwell. Again, this area of circulation seems to be weakening. That's good news because my parents were literally right there. But we are going to keep a close eye on that because, of course, it can strengthen back up. And I want you in your safe place either way. If you're in South Haven or Olive Branch, you need to be in your safe place anyway. But this area here, the one that's going to be moving through South Haven, is weakening for now. The one to the south is strengthening, and right now it is near 269 and Craft, coming up to Ross Road, again, eventually toward the Lewisburg schools. Here's Lewisburg right there. That is that main area of rotation that is pretty much going to be the main gig, but we got to watch that smaller area. I'm going to keep an eye on this just for the next little bit to make sure that that thing does not pop back up. But let me check our debris mode. This was a tornado at one point. I can tell you that because we've got debris right there that's been picked up by the storm, and it's starting to kind of fall out of the clouds. So we've got trees, limbs, leaves, all kind of stuff that's been thrown up in the clouds when the tornado touched down in Tunica, and now it's starting to weaken. This area is still a tornado. We've still got debris that's being picked up by that storm, and that is going to be near Lewisburg. So if you're near Lewisburg, 8:11, you've got about 5, 6, 7 minutes. You need to be in your safe place, eventually toward Byhalia, Red Banks, and possibly toward Collierville by 8:29. Collierville, you're not in the warning technically yet, but here's your early heads up. By 8:30, if this thing holds together, it's going to be near you. BTI is 6.7. That's a scale of 1 to 10 of the likelihood that this is a tornado. So to see a 6.7, that's pretty high. That's something we don't want to shy away from. So just to kind of explain all that again, I feel like that might have been a little bit confusing. So I want to loop back here and just kind of give you a better idea of what was going on. We had a tornado touchdown in Tunica County near the casinos. That's what that was right there. So that came out of Tunica County. That area of circulation is now weakening. It could strengthen back up. So if you're in South Haven, I still want you in your safe place. That thing could touch back down in a matter of seconds, but it does look like it's weakening. We've had a secondary circulation. Yeah, it's really starting to weaken. That's some better news there. You see the colors trying to dwindle down. This area of circulation has ramped up. It's kind of taken some energy from that original circulation, and it's dropped another tornado that is on the ground now near 269 and Lewisburg. 269 and the Lewisburg schools. We've got some cameras out there. If y'all want to check 269 and Lewisburg, Craft Road, 269 and Craft Road, we should have a camera pretty much right there. You could also check 269 and 305. That should be one to the east of Craft. And then there's some other cameras around there too. So if we just want to check in on that, we'll see what comes from it. But this is crossing 269 likely right now, and then it's eventually going to continue into more of DeSoto County along Bethel Road, Woolsey Road, Miller Road. There you see where Bethel Road kind of turns up. This is going to be pretty close to Red Banks Road and I-22. And then you can even see Center Hill Road and Forest Hill Road in Olive Branch. All right, so new information here, a new tornado warning, or the same tornado warning is going to continue for Shelby and DeSoto counties until 8:15, likely going to be extended. At 8:04, a tornado was located near Hernando, moving northeast at 45. So that's that circulation that is likely still a tornado on the ground now near I-269 and Lewisburg. So they're about to issue a new tornado warning off to the east of this. That's likely going to include Marshall County and Collierville. So Byhalia, Collierville, be in your safe place now. Danielle, what you got over there?
So I just wanted to reset really quickly and show everyone a large view of our entire viewing area and what we are looking at. This is that confirmed tornado that is moving through, and it is for Shelby County. We are also watching for another thunderstorm that just popped up there near Wynne, where that tornado already touched down earlier today. As of right now, it's not severe, which is good news. I just wanted to give you an update just in case you know someone there. There is rain moving through that area, but right now it is not severe. But still, more little isolated supercells headed our way, so we're not quite done with this severe threat at all by any means. Now, this storm that is continuing to be confirmed, moving through Shelby County, parts of Shelby County and parts of DeSoto County, still a cause for concern. And they're going to draw another polygon downstream. So that means that they're probably going to close Collierville in that one as well. That means that the storm is going to be crossing I-22 at I-269 as well, and maybe even Highway 72. So I'm just going to draw our own track on this to try to get a better look and see exactly what we're talking about and what areas might be impacted. I'm going to move this box out of the way so you can see the bulk of the storm there. So Lewisburg at 8:10 p.m., Center Hill at 8:17 p.m., Collierville at 8:24 p.m. Now, we know that there's a lot of people that live in these areas. You definitely want to make sure that you're in the safest place of your home. If you live in an apartment, try to go to the leasing office. I know it's 8 o'clock, so they might be closed. That means that you need to get to the first floor. Whoever's on that level floor, maybe there is a level floor underneath that first floor. You need to go wherever you can to be at the lowest part of that building. Piperton at 8:26 p.m., Rossville at 8:30 p.m., Moscow at 8:38 p.m., Williston at 8:44 p.m., Somerville at 8:48 p.m., Grand Junction at 8:50 p.m., and Whiteville at 9:02 p.m. You can see there's the new warning there. I'm going to clear that off our screen really quickly so we can take a look. And you can see how far they drew that red box, this new polygon. So this is the confirmed part of the storm. The non-blinking part is the new tornado warning. So as of right now, this is just a heads up. So if you're in this area, you might not even be seeing any rain right now, especially if you live along Highway 72, which, you know, turns into Poplar 269, going through Collierville, I-22 as well. So heavy rainfall at the very least, some of you might be seeing. The winds are probably increasing right now, but unfortunately, this is a textbook signature that we use to look at these possible storms, and it's still right there near Olive Branch. So if you know someone who lives in Olive Branch, I hope you gave them the heads up that the storm is headed their way. I'm going to zoom in a little bit further to see if we can get some street level names to see exactly where this storm is located and who's going to be impacted. We keep saying 269, but what streets? Here we go. Here's some good streets here. DeSoto Road, Bailey Drive, Byhalia Road. This is also Goodman Road near 269, Dogwood Road near Case, right near Highway 72, Holmes Road as well. And we all know where State Line Road is, Polk Lane. This storm is going to cross Hacks Cross Road south of State Line Road in a matter of minutes as well. This is right near Handy Corner. You can see, I know it's very hard to see, but this little blinking line on your screen shows you where that tornado warning that's confirmed is located. So here is the new tornado warning. They just issued a brand new one. So this is radar indicated for Benton, DeSoto, and Marshall counties in Mississippi, as well as Fayette, Hardeman, and Shelby counties in Tennessee until 8:45. So this is radar indicated. So that's good news here. This does not mean it's on the ground, but it is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Lewisburg or near Olive Branch, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour, which is the exact area that I was just calling out. So I'm going to zoom out just a little bit so we can see that new tornado warning. Again, there we go. So this storm is moving, radar indicated near Olive Branch is right in this area here. So it's going to continue to push eastward. So it looks like it's probably going to be a little bit south of Collierville, but still heavy rainfall headed that way. High winds as well, a little bit north of Byhalia, but just barely. So if you live or you know someone that's traveling around 269 in between Byhalia and Collierville, that is where the strongest of that storm is going to split those two places, heading northeast by Moscow as well. This is going to be north of Somerville, but it includes, the new tornado warning does include Somerville, and it's probably going to be headed towards Bolivar. I wouldn't be surprised if this warning is continued once again. Metro Memphis area, you guys are almost done. You can see Whitehaven not included in this, Memphis, Bartlett, Lakeland, Germantown, Oakland, none of us are included there, but Collierville, definitely about to get some heavy rainfall your way, and south of Collierville in between Byhalia. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit so we can see exactly where this storm is headed. You can see there's Olive Branch there on your screen. So Handy Corner, DeSoto Road, Barton, Goodman Road, Wingo Road, Case, Highway 72, Bill Morris Parkway, which is 385 essentially, and that is going to be crossing 72. So that's going to be north of south of Mount Pleasant, excuse me, and East Shelby Drive. So 385, we know a lot of people, there's probably some heavy rainfall moving there. This is right at State Line Road in North Mississippi. So heavy rainfall, if you know anybody, high winds, this is a tornado warning. So they need to be in their safe spot at this time. We're not looking at a confirmed warning right now for those towns that I just called out. However, the storm still looks to be pretty intense, especially as it continues to cross through Olive Branch and Highway 78. So a lot going on. We're hearing now reports of power out in South Haven. So that is definitely another thing. Charge your phones right now. Go ahead and plug them in. Even if you have 70, 80%, go ahead and plug in your phones now because the power is going out. Collierville, 8:20 p.m. Piperton at 8:22 p.m. Rossville at 8:25 p.m. Moscow at 8:32 p.m. Somerville, 8:39, and Grand Junction at 8:40. So a lot going on, and I know a lot of people know others that live here. Definitely keeping our eye, and it says, west of Lewisburg, the rotation has broadened. So that means that we're still keeping our eye on this storm. It's not weakening just yet, so don't let your guard down. Even though this next tornado warning is not confirmed, it's still something to keep your eye on. Trevor?
Yeah, Danielle, just some new information. We've got some reports of damage now coming out of DeSoto County near Highway 304 and Scenic Lane. We have some roof damage and some trees that have been uprooted there. I was going to tell you we have this tornado warning that is coming into northern Marshall County now. It's really going to stay south of Collierville. It really is. The area of rotation is, at least. Now, the heavy rain, the thunderstorms, I know you're hearing it in Collierville, but that potential tornado is going to be south of you. It's going to go into Marshall and Fayette counties. We've got a couple of more storms back here in Arkansas. None of these have warnings on them right now. That's the last line of storms. So once we can get past this line of storms, we'll be in a lot better shape and we can give you the all clear. I want to zoom back in here. Again, right now we have no confirmation that this is on the ground. It was a little bit ago, but I will say I'm happy with what I'm seeing in that it does not look as strong. The rotation right now is not there as strong as it was a little bit ago. So Byhalia, I still want you in your safe place. There's still broad circulation, what we call it, in that the entire storm is kind of spinning. For a tornado, you want really small areas of rotation. So really this whole storm is spinning, but a tornado is not going to touch down that big. You need one little centralized area of rotation. And the good news is we're not seeing that right now. There's no one little area that is spinning. The entire storm is. So damaging wind gusts, possible tornado, but right now it does not look like we have a tornado on the ground. That is going to be moving into Byhalia soon. This storm is, if it's not already there, you've already got the gusty winds. And then if we put a storm track on this, we can kind of time this out for you. Notice your BTI, that's a little bit more good news, down to a 2.7. So that's on a scale of 1 to 10. The likelihood of a tornado, it's a 2.7. That's the lowest we've seen all night. It has been higher in several other storms, but these storms have also come up and down. We saw that happen with the storm that produced the tornado in Wynne and Turl and Covington. It kind of jumped a little bit. So it produced a tornado, then it lifted up. It weakened, then it produced a tornado again. So that could be what's happening here. There's still plenty of energy for these storms to work with. So if you're in Marshall County or Fayette County, I want you to take this seriously. But the worst of the storm going to stay to the south of Collierville, at least the potential tornado. Now, I know it's raining and storming in Collierville. It's probably going to do the same in Rossville, but the potential tornado is near Byhalia right now, and it's going to be a little closer to Moscow and Grand Junction here within the next 30 minutes. In fact, you can see right there Moscow by 8:33, Grand Junction by about 8:40. So again, some promising signs that this thing might be trying to weaken. Got the sirens going off again in Shelby County. And again, it's that frustrating thing that it seems like we deal with every single time where Shelby County does not have the siren system that only sets them off if you're in the warning. They can only set them off for the entire county. And what you're seeing here, that's just a bad scan that came in from the radar. So the radar is kind of doing some funky stuff, but just ignore that. We'll get a better scan here in just a little bit. But so the Shelby County sirens, if a part of the area is in a warning, the whole siren system is going to go off. So like for this instance, Collierville is in a warning. We're hearing sirens in Bartlett, Midtown, downtown. That is not a concern. The concern is with this tornado in DeSoto County into Marshall County. DeSoto County has it to where the sirens only go off if you're in the warning. Shelby County does not have that. So unfortunately right now sirens are going off probably in Millington, and it's nowhere near where the storm is. There you see the latest radar update. We've got some showers there in parts of 385 along Kirby Road, south of 240, but that possible tornado, it's really in Byhalia, Mississippi, and the potential for a tornado is even going to stay south of Collierville. So Collierville, I know it's nasty there right now with all the heavy rain, but I'm going to put another storm track on your possible tornado. BTI still relatively low. Moscow, Tennessee, and Fayette County by 8:31. Williston by 8:35. Grand Junction by 8:39. Faulkner by 8:47. So again, I know we've got sirens going off in Shelby County. The warning technically includes Collierville, but the worst of that storm, the tornado, is going to stay south of you. It's near Byhalia, and it's going to stay in the northern portion of Marshall County. Holly Springs, it's well to the north of you. It's going to be closest to Moscow in southern Fayette County. But again, I wanted to add right now, I'm not seeing significant signs of rotation, which is good news. Not to say the storm is weakening, because it's necessarily not, but it is just going through a phase now where the rotation is not quite as strong as it was. Still some very strong winds in here. Don't get me wrong. We're seeing wind gusts of 60 to 70 miles an hour. But the tornado does not look like, at least for right now, it is on the ground. And I know we've got some more storms in eastern Arkansas, but right now, Danielle, this is the only one that we're concerned about and something we're going to keep an eye on still, because it could still strengthen back up a little bit. All right, we've got some trees down in DeSoto County. Let's see if we can get over to that. We were telling you about that just a little bit ago. And here's that. And this is the picture I was talking about, actually. So this is tree and roof damage at Scenic Lane in DeSoto County near 304. So you see the tree over 304. There was another picture in the tweet where we had some siding come off a house and a part of the roof came off. But it wasn't, it was just like the metal part of the roof, not the entire actual roof. So I guess that's some good news. We'll take the good news as we get it. But for right now, I'm going to zoom all the way back out, and then Danielle, we'll see what you have over there. This storm's out of DeSoto County. So DeSoto County, we can give you the all clear. And really, Shelby County, I could give you the all clear. I know Collierville, you've still got sirens going off and you're technically in the warning, but this storm is going to stay in Marshall County and then eventually into southern Fayette County toward Grand Junction. So if you're in DeSoto County or Shelby County, you're safe to go ahead and come out of your safe place. And for right now, this is the only storm that we are concerned about. We've got some thunderstorms over in eastern Arkansas. None of those are severe right now, but they could be. Still got plenty of storm energy in the atmosphere, so we'll keep an eye on it. But for right now, that tornado, possible tornado, now out of DeSoto County, out of Shelby County, moving into Marshall County, Danielle.
That's right, Trevor. So I've been keeping an eye on other storms or other rain showers that we could be possibly seeing. And I know the people in Wynne, Arkansas are working frantically to clean up. Speaking of, let's show some of that video that we have in Wynne, Arkansas. This is drone video. This was captured earlier this evening. Very strong storm that went through there. Some of these houses do look leveled, and you can see there's people down there trying to clean up. We haven't heard any reports of injuries just yet, but we do know the high school was damaged during this storm. You can see the trees are just snapped, roofs ripped off. This is tornado damage in Wynne, Arkansas from earlier this evening, and right now they're dealing with even more rainfall right now. The good news is that we're not really seeing any possible severe weather in that area, which is great, but that's still going to make things kind of dangerous tonight. If you know anyone there, there's no cell phone towers right now. We did hear reports of maybe possible power outages there. Definitely don't want to try to go that area because you don't know where any of the damage is concerned. We've seen storms pick up and drop down all evening long, so just make sure that you are inside. If you're not an emergency official, please do not be on the roadways at this time, especially this late. Now we are watching another storm that could be going through the same areas, and unfortunately that is going to be a cause for concern. Hopefully they stay what we call sub-severe, which means less than a severe thunderstorm warning. Now, we still do have a tornado warning. It's not confirmed, radar indicated. That means that our radar shows that there could be a possible tornado. Now, this storm does look like it's weakening just a little bit, but that doesn't mean that it can't re-strengthen. So it's definitely something else that we are keeping our eye on. It's definitely still a very strong storm. They did just cancel DeSoto County out of that tornado warning. So it is still in effect for Benton, Marshall, Mississippi, as well as Fayette, Hardeman, and Shelby counties until 8:45 tonight. So there you go. You see that it trimmed back just a little bit, but still does include a little bit of Shelby County, and that's because I think Carterville is still possibly in that area, and they're talking about maybe some radar indicated golf ball size hail with this storm, which honestly I can't say that I would be too surprised from, because as the storm made its way through our area, it started off as a really heavy rainfall and possible hail event, and then it just continued to strengthen. We saw it confirm a few tornadoes along the way, so it's definitely a strong storm. I'm going to put a hail path on there and see exactly what we're looking at here. And yeah, you can see some probable hail right in this area, which is just south of Carterville, just north of Byhalia. So just like we were saying, splitting Carterville and Byhalia right now. Still a lot of shear in this storm. Shear is rotation. So how are the winds rotating the storm? So do not let your guard down with this storm just yet. It's not completely weakened. It's definitely not over yet. So Moscow, it is definitely headed your way. I'm going to click on this storm track and see exactly where it's going here. So if you see your town, Rossville at 8:29, Moscow at 8:33 p.m. Right now it's 8:24. Williston at 8:36, Grand Junction at 8:40, Somerville as well at 8:40, Whiteville at 8:47 p.m., Eurekaton at 8:49, Bolivar at 8:50, Vildo at 8:51, and Tune at 8:53. So this is not a confirmed tornado, but a strong, severe thunderstorm that could produce a tornado, maybe even radar indicated, just going through some of the things that we look at, shear, rotation, as well as wind speed. You can definitely see that there's definitely some probable hail in there that could be damaging. Right now, the National Weather Service is saying that hail size could be golf ball. And as you can see there, that definitely could be true. We'll do a pixel query there. Yep, 1 inch size hail, and this is radar indicated though, so not confirmed, but possibly greater than 1 inch size hail falling in between Byhalia and Collierville. So definitely continuing to be a strong storm, just not confirmed tornado, but because it's so strong, and we've been seeing these storms kind of what we call up cycles. So the weaken just a little bit, maybe pick up any funnel cloud that may have touched down and continue to strengthen as it pushes east, and then drop another funnel cloud. So if you are in this tornado warning or on the way towards that tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place, because this storm could produce another tornado at any time. So please make sure that you're in your safe place at this time. In fact, let's go over some of those tornado safety tips, because we haven't done that in a while. Can we pull those up for us full screen? There we go. Here's some of your tornado safety tips. You want to make sure that you're in a basement or the smallest center room. We always say in the hallway is the best place for you to go. Stay away from all your windows, because if the wind blows, they could blow out those windows and cause a lot of damage. Cover yourself, whether that's with a mattress, that's with a helmet, anything that you can find in your home to cover your head, do that. You want to go to the lowest floor possible. Now, some of us don't have basements here in the Mid-South, but if you live in an apartment, you definitely don't want to be on the 3rd or 4th floor. That could be horrible. Seek shelter in an interior stairwell. So if you live in a tall apartment building, make sure you go into the stairwell if you can't get down to the 1st floor. Anywhere you go, you want to make sure that you are being weather aware and away from those windows. The windows are what really causes damage, and anything that could be flying through them as well. Lots of heavy rainfall moving through this area as well. I'm going to put the radar back on there so we can see, and I'll clear off some of this stuff. Still a very strong storm moving through this area. One last time for some storm tracks and where this is headed and what towns this impacts. It's still moving around 52 miles an hour, so definitely still moving very fast. Winds are high, 8:36 p.m. for Rossville, Moscow 8:43, Williston at 8:50, and Somerville at 8:56 p.m. very strong storm, folks, and this is definitely a situation that you don't want to let your guard down. We've been seeing lots, and I do mean lots of possible storm damage, possible tornadoes touch down. We're getting reports from Tunica, Mississippi, of where there's been roof damages and trees down. I definitely don't want to let your guard down with this storm just yet. In fact, they're talking about that, like what I said, this storm is strengthening just a little bit. So we're not quite done. In fact, here we go. You can see what we call the hook feature coming right back into that radar. So strong storm still moving. The good news is Collierville, you're pretty much done with that situation. So the next scan, the next tornado warning will probably remove Collierville and Shelby County outside of it. But I'm going to zoom out and put my own track on this storm because now it looks as though the storm actually might be strengthening just a little bit once again. So definitely keeping our eye on that. Trying to read some of this and just to keep you updated, that we were supposed to expire our tornado watch at 8 p.m. but they extended that to 10 p.m. so that shows you that we're not quite done, folks. So I'm going to put one more track on this, Trevor, and then I'll toss it over to you because I know you've been working on some stuff. I want to draw my own track from, there we go. So not many populated areas, but Moscow, 8:44 p.m. Grand Junction at 8:57 p.m. in Middleton, 9:21 p.m. in Bolivar at 9:22. Bolivar, you're not in that tornado warning yet, but you need to go ahead and be prepared. Trevor?
All right, Danielle, thank you. I know you covered a little longer than usual. We usually go back and forth every few minutes. I just had to sit down for a little bit. I know you feel the same way. We've been setting up for about 4 hours. So if you need to sit down, grab a drink of water, whatever you need to do, I can hold on to it here for a few minutes as you do whatever you need to do. But we are still watching this storm. It's in northern Marshall County, as Danielle was saying. It's crossing Highway 72 now, and it's going to be coming into southern Fayette County. That is... All right, if we want to check that out now, we have that. Do we have that available to show? Yeah. Okay, let's take a look at that, and we'll hop back to this in just a second. We have some photos of Wynne High School that was potentially damaged by that tornado from earlier. If we can maybe zoom in this just a little bit. I know it's kind of hard to see there, but Wynne High School, you know, very hardly hit by that tornado. There we go. There's a little bit of a better view. And this looks like maybe the front of the school. You could see big time damage there at Wynne High School. Luckily, the walls are standing. And these big tornado days, sometimes you see tornadoes that are so strong, there's nothing left. So at least there's some things left. You hate to see the damage, but I'm really thinking back to like Rolling Fork last week where everything was just leveled and realizing it could have been worse. And maybe that's just me trying to be optimistic, but for right now, we don't have any reports of serious injuries, no reports of fatalities, but there's a lot of damage, and it's going to take a good bit of time to clear up. Okay, we got to focus on this tornado warning for right now, but we can hopefully get back to some of that damage here in just a little bit. But we do have this tornado warning that's going to continue mainly now for Fayette County. It's moving out of Marshall County into Fayette County now. So if you're in Moscow, Tennessee by 8:39, that's where that possible circulation is going to be going. And we were talking about how it seemed like it had calmed down just a little bit. We had our BTI, our tornado index, on a scale of 1 to 10 go down to a 2. It's now gone back to a 7 with some strengthening inside of this storm.
Hey, Trevor, really quickly, this is just breaking news. We had some people calling because we hadn't been hearing anything in Wynne, Arkansas, but we can confirm right now that possibly 2 people have died in Wynne, Arkansas from that storm. And that is new information, and that was in St. Francis County. So we did get that confirmed. It's a dire situation, and it is definitely something that we're going to continue to monitor. And as the evening goes along, as tomorrow when the sun rises, we'll get more information on this. And there's going to be plenty of storm damage all across the Mid-South, and that's just one place that we know that a tornado did touch down. So this is a very dire situation, Trevor. So I'll let you go ahead and finish your thought there with that tornado warning right now.
And you know, you hate to hear that.
Yep.
And just seeing the damage, and you hope for that bit of good news. I think you heard it in my voice, hunting for the good news, and then just moments later you hear about the injuries and deaths, and you hate to hear it. So we're going to be keeping an eye on Wynne. They're going to need the help over the next couple of days. But unfortunately, we're still tracking tornadoes, and we got to keep going here tonight. We have a tornado that is now on the ground, confirmed on the ground on Highway 72 near Mount Pleasant. We have a storm chaser out there reporting power flashes where power lines are being ripped down by this circulation. So this thing is ramping right back up. BTI is 7.1, so stronger indications of some possible rotation now inside this storm. So what I want to do here is go back to our velocity mode and really pick out where that circulation is. And that's going to be it right there, that southern one. So this thing has probably just crossed over Sladen. Highway 72 near Sladen Road, moving up Mill Pond Road. So if you're along Mill Pond Road, Early Grove, you need to be in your safe place. Wilburn Road, Early Grove Road, Concord Road. This is all in northern Marshall County. That is where that circulation is going to be going. And this just happened moments ago. We just had that tornado touchdown a couple of seconds ago. So we might not even have any debris yet. But what we can do here is stay on that debris mode and see if we do have anything pop up. Now, I know you're seeing the blue, and we've been saying all night that blue is for a tornado. It's not really looking, we would look for kind of a dot within the red, so this would not necessarily be that. But we're going to keep an eye on it because we do have reports of damage. Again, a tornado on the ground right now in northern Marshall County, pretty much over Sladen and moving off into southern Fayette County here pretty soon. So let's go back to our shear mode product, and that's going to really outline where that rotation is. And there it is. Again, it's right over Sladen. You can almost see that S shape on the radar. That's always a very strong indication of rotation. So again, that's over Sladen on Highway 72. If you put a storm track on this, I'm going to actually just draw my own to get it just a little more precise and make sure we have the speed right. That is going to be a large and extremely dangerous tornado over Sladen, moving east at 45 miles an hour. So let's put a new track on this. We'll get the latest time frame for this tornado. Again, a new warning just now coming out, or at least one being updated. They did say 45 miles an hour, so we'll extend that to about right there in Fayette County. And this is a new updated arrival time for what is a tornado that is on the ground. If it stays on the ground, this is when it's going to be near you. Grand Junction by 8:52. We're getting into Hardeman County a little bit, but that's going to be the area that's next in line. This is going to stay south of Moscow, south of Rossville, well south of Somerville. Middleton, Tennessee by 9:13. That's also in southern Hardeman County. Bolivar by 9:15 as well. If it's going to likely stay to the south of Bolivar, but really Grand Junction, Middleton, north of 72, that is where that tornado is going to go. We had it weaken a little bit, and it picked right back up as we knew that it could. So this is right over Sladen in northern Marshall County, Mississippi along Highway 72, and it is moving off to the northeast. So again, Grand Junction and Middleton, you need to be in your safe place now. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground doing damage. So let's talk about those tornado safety tips one more time. We need you to be on the lowest floor that you have. If you've got a basement, that's great. A storm shelter, that's great. Most people do not. So the lowest floor you can get to, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Stay away from windows and cover yourself with something. Anything to cover your head, pillows, blankets, mattresses, even a pot or a pan, that is going to be good. So that's what you need to do if you're in this warning. Again, circulation over Sladen, Mississippi, along Highway 72, Grand Junction, and Middleton, going to be that next area that is in line for the possible circulation. Actually, what we know is a circulation. What we know is a tornado that is on the ground. Now to the east of Sladen, this is near Early Grove, Bryan Road, Dorsey Road, Bryant Road. Again, all moving off. Now this is extreme northwestern Benton County. This is going to kind of ride the line for a little bit between Benton County, Marshall County, and southern Fayette County. So if you know anybody out there in that area, give them a call. Make sure they're paying attention because this thing is already doing some damage in northern Mississippi, and it's going to continue to do that. It might lift and touch back down a couple of times, but we do know that it is on the ground. We have a storm chaser in Sladen right now that is watching it. cause some damage. Now, I do want to remind you as we zoom on out here, that's kind of the only thing right now that we're watching. If you zoom out, there's really not a whole lot going on. Now, we do have some other storms back in eastern Arkansas. That is the last round of storms, thank goodness, but we got to get through it as well. So we've got a pretty strong thunderstorm right now coming into Phillips and Lee County in Arkansas. No major circulation with that, but it is producing some hail up to about a ½ an inch, quarter of an inch. Also some thunderstorms coming into Ripley, Covington, even into Turrell yet again. Parkin and Earl also getting some thunderstorms. None of those are severe. We have one severe thunderstorm right now, and it's that tornado warning with a tornado on the ground in Marshall County near Sladen, crossing Highway 72, and it's going to be crossing into the southern portion of Fayette County, even into the southern portion of Hardeman County. So I want to zoom right back in on that, but I did just want to kind of give you an update if you're watching across the Mid-South that this is the only storm we're concerned about right now, and it's for Marshall and Fayette County. I'm also just giving an early heads up to Hardeman County because that is going to be the next county that is impacted by this tornado. So there's that hook echo we were talking about on the backside of that storm where that rotation continues to strengthen. So what we'll do here, we'll zoom back into that and we'll kind of get an idea of where it is now. So again, like I said, Early Grove, Bryan Road, still good indications of rotation there. Here's the latest update from the Weather Service, a new bulletin coming out right now. We'll zoom out and show that to you. That's that new red box that was just drawn. You see it right there. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado near Sladen, 14 miles north of Holly Springs, moving to the east-northeast at about 50 miles an hour. So that tornado, again, down near Sladen, Mississippi. This warning goes for Fayette, Hardeman, extreme northern Benton and Tippah counties. This is going to stay north of Ashland. It's going to stay north of Ripley, Mississippi. But again, who we're concerned about is really going to be Grand Junction, Tennessee, even Middleton, Tennessee, going to be impacted by this as it continues to move into Hardeman County. Danielle, you've been watching it over there. Do you see anything I'm missing? Any other new information?
No, we are definitely getting it all. And, you know, we keep talking about it. We keep saying the same things over and over again. Hey, looking downstream of the storm, just trying to give a heads up to Hardeman County. We're trying to tell you all ahead of time because these storms are continuing to show kind of the same trend. We start to see them really getting strong, they weaken just a little bit, and then they continue to pick up strength. So this is one of those cases where we saw it kind of weakening when it was between Collierville and Byhalia. It was weakening. Now we're seeing it strengthen once again. It's definitely a cause for concern. It's definitely been kind of nerve-wracking here in the Mid-South because we've had, you know, talked about several confirmed tornado, and here is another one right now on the ground. Now this is moving a little bit north of Highway 72, and I know this is definitely out of the range of where we would, you know, tell people to pull up any of our R-dot cams or T-dot cams. So I'm just going to draw a storm track on this and call out some towns and make sure that you all know exactly where this storm is right now and what places could be impacted by it. But as of right now, it is moving just south of Moscow. So if you know someone in Moscow, they're definitely getting some heavy rainfall right now. But this area right here where this little hook is, that is where the strongest of the storm is. That's where our rotation is probably at. But Moscow at 8:45 p.m., Grand Junction at 8:57, Bolivar at 9:15. So Bolivar, you have time. Get into a tornado shelter, get to where you need to be. It's only 8:40. You have until 9:15 to get there. Middleton at 9:16, Hornsby at 9:23. Siltern at 9:28, Raymer at 9:33, Selmer at 9:36, Bethel Springs at 9:37, and Eastview at 9:38 p.m. This storm that's right now confirmed on the ground still heading your way. So you definitely need to get in your safe spot right now at this time. If we take a look at some of our wind speeds and what we've been seeing, to try to talk about how strong these storms are. They have been so strong as they continue to push eastward, and they're continuing to strengthen, unfortunately, even without the daylight there. So we're looking at wind speeds maybe 100 miles an hour, and if that's the case, we're looking at maybe an EF1, EF2 tornado here if this is still on the ground. lots of damage could be ensued. Now, we do know a lot of this is farmland, but still, you're talking about trucks being blown over. You're talking about possible shingles on homes, damage to anywhere that's in this area, any sheds, mobile homes, anything that's in this area right now where these two blinking red boxes are in danger for a confirmed tornado. You saw that latest scan moved it up just a little bit. So this is just north of Highway 72. I'm going to put on the radar again and zoom in just a little bit closer to look at street level here. And just in case you know someone, Grand Junction, it is definitely headed your way. So I hope that you are prepared there. This is going to be a new tornado warning. Man, there's going to be a new tornado warning here for Lee, Phillips, and St. Francis County, Arkansas, as well as Tunica, Mississippi until 9:15 p.m.
I'll hop on that one. If you want to finish up on that, I can get that ready.
I'll keep my eye on this. Thanks, Trevor. So I've never been so thankful for there to be two of us. So this is a look at this confirmed tornado. There's a new tornado warning. I'll read the bulletin to you because I don't think that I finished there, but this is a brand new. Trevor's going to be working on it. Tornado warning now for Lee, Phillips, and St. Francis County in Arkansas, as well as Tunica, Mississippi. And I know that we had someone near Wynne, so I really hope that, you know, we are keeping all of our crews safe at this time. This is until 9:15. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Palmer or 7 miles northwest of Marvel, again, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So that is brand new information, brand new tornado warning. Trevor has the information on that. Go ahead, Trevor.
And Danielle, it's almost a carbon copy of the warning that we had earlier.
It really is.
This storm is pretty much following in the footsteps of the tornado that just came through. So this one might be a little bit further to the north. So the areas we were just talking about, here we go again. Mariana likely going to be a little bit more included into this one. Northern Tunica County. And then this likely going to be a bigger issue for South Haven and maybe the Memphis Metro. So we don't have a warning that far yet, but I do just want to give you that extra heads up and an early notice that we have that new tornado warning that's including most of Lee County, Arkansas, parts of Phillips County. And if you're in Mariana, Rondo, again, we've been talking about you. We're going to talk about you again. This one potentially producing a tornado. We don't have any indication on this one that it is confirmed, so that is at least a little bit of good news. But the radar does have strong indications that there is some rotation in here. And again, Danielle just told you Rondo by about 8:58, Mariana by 9:07. So if you are in Mariana, now's the time that you need to be into your tornado safe place. Very strong signs of rotation in here. In fact, we'll just go ahead and zoom on in here and get a really tight view of where those greens and reds are meeting. That is where your circulation is. So Turkey Scratch, you get some interesting names out here in eastern Arkansas. Lee County Road 100, Lee County Road 117, Big Creek Corner, Spring Creek, Vineyard, again, Rondo. You're going to be next up for this. This is really crossing into mainly Lee County. Phillips County technically partly under the warning, but Howard Road east of Spring Creek in Lee County. And then eventually, as this thing continues, unless it lifts itself up, this is going to cross State Highway 1 near Scott Valley in Lee County. And that's going to be likely just to the south of the city of Mariana. But Mariana, I still want you in your tornado safe place. I'm going to do one more storm track on this. And then Danielle, I do want to get back to you with that tornado warning that's coming into Hardeman County, because that is another serious one. But if you are out here, I know once again, we're going to do it all over again. If you're out here near Mariana, Lee County, Arkansas, the casinos back in the path, unfortunately, so they're going to be back in their safe place here shortly. Mariana by 9:06, Hughes by 9:35, the casinos likely by 9:37, Robinsonville and Horseshoe Lake just after 9:30. So now working two tornado warnings. Again, Mariana, Arkansas, another warning headed for you. You need to be in your safe place. Danielle, what's the latest up in Tennessee?
Okay, so this is a new track, and once again, Trevor, this storm is confirmed. You can see the blinking box on there, and we're not really seeing it let up at all. I was clicking to see our rotation detector, and there's still rotation in this storm. So I'm going to call out some more names for some more towns. I know you probably get tired of hearing it if you're not in that area, but let me tell you, if this were you, you would definitely want this much notice to make sure that you are in your safe place, because these storms have really been strong as they make landfall. So Grand Junction at 8:52 p.m. and just so you know, it's 8:46 p.m., just in case you're not watching this on TV. Middleton at 9:11 p.m., Hornsby at 9:19 p.m., Raymer at 9:28 p.m., Selmer at 9:32 p.m., Bethel Springs at 9:33 p.m., Eastview at 9:34 p.m., Fanger at 9:38 p.m., Henderson at 9:40 p.m., and Stantonville at 9:43 p.m. So this storm is still headed your way, and we know that we're not the end of this severe weather threat at all by any means. In fact, they extended that tornado watch at 10 p.m. I wouldn't be surprised if they extended it again, because we're going to watch that new tornado warned storm continue to push almost in the exact same path as this one. So definitely a very serious situation here. This is just kind of what we've been watching. So Hardeman County, you need to make sure that you are in your safe place. I just go ahead if you're anywhere in Hardeman County, because you're going to be having some heavy rainfall and high winds at the very least. And this tornado warning does not end until 9:15 p.m. And you see this little red dot on your screen. That's how we know that there's still rotation in this storm. It's not as bad as it was. It's not as bad as it was, but that doesn't mean you need to let your guard down, because we saw it when it was in between Collierville and Byhalia. Same thing, same exact thing. It got a little bit weak, and then it started to strengthen again, and that's why we have that confirmed tornado warning right now still. So if you're in between Bolivar and Middleton, once again, go ahead and prepare, get into your safe spot. I know you're probably hearing the rainfall, and that is just another piece of the puzzle. I know we've been saying some of the same things, but if you've maybe turned the station and came back in, let me just remind you that at night these storms are very, very dangerous. Not only because it's dark and you can't see them coming, but also this rainfall out in front of it. The rotation is back here at the back. So if it's rain wrapped, it's going to be hard to see at all. It's going to look just like a straight cloud, and that is very concerning. Don't let your guard down. By the time you hear those winds, it will be too late. So you definitely need to make sure that you are in your safe place right now, especially if you live in between Bolivar and Middleton. In fact, I'm going to zoom in just a little bit so we can talk about some of those places. If you're near the rotation there, just a little bit east of Moscow, you've already experienced the storm at this point. So I'm going to zoom in just a little bit between Bolivar and Middleton, and maybe call out some roads right over Grand Junction right now outside. It looks like, maybe the rotation is weakening just a little bit, but that doesn't mean that we need to let our guards down. So I'm going to read off some road names, and it's very small, so you just kind of have to bear with me here. Enon Lane, as well as Sane Road, Goff Loop, Lake Hardeman Road, Sane Road as well, Porter Road, West Road, Salisbury Road, George West Road, Maxwell Road, Hebron Road, Lenore Road, Doyle Road. That is, if I called your town, you are in the area where you could be seeing some possible rotation. The confirmed tornado is headed your way. The rainfall is there, but definitely still seeing possible rotation. So they did update, and they did remove Marshall County away from this same tornado warning. So I'm going to back out just a little bit before I toss things over to Trevor, because there is another tornado warning. It's not confirmed, but there is another tornado warning that I want to make sure that we all are paying attention to. Both of these, the new warning is for Benton, Tippah counties in Mississippi, as well as Fayette, Hardeman, and McNairy in Tennessee until 9:15. So it did remove Marshall, but this storm is moving over LaGrange, or 18 miles southwest of Bolivar, moving east at 55 miles an hour. So that's the new look, that new box on your screen, and I'll move it up just a little bit because I know we have a lot going on. There you go. So this is what the new confirmed warning is right now. They still left it as confirmed, so we'll keep an eye on that. Trevor, what are you watching over there?
Well, I put a storm track on that second storm that's coming into the Memphis metro area. That one that you're talking about came through DeSoto County a little bit ago, and it missed most of the city of Memphis. But now we've got this second storm that's coming into the metro, and it could come pretty close through the city. So it's likely going to come right into Memphis. I wanted to time it out for you. Right now, we've got a pretty serious sign of some rotation here near Rondo, Arkansas. It's likely going to be south of Marianna. And once again, it's a lot of the same places we've been talking about. The casinos north of Tunica by 9:33, Robinsonville by 9:35, Lake Cormorant at 9:45, Eudora, we literally just talked about you at 9:48. Lynchburg at 9:56. Hernando at 9:59. Nesbitt, and then eventually towards South Haven and Memphis by 10 p.m. This is another radar indicated tornado. The radar indicating a possible tornado south of Marianna in southern Lee County. So we have a lot of people asking in the Facebook, I wish you would clear me out. Nobody's really clear because we've got, even though this first tornado has moved out of Memphis, we've got another storm on the way. This one's coming a little bit further to the north, so that is going to be an issue for Memphis, South Haven, and DeSoto County again within the next hour by around 10 p.m. So don't let your guard down yet. We've got another storm coming into Memphis by 10 p.m. But for now, it is over in Arkansas, so I want to zoom in, and I don't want to forget about those folks. It's pretty much over Rondo right now. It's going to be south of Marianna, more than likely, once again, along State Highway 1 near Oakwood. That's likely where this is going to cross north of Lee Road 242, and then eventually continuing to move off to the northeast. Greer Place, Haleside, State Highway 44. That is really where this is going, and then eventually crossing the Mississippi River once again into northern Tunica County. So if you are in this tornado warning, this includes the city of Marianna. Let's go through those tornado safety tips one more time. We want you to go to the lowest floor you have in your building. A basement's great, but if you don't have one, just go to the smallest center room that you have, bathroom, closet, interior hallway without windows. Just stay somewhere away from windows and cover yourself with blankets and pillows until that storm passes. Again, ETA to Memphis with this would be about 10 p.m. So about another hour, that storm is going to be knocking on Memphis's door. We could be going through another tornado warning, and likely will, as this storm continues to approach. I'm going to check the debris, Danielle, and then I'll get back over to you.
Okay, that's fine.
I just want to see if this is producing any damage. For right now, from what I'm looking at, I don't see any damage that the storm is picking up. There's no indication that a tornado has touched down, but there's very strong rotation, and it could touch down in just a matter of minutes. Again, strong signs of rotation and shear moving off to the north and east. Again, likely just south of Marianna, but we're really going to be watching this thing as it gets closer to DeSoto County and to the city of Memphis. But for now, we know that the other storm in Tennessee in southern Hardeman County has been producing a tornado. Danielle, what do you have?
Okay, so yes, you're correct. So this is the storm that moved through DeSoto County earlier. I do have an update from DeSoto County Sheriff. DeSoto County Sheriff PIO says that the hardest hit area is near Cocoa Reef Lake near Hernando. There's downed trees, power lines, and structural damage. The power is also out in that area, which means the Coahoma Electric will be on that, but they haven't had any calls of injuries, and that is the biggest blessing that I can bring us tonight, is that there hasn't been any calls of injuries in DeSoto County. And that is from this same storm that moved through there earlier this evening. And now there's another one headed that way, and that is where Trevor is keeping his eye on. So here's a look right now at our latest scan. This is the confirmed tornado on the ground, still making its way. It's slow moving, and I'm sure, I can't see it outside, but I am almost positive that it's probably rain wrapped at this time because there's so much rain out in front of the storm. They're probably going to also update this tornado warning, what we call the polygon, how they're drawing it, because now Moscow has been relieved from that area. It's still continuing to split Bolivar and Middleton, like I was kind of giving you a heads up earlier as well. As of right now, you need to make sure that you're being very weather aware. Some of us might actually be hearing some sirens in that area. It's headed towards Bethel Springs, Selmer, in that direction. I'm going to put another storm track on this storm so that we can call out, because this storm is confirmed on the ground as of right now. They have not taken it back. There's a new scan. Here we go. So Grand Junction right now, it is on your doorstep. You definitely want to make sure. This is literally where the rotation is. So the worst part of the storm moving right over Grand Junction. Middleton at 9:20 p.m., which is in about 20 minutes. It's 8:56 right now. Hornsby at 9:30, Raymer at 9:41, Selmer at 9:45. So, hey, Hornsby, Bethel, Springs, Selmer, you all are not in this warning right now, but you have to get in your safe spot by 9:45 and 9:46, because it's headed your way. You're going to hear the rainfall first. The strongest of the storm still moving through Grand Junction right now, but this is a confirmed tornado as of right now. What we've been seeing with this same storm is that it gains strength, it weakens, and then it gains strength again. So you don't want to let your guard down. Even though right now we're not seeing our textbook hook, really, it's still some rotation in that area. So still definitely could be a possible tornado on the ground. You need to make sure that you are in your safe place, and you can see our scan just updated there. So Middleton at 9:20 p.m. Hornsby at 9:30 p.m., Raymer at 9:41 p.m., Selmer at 9:45, Bethel Springs at 9:46 p.m., Eastview 9:47, and Fanger at 9:51 p.m. So some of these places not in the warning, but it's very important that you're taking this time to get into your safe place at this time, because the strongest part of the storm is moving just north of Grand Junction. Let's check out the shear in this storm to see how it's doing. Yeah, you can see it's kind of gaining a little bit of strength still. Still, that red on your screen is not as bad as what it was, but definitely showing us that it's still a very strong storm in that area. And like I said, we've seen this storm produce a lot of damage so far, DeSoto County being one of those places. But the best news that I can give you is that the DeSoto County Sheriff says that no one has reported any injuries, and they haven't had any calls regarding weather-related crashes either. Now here is another update. So they canceled the tornado warning for the storm that Trevor was watching in Phillips County, Arkansas. So Phillips County, Arkansas, you have been removed from that. However, they did continue it for Lee and St. Francis County in Arkansas, as well as Tunica, Mississippi. And this is going to go until 9:15 p.m. and it's a severe thunderstorm that could produce a tornado located near Mariana, moving northeast at 56 miles an hour. So that's for that other storm. This is the one that's moving through Tennessee. This is the confirmed tornado warning. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit so we can see exactly which storms we're talking about. A lot going on here right now. So here's a look at our full entire viewing area. There is a confirmed tornado warning that is there. They've removed Phillips County from that warning. It's not confirmed. This one, though, that's moving through Bolivar, that is a confirmed tornado warning right now. So 2 tornado warnings moving through the Mid-South at this time, and honestly, one of them moving exactly through one that has already been confirmed. Now, here's even better news. They did cancel Benton and Tippah counties, as well as Fayette counties, from this tornado warning. So we're going to see this polygon update very, very soon. So that's great news for us. But it is still a very strong storm, and it's moving near Hickory Valley. This is a very strong storm. So it's continuing to go. Hardeman County, you guys need to just have a heads up. Just be prepared. Go ahead and get into those safe spots at this time. In fact, I'm going to draw another storm track on this storm that is confirmed right now. We're going to see this polygon change in just a few minutes because they are scaling it back just a little bit. So that's good news. That means that it is continuing to push eastward. So just hang on, make sure that you're in your safe place, especially if you're in Bethel Springs and Selmer. It's literally splitting Bolivar and Middleton right now. So here's your updated storm track here, and this one's probably going to be the best because it is, there we go. So Middleton at 9:06 p.m. Right now, it is 9 o'clock. So you have 6 minutes to get into your safe place, Middleton. Hornsby at 9:11 p.m. Raymer at 9:17. Bethel Springs at 9:19, Selmer at 9:19 as well. Eastview at 9:20 p.m., Fanger at 9:23 p.m., Meechie at 9:25 p.m., Stantonville at 9:26 p.m. Now this storm says that it's moving, radar is indicating that it's moving 81 miles an hour, so the winds are very high within it, but it shows that our tornado index is at a 4.5. So that, to be honest, that really doesn't mean anything. That could still be a confirmed tornado, but on the lower end of that spectrum. Trevor, do you have an update on the other tornado warned storm that is moving through? Yeah, I did, and I just wanted to kind of, first of all, do a kind of a broad reset. It's 9 p.m. Normally, we would be starting CW30 News at 9 on CW30, but tonight the news is weather. We're going to continue with our continuous weather coverage on WATN and on WLMT.
I've been watching that storm that's coming through Lee County, Arkansas. Danielle's been watching the storm that's in Hardeman County, but Lee County is the one that we're going to watch carefully because just like the previous storm, this storm is also going to be approaching pretty closely to the Memphis metro area. So good signs of rotation with this storm. Fortunately for right now, we don't have a confirmation that this is a tornado. It's a radar indicated tornado. There's nobody on the ground that's reporting there's a tornado, but it's still a serious situation because the rotation is so strong. And on a day like today, a tornado can touch down in just a matter of seconds. So even though nobody's out there looking at a tornado, we want to act as if this could be a tornado at any minute. So this tornado warning, it does go for Lee County, Marianna. It's south of you now. So Marianna, that tornado is passing to the south of you, at least possible tornado. It's going to be into northern Tunica County, crossing the Mississippi River here shortly. And then once again, back into DeSoto County, back into Shelby County. So we are not done with the severe weather threat here in Memphis yet. We've got this second storm that's going to be coming through here, and it's likely going to be in the metro by 10 p.m. That could be closer to downtown Memphis, Midtown, the airport, and South Haven. Again, a strong thunderstorm nonetheless, but still showing signs of rotation as well, and it could produce a tornado. So let me zoom in here pretty quickly and we'll show you what's going on. Again, still showing signs of rotation in here over Lee County and Marianna. This is now east of Rondo. Rondo, you're clear. Marianna, hang on for just a couple of more minutes. We've still got rotation pretty close by, but then it's going to kind of go out into the delta, into the farmlands. There's not a whole lot out here, so that is good news. The next thing it's going to clip is going to be northern Tunica County and Horseshoe Lake. I think it's going to stay north of Tunica this time. I know last time we had the circulation go right through town near the casinos. This one's going to stay north of the city of Tunica, but then on that line, that would take it a little closer to Horn Lake and South Haven. That storm last time was over Hernando. A little bit further north, that's going to be an issue for South Haven and for Horn Lake. That's still 30 to 45 minutes away, but I did just want to give you an early heads up. Here's the latest storm track that we have. It does show Tunica at 927, but again, it's going to stay north of you. Casinos, we will watch carefully because that's going to be in your area by about 9:30. So once again, the Tunica casinos need to be in their safe place. If you know anybody that's out there gambling on a Friday night, give them a call and let them know they need to find a better place to go. BTI right now is a 2.6. That's not that impressive, but we've seen these jump from a 2 to a 7 pretty quickly. Again, that's a scale of 1 to 10 of the likelihood of this being a tornado. A 2.6 is not terrible, but it is still something that is significant. Danielle, I know you've got a tornado on the ground now over there.
Yes, so now they have continued this tornado warning. This is the one that we're watching in Tennessee, Trevor, for Hardeman and McNairy County until 9:15. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 10 miles south of Bolivar, moving east at 45 miles an hour. So I'm going to put a new track on this storm because this is definitely another storm where we saw it looks like it was just kind of weakening just a few minutes ago. And we keep saying, don't let your guard down. Even we're looking at these storms, they weaken and they regain strength. They weaken and then they regain strength. And this is another one where you can see it's got a little baby hook there. And that is exactly where the strongest portion of that storm is. And that's exactly what they said, that it is south of Bolivar. So like I said, it was splitting Bolivar and Middleton. So I'm going to draw a new track on there so we can see exactly what we're looking at from this point of strength here. I'm going to go out just a little bit too far so that we can get a good track on there. So Hornsby is 9:05 right now. So Hornsby, you have about 20 minutes to get into your safe place. The strongest part of the storm is headed your way. There's already raining right now, but the strongest part of this storm is still headed your way. Selmer at 9:36 p.m., Bethel Springs at 9:37 p.m., Fanger at 9:44 p.m. And Fanger, you're not even in this tornado warning just yet, but it's headed your way. So you can definitely bet that they're going to extend this tornado warning again. Enville at 9:57 p.m., Crump at 9:59 p.m., Milledgeville at 10 o'clock p.m., and Savannah at 10:05 p.m. So you can see that this storm is continuing to push towards the east. So definitely still a strong and severe situation. It keeps regaining strength just as we think that it's weakening. It starts to regain strength, regain rotation. And in fact, let's take a look at our rotation and see what we're looking at here. Here we go. So every time we do this, it looks like, oh, you know, we're not seeing that red and that yellow, which means that it's not too strong, but that doesn't mean that it's not strong. That there's still some pretty strong rotation in there in this storm. We take a look at the shear path. I think this speaks volumes here for this storm. You can see the path that it is gone. So it's splitting Bolivar and Middleton, but Bethel Springs, unfortunately, I think it's headed your way right now. So if you're in Bethel Springs, if you know anyone in Bethel Springs, they definitely need to be in their safe place. There's your updated scan. Once again, okay, so that is for Trevor storm there that they just issued a new bulletin about. So Bethel Springs, this storm is headed your way. So I will put a track on it to see when you can expect this in your area, Bethel Springs. There we go. At 9:38 p.m. Once again, it's 9:07. So Bethel Springs, you have time. Take this time now to get into your safe place, get to where there's no windows, get where you need to be so that you're not in danger. Fanger, not in the warning, but still 9:45 to get into your safe place. All of these places mostly not in the warning right now, but headed your way. I'm going to zoom in a little bit and see if I can get some street roads to see a little bit more on exactly where this storm is headed, especially the strongest portion of the storm. Right now, it's north of Middleton, but if you're in this area right here, it's already too late. I hope you're in your safe place there. Hebron Road, Searless Road, Lenore Road, Brent's Chapel Lane, Powell Chapel Road, Carlins Road, Mullins Road, Rose Creek Road, Hines Gin Road, Nelson Store Road. All of you all need to be in your safe place at this time. It looks like it's going to be crossing Highway 64 in Hardeman County very shortly. So you need to make sure that you are in your safe place at this time. Trevor, you have an update on your storm there in Mississippi.
Yeah, we got a new tornado warning on that one. This one also has been extended to include Tunica County and parts of DeSoto County, extreme southern Crittenden County, rural Crittenden County out here. But this is really a similar path to what the last storm took. And I know it feels like deja vu, but we've got another possible tornado coming into the Memphis metro within the hour by 10 p.m. So Memphis, South Haven, you're not in the warning yet, but I do want to give you an early heads up. Now is the time to start thinking about your severe weather plan, what you're going to do if this storm continues to strengthen. Good signatures of rotation here. This is now past Mariana. It's past Rondo. And it's out here in rural Lee County now, but it is just about to cross the Mississippi River right into Tunica County. Yet again, casinos by 9:30 once again. So if you know anybody that's down there, make sure they know what is coming and that they need to find a better place to go. Robinsonville by 9:31, Horseshoe Lake by 9:35. And then again, if we extend that, that is going to put it near South Haven, Whitehaven, and the airport a little closer to 10 p.m. So they are also now talking about extending the tornado watch again. We were set to expire at 8, then it was set to expire at 10, and they're going to extend it again. So just stay weather aware, really through midnight. That's the time frame we gave all week, from 4 p.m. to midnight. You just needed to be weather aware. But again, this is the one we're watching. Now, the good news is with this one, if you want to take it, there's no confirmed tornado on the ground. No one has actually spotted the tornado out here, but there's good signs of rotation in the atmosphere, and we could quickly see a tornado drop down. So again, casinos in Tunica by 9:30, Horseshoe Lake by 9:36, South Haven and Memphis, you're not in the warning yet, but by 10 p.m., we're going to be talking about those storms making it to you. Let's zoom on in here. I want to get some street levels here as we follow this rotation. Again, that green area there, that is going to be your strongest rotation. And again, luckily, it's pretty rural out here. We don't have, it's just a lot of farmland, some floodplain in Lee County in Arkansas. But State Highway 271, that is going to be Diamond Woods Road. And then unfortunately, as soon as it crosses the river, there's Casino Strip Resort Boulevard. So then we're talking about the casinos, Levee Road. So that's going to kind of be the next thing up here. Not a whole lot out here in Lee County, but as soon as we cross into Tunica County, we're at the casinos. So if you know anybody at the casinos in Tunica tonight, it's a Friday night. I know it's probably packed down there. Folks are having a good time, and I know they don't want to deal with the weather, but they are going to have to as this storm approaches them. Again, by about 9:30, that possible tornado going to be near the casinos. We did that, an hour ago. We're going to do it all over again. Some new information here. This is from Hernando, DeSoto County EMA volunteer, from 8:50 says that a tree was down on Old Highway 304 and Commerce Street west of the Hurricane Creek Bridge. And so, of course, that is that storm that first came through DeSoto County, and we're about to have this other storm come through DeSoto County. So I'm going to step off for just a little bit because I want to put a storm track on this storm as it begins to move into the city of Memphis. And it's still about 45 minutes away from the city of Memphis, but it's still something that I want to watch carefully because anytime it gets into that population center, of course, it starts to become a concern. So I'm going to turn these arrows off and I'm going to draw this out. This thing is moving at about 45 to 50 miles an hour. And so, again, you can see timing-wise, the casinos by about 9:30, Lynchburg 9:50, Horn Lake 9:53, Hernando 9:53, and Nesbitt 9:53. That's also going to put it into the city of Memphis a little closer to 10 p.m. So just a heads up, possible tornado approaching the Tunica casinos once again. I know we just talked about it, but it's happening again. So make sure everybody there is in their safe place. Tunica, this one's going to stay north of the city of Tunica, but the casinos in Robinsonville, I need you in your safe place. And DeSoto County, Lake Cormorant, I need you in your safe place. The rest of DeSoto County not in a warning yet, but this storm is looking like it's trying to strengthen, and I feel like that warning is going to continue to be extended into the rest of DeSoto County. Just as a reminder, and I know we've got another tornado warning, we'll get back to it, but this will be helpful. Your tornado safety tips, if you're in the warning, basement or a storm shelter. Otherwise, go to the smallest room you can on the center of your house. Stay away from windows. Usually you need to go to a closet, bathroom, or a hallway. Close the doors in the hallway and cover yourself with blankets or pillows. And then, of course, if you're in a high rise, like at the casinos, Gold Strike's 20 stories tall. Get to the lowest floor you can and stay there until that storm passes. Danielle.
Yeah, so Trevor, I've been watching these storms pretty closely here, and especially the ones in Hardeman and McNairy counties. I know we've kind of divided and conquered tonight, so I want to bring people up to speed with exactly what we're looking at here. And we're getting tons, and I do mean tons of reports of tornado or storm damage in DeSoto County from this same storm that went through there earlier. Right now, I'll let you talk about that, what they're talking about right now. So Hardeman, McNairy County, this is the new tornado warning, Hardeman, McNairy, and Hardeman County until 10 o'clock p.m. This is for that same tornado warning. So you're going to see a new box appear with this storm. And this is because a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Pocahontas, or 8 miles northwest of Big Hill Pond State Park, moving east at 50 miles an hour. So this storm still, there it is. There's your new box there. It's not blinking this time because it is not a confirmed tornado, still a storm that could produce a tornado. So I'm going to zoom out just a little bit so we can see exactly how big this storm is. So it did look like it was weakening in its latest scan, which is good. However, it still could produce a tornado. And like Trevor was saying earlier, these storms can really drop a tornado at a drop of a hat. So you really need to be very weather aware for this storm that's continuing to push northeast, still in our viewing area. So Bethel Springs, like I said, strongest point of that storm still headed your way. You're in the line. I know earlier we were saying Bolivar and Middleton, it was kind of splitting you all, but Bethel Springs in that area. So I'm going to call out some places in Bethel Springs where you all might need to go ahead and get into your safe place at this time. Even though this is not a confirmed tornado on the ground, it is definitely a little bit concerning. So Rose Creek moving over Highway 64, Sandy Flat Road. This is right a little bit south, a little bit west of Bethel Springs. It is going to be south of Robertson. Also Rosie School Road, Bud Long Road, Hines Gin Road, West Cherry Avenue, Peach Street, as well as Murray School Road. And this is going to be headed towards Beauty Hill as well. If you're in this area right now, you are part of a tornado warning. It is not a confirmed tornado, but it is a tornado warning, and it's going to be in effect until 10 p.m. And we've been watching this storm for quite some time. It does look like, Fenger, you're going to be getting some heavy rainfall, but the strongest area of that storm is going to be staying to the south of you all, going straight through Bethel Springs. So I'm going to draw my own track on this storm because it has been struggling just a little bit to give us an accurate place, but I think this will be just fine here. So this is a new track. This is for Selmer at 9:37 p.m., Bethel Springs at 9:38, Enville at 9:58, Crump at 10:01, Milledgeville at 10:02, Savannah at 10:06, Sardis at 10:11 p.m., Sotillo at 10:14 p.m. and Liberty at 10:16 p.m. So those areas that I just called out, you are a part of this tornado warned storm. We have seen it confirmed in several locations. However, right now, this is just a severe thunderstorm radar indicated that could produce a tornado warning. And I'll read out the counties just again so we all know exactly where this is. This is for Hardeman, Hardin, and McNairy counties until 10 o'clock. So definitely a concerning situation there. And Trevor is also watching a strong tornado once again.
Yeah.
And this is moving through a very populated area of our viewing area, Trevor.
Yeah, and right now this is not, it's still not confirmed to be on the ground, but strong signs of rotation right over the Mississippi River coming to the casinos within the next 5 or 10 minutes. So if you are at the casinos in Tunica or you know anybody that might be, make sure they're aware and make sure they're in their tornado safe place. This possible tornado pretty much right on the river. So again, Mariana, this is clear of you, and pretty soon they'll trim back that warning so it won't include Arkansas anymore. But again, possible rotation. I'm going to zoom in here and you can see as we get kind of close in. I know it's still hard to see, but what we can do here, we'll get the pencil out. We've got casinos here. We've also got casinos up here. That's where like Fitzgerald's and stuff is or used to be. And then you've got Gold Strike down there. So that line, the yellow line, is where the rotation is going to go. So every casino in Tunica needs to be in their tornado safe place. I know we went through this an hour ago and it missed y'all, but we've got another area of rotation coming in right now. Very, very strong storm, and you're seeing those colors getting brighter and brighter. That rotation area continuing to update, showing us that the rotation continues to increase. So again, casinos in Tunica, you need to be in your safe place. And unfortunately, again, this is going to continue to move to the northeast. South Haven, Horn Lake, Walls, Nesbitt, Olive Branch, you're not in the warning yet, but you're going to be soon. Memphis also going to be in that tornado warning soon as that thing continues to move off to the north and east. Looking to see if we missed anything, and the National Weather Service pretty much saying what I was just saying. As this storm continues to move to the northeast, Olive Branch, South Haven, Horn Lake, southern Shelby County, this possible area of rotation going to stay south of downtown, but could come pretty close to the airport, Germantown, and Collierville, the same spots that were just in the warning. So that's just kind of eyeballing it there. Casinos, Lake Cormorant, Walls, Horn Lake, South Haven, airport area, Hickory Hill, Germantown, Collierville. That's where this second possible area of rotation is going to go. Still think this one, at least the rotation is going to stay south of downtown, but some heavy rain and some gusty winds on the way. Right now, though, not confirmed to be on the ground, but what is confirmed is that tornado that's over in Tennessee, Danielle.
Yes, that is. And there's also a severe thunderstorm warning as well. And this one is for Haywood County until 10 o'clock. So just a little bit east of Ripley there is a severe thunderstorm warning, and that could be picking up a little bit of rotation as well. Brownsville, it looks like you're going to be staying clear of this storm. It's to the north of you all, but I just wanted to make sure that we know that there is still a lot going on in the area. There also is a strong storm as well that is moving just south of Oakland. So we're not done. And in fact, the National Weather Service is discussing if they should extend the tornado watch again. So that would be the second or third time that we've seen that tornado watch to be extended, which I would not be surprised because it's already 9:21 and that is supposed to end in about 30 minutes. And you can see we still have 2 tornado warnings for our viewing area, and that's alone. Also, if I zoom out just a little bit, we're not quite done either. I'm keeping my eye on Clarksdale as well because there is another storm that is traveling northeast. So I'll zoom in. This is just south of Pine Bluff. I've been watching this storm. Hopefully it stays to the south of Clarksdale, but just a heads up, you might be getting some rainfall at the very least, and sometimes they do like to clip Coahoma Quitman County, so it's definitely something that we need to keep our eye on as well. So a lot of activity still in the air tonight, Trevor, and I think that this is just, we're halfway through the marathon here, but it's definitely not time for you to let your guard down. There's plenty of the Mid-South right now that's not even getting any rainfall. That does not mean that you're in the clear. There's still storms that are developing along with this system and out ahead of it. So very strong storms still could impact you tonight. I'm going to put another track on this other tornado-warned storm that is moving through Tennessee. Now, it's almost outside of our viewing area, but we're still just holding strong for a while. Once again, Bethel Springs at 9:34 p.m. And to be honest, Fanger, it's still kind of looking like it could split you and Bethel Springs. I think Bethel Springs will probably be getting the worst of this storm. Enville at 9:51 p.m., Milledgeville at 9:54 p.m., Sardis at 10:02 p.m., Sotillo at 10:06 p.m., Liberty at 10:07 p.m., Decaturville at 10:20 p.m., and Clifton at 10:21 p.m. So we are keeping our eyes on these storms. If I called out your town, you need to be in your safe place. This is a radar indicated thunderstorm that could produce a tornado. Trevor?
All right, we have some new information. Possible tornado on the ground now with this storm in Tunica. A storm spotter is saying that they are seeing some rotation out there that could be trying to come in contact with the ground. So again, we were telling you a little bit earlier that for right now, we do not have any confirmation that this storm was actually producing a tornado. We were watching it for a good sign of rotation coming toward the casinos in Tunica, but now we have a storm spotter down there that is saying, hey, I think I might be seeing something, and it's not confirmed, but anytime we have somebody out there saying, hey, I think I see something, I just want to take it as it is. And so we're going to say likely a tornado now on the ground near the Tunica casinos. So if you are at the casinos now, you should be on the lowest floor, and you can see there's Casino Strip Boulevard. We've got some more casinos up here on Levee Road. That's where Fitzgerald's is. If we switch over to our sheer product, you can see kind of where that circulation is. Good signs of rotation there. And again, BTI now a 4.8. That's a scale of 1 to 10 of the likelihood that this is a tornado. 4.8, not the highest we've seen, not the lowest we've seen. We've had tornadoes with lower today. So it's something that I want you to pay attention to. Just assume right now that there's a tornado over the casinos in Tunica. Just assume it for your own safety. Just so you could be, better safe than sorry. That's always a good rule of thumb with storms like this. Casinos pretty much now. Horseshoe Lake by 9:32, Lake Cormorant and DeSoto County by 9:36. Now officially that tornado warning does not continue into the rest of DeSoto or Shelby counties, but just timing it out a little bit. Walls by 9:42, Lynchburg at 9:45, Horn Lake at 9:48, Nesbitt around the same time, the Landers Center, and then eventually into Memphis and Whitehaven by about 9:50. So again, I know that tornado warning right now doesn't include South Haven, Hernando, or Memphis, but we're getting indications now, stronger indications of rotation in there, and we've got a storm spotter down there saying that this is likely a tornado. Again, that hasn't been officially confirmed yet, but anybody that's out there tracking storms, I'm going to keep a close eye on what they're saying. Because it's probably pretty valid. But again, this is literally right over the casinos. It's going to be crossing into DeSoto County, probably near Highway 61 and 304. That's probably where it's going to be crossing into DeSoto County. And then eventually toward Days, Nesbitt, Horn Lake, and South Haven. So just an early heads up if you're out in that direction. That's where this thing is going. Just an update for you coming in on that warning. They have cleared Lee County out of the tornado warning. They've also said now this is a confirmed tornado over Robinsonville, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. So now we kind of say, okay, officially, yes, there is a tornado on the ground right now, literally over the Tunica casinos. And I'm going to zoom in pretty tight here. And I'm actually going to switch over to the mode of the radar that shows us precisely where the winds are the strongest. And pretty much what you need to know, green and red, that's where your circulation is. So right in there is your circulation. We've got Casino Way, Casino Strip Resort Boulevard. Folks, this is on top of the casinos in Tunica. Now moving off to the north and east, here's your latest update. Casino Way, Polk Road, Lucky Lane. These are the roads that the casinos are on. This thing is right on top of the Tunica casinos west of Robinsonville. And of course, we've got some hotels out here too that a lot of people will stay at if they don't want to stay at the actual casino. There's some smaller hotels kind of along the way. So if you are anywhere along Casino Strip Boulevard, that thing is on you now. It's going to be following up Highway 61 toward Levee Road, Casino Center Drive. That's where some of those other casinos are located. I think that might actually be where Gold Strike is, in that more northern part of the casinos. Either way, there's likely a tornado on the ground right now near the Tunica casinos, and it's moving off to the north and east very quickly. In fact, I'll click on this storm track for you yet again. Now that we know exactly where it is, I'm going to go back to our shear rate. And again, that really highlights that right in there, we've got that circulation. Here's the storm track yet again. Casinos literally right now, Robinsonville by 9:31, Lake Cormorant 9:39, Walls by 9:44, Horn Lake at 9:50, Nesbitt at 9:50, and the Landers Center by 9:52. Again, officially, that tornado warning has not been extended to include the rest of DeSoto County. Right now, it just includes far western DeSoto County, but here shortly, that's going to be extended. And notice the arrows on the screen are kind of indicating what path this thing is going to follow. So if that's your circulation and it continues to move to the north and east, it is going to be in South Haven pretty quickly here. So again, South Haven, you're not in the warning yet, but we're going to keep a close eye on you with this likely tornado near the Tunica casinos. If not, definitely some very, very strong winds, Danielle.
That's right, Trevor. I've been keeping up with a lot because there's that severe thunderstorm warning that I was looking at. It's out of our viewing area now, but now that is starting to rotate. So it's a tornado possible on it. So still keeping my eye, though, on this strong storm that, unfortunately, I know Bethel Springs has gotten a lot of rain, but the worst of the storm right now, currently moving through Bethel Springs, like I said it would be. Right now, it's not confirmed. We've seen it go from confirmed to not confirmed and confirmed again, but as of right now, it is a radar indicated tornado warning right now, and it's continuing to push eastward. Bethel Springs, you all definitely getting the heaviest of the rainfall right now and the strongest portion of the storm. It's really not headed east northeast, so I'm going to draw my own track on this. In fact, I'm just going to zoom in a little bit and get some streets to call out, because that's probably the best way to let you all know exactly what we're talking about. 40 Forks, the strongest of the storm, might stay a little bit south of you, but it's still going to be heavy rainfall. Beauty Hill, you guys are in the line of this storm. Good Hope near Old Stage Road, as well as Batcher Lane. Leafwood, you all might be in the line of this storm. Martin Road, it might say just south of Mud Creek, but Mud Creek, you're going to get a lot of rainfall at the very least and some high winds. This is all along State Highway 224. If you know where that is, near Purdy, you're going to get a lot of this heavy rainfall in the strongest portion of that storm as well. So a lot going on with this storm that is moving through, and this warning does not expire for another 30 minutes. Now, the good news is that we are seeing it kind of weaken just a little bit, but don't let your guard down, because we have seen these storms just recycle over and over and over again. So it's definitely something that we will keep our eye on. There's an updated scan, and it's at least producing heavy rainfall and some high winds. Earlier, I was clicking through to see exactly how high our winds were, and they could have been greater than 80 miles an hour. So that just gives you an idea of how high these winds are. And it looks like this storm is going to continue to track eastward. It looks like Saltillo, it might actually clip you all just a little bit. So stay heads up. You're not in that tornado warning just yet, but they might extend it once again. So keep that in mind as well. But definitely heavy rainfall, and this storm is massive as well. That's one thing. But we have been seeing the rotation kind of fall off. In fact, we're going to click on our shear rate to see exactly what we're talking about, and not much shear involved in that just yet. So keep your guard up, especially Bethel Springs right now. You guys are getting the worst of it. I'm sorry there. Savannah, you all might be getting some of this heavy rainfall very soon. Stantonville, definitely coming your way. Saltillo, I would still just continue to be prepared at this time. And this is all from this storm it was confirmed, but now it's just radar indicated. So a lot to unpack with this storm for sure. They are working on the tornado watch extension. They have not issued it just yet, but I'm going to zoom out just a little bit, and so we all can see what else is happening around the Mid-South. And then I'll let Trevor talk a little bit more about the warning that is moving through Mississippi as well. So some of that rainfall still heading our way. We did see some kind of these isolated thunderstorms popping up. There was this severe thunderstorm warning. This one had a tornado possible, but now it's officially outside of our viewing area, so don't have to worry about that. We are looking at two tornado warnings right now. One of them was confirmed, but it looks like they have taken it back to radar indicated right now, and that is moving very close through South Haven. Trevor, do you have an update on that storm?
Yeah, I just wanted to get back on a storm track for you and kind of track this out. BTI is a 4.6 on a scale of 1 to 10, the likelihood of that being a tornado. We've seen tornadoes happen in weaker thunderstorms tonight. So unfortunately, with a 4.6, that's still a strong sign of rotation. Notice where this is going, near the casinos right now. It's going to be moving directly into DeSoto County. There's no warning yet for Memphis or DeSoto County, but I could imagine that it is coming here shortly. We're going to wait on that. We're going to keep an eye on it. I'm not sure what the Weather Service might be seeing that they would not want to extend that, because what I'm seeing is pretty significant rotation. So I want you to treat this as if there is a tornado, and it is generally moving now into DeSoto County. So pretty close to Lake Cormorant now within the next couple of minutes, this possible tornado. Walls at 9:41. Horn Lake at 9:47, the Landers Center at 9:49, Whitehaven in Memphis by 9:50, South Haven by 9:50, Graceland at 9:51, and Snowden Grove at 9:53. So again, right now, that tornado warning has not been extended. It does not include any of Memphis. It doesn't include South Haven, Horn Lake, or Olive Branch. But the signs of rotation are still pretty strong there, and so I would not be surprised at all if that warning is extended. So that's your early heads up. We gave you a heads up on this for Memphis about an hour and a half ago. I think it was 8:15. We gave the first heads up saying, here comes another storm. It's going to be in Metro Memphis by 9:45 or 10 o'clock.
It does include.
There is the new tornado warning. Just literally came out moments ago. This includes South Haven, Horn Lake, Olive Branch, Germantown, and Collierville. This is the tornado warning for DeSoto, Marshall, and Shelby counties until 10:15. This is as of 9:34 seconds ago. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Walls or about near Horn Lake, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. So this is, you know, a little bit of a different situation than what we had last time when we had the tornado warning for DeSoto County. Last time we had for sure, without a doubt, there was a tornado on the ground. This time it's not 100% confirmed. We had a storm spotter down there saying, yeah, I think I see something, but the radar is not necessarily picking up on that. So we're going to say it's likely that there is a tornado on the ground. If not, it could happen at any second now. This is now into DeSoto County. So Tunica County, the casinos, you're good. It's not completely done with the severe weather threat yet tonight, but we are cleared from this one. So Tunica County and the casinos, this round is done. We'll give you the all clear for now. But possible rotation now out near Lake Cormorant, pretty much right now at 304 and 61, and it is going to be moving off to the northeast. So Horn Lake and South Haven, and that pink line, that is the track that the storm is going to take. So what I'm going to do here is just zoom right on into street level and go street by street of if this thing is a tornado. Here's where it's likely going to go. I'll tell you this, though. If you're in South Haven, if you are in Horn Lake, if you're in Olive Branch, if you're in Germantown or Collierville, go ahead and be in your safe place because these things can wobble just a little bit. So again, Germantown, Collierville, Hickory Hill, South Haven, Horn Lake, Olive Branch, Lake Cormorant, and Walls. Just be in your tornado safe place. So again, this is going to be moving off to the north and east. Star Landing Road, Wilson Mill Road. Again, we're going to keep following this pink line. That's not Memphis, Tennessee. There's a little tiny community in DeSoto County called Memphis. That's what that is. That's going to be in the path if this does touch down. Church Road, let's say Church Road and Horn Lake Road. Horn Lake Road and Nail Road. Now we're getting out toward Latimer Lakes Park. The Horn Lake High School is right here. As this continues to move to the northeast, we're talking about Interstate 55 and Goodman Road. If this thing is on the ground, that's where it's going to be headed toward. And of course, that would then take it into the Greenbrook subdivision, Plum Point, Rasco Road, and Tullahoma. And then that would take it toward Getwell and State Line. And of course, after that, that's going to take it into southern portions of Shelby County. So again, right now, we do not have a for sure confirmation that this thing is on the ground. And thank goodness, because we're getting into some really populated areas right now. But this is still a strong sign of rotation now. It could touch down at any minute if it's not down right now. And again, right now it's about near Lake Cormorant and moving off to the north and east. So just to show you who's in and who's out, your red box, that's your tornado warning. So again, the airport in a tornado warning, Germantown, Collierville, Hickory Hill, Capelville, most of Shelby Drive in that tornado warning. Downtown Memphis and Midtown, you are not in the warning. Fraser, Raleigh, you're not in the warning. West Memphis is not. Bartlett is not. Arlington and Lakeland is not. Now you're probably going to get some heavy rain out of this, and I'll show you the radar quickly here and just kind of show you this is a big thunderstorm. We've got a good downpour coming into downtown literally right now, and then the strongest thunderstorms in DeSoto County. But of course, in a situation like this, we're most concerned about, well, where's the rotation? Where's the possible tornado? And that is going to stay south of downtown Memphis. Again, Horn Lake and South Haven, I need you in your tornado safe place now. Olive Branch, Hickory Hill, Germantown, and Collierville. Just as a reminder, if you are in that tornado warning, one more time for your tornado safety tips, I want you on the lowest floor of the building you can get to. Whatever building you're in, get to the lowest floor you're in right now. Get into a center room, bathroom, closet, hallway. Close the doors and stay away from windows. You don't want to pick a room that has windows. Cover yourself with blankets, pillows, mattresses, whatever you have. If you're in a multi-story building, get to the lowest floor you can. Stairwell, also a good place to seek shelter in. So again, some rotation now, and we'll zoom back in here and just kind of show you. And in fact, okay, what was that, Julie? Okay, yeah, we'll keep an eye on that here in just a little bit. We've got a camera ready to go near Lynchburg. I don't like that our BTI is going up. BTI is now a 6.6. That is a pretty good chance that this storm is producing a tornado or is about to produce a tornado. Walls at 9:41, Lynchburg at 9:44. So in a couple of minutes, let's get the O-box ready with that camera and myself. Horn Lake at 9:47, Landers Center at 9:49, Whitehaven and the airport by 9:50, the center of South Haven at 9:50. Now that dot for the city of South Haven, I have at Airways and Goodman. So if you're west of that, it could be a little sooner. Graceland at 9:51, the airport by about 9:53. Let me get this off the screen. I'm just going to investigate it a little further because, again, this is one of those situations where we don't know for sure that it's on the ground. The previous storms we've had today, it's been a for sure, yes, this is a tornado that is on the ground. So in a situation like this where we're saying, okay, the rotation is pretty serious, but we're not for sure, I kind of have to investigate myself. My goodness, look at this. This is Goodman Road near Lynchburg in Horn Lake. Those winds are really kicking there. Oh my goodness. And that's not even what would be a possible tornado. That would be just the winds ahead of it. So here's what we'll do. Let's put this in the O-box. Let's keep this up. Perfect. Thank you, folks back there. We'll keep an eye on that. Again, what you're looking at is Goodman Road in Horn Lake out near Lynchburg, and you can see the winds really whipping. But as I was saying, we really have to kind of investigate the storm with you. And we're standing here, so I can't really run off screen and do all the technical stuff back there. So I kind of have to do it with you. So I am seeing very strong signs of rotation here. And again, the colors I know are a lot. Pretty much your reds are going away from the radar, greens are going toward. You've got rotation anytime greens and reds touch. That's your storm winds. The brighter these colors, the stronger the winds. So there's your rotation right there. That's going to be Wilson Mill Road. Coming up on Star Landing, and I thought that was Tulane, but I guess it's not. Let's see what that is. That's Baldwin Road. I'm sorry, my eyes are not that good. I got a little tiny monitor over here. Star Landing and Baldwin Road. That's going to be where this is within the next matter of seconds. West days and days. So we're talking about Austin Road and Fogg Road. And as we continue to move this north, we're talking about Church Road and Tulane, Highway 51 and Nail, Goodman Road and Airways, Sweeney and Rasco, Getwell and State Line. That's generally where this is going to go. And so if you're in any of those areas, really if you are in the city of South Haven, if you're in Horn Lake, you need to be in your safe place right now. And again, we just talked about those tornado safe places. Again, right now, that area of rotation still back near I-69 and Fogg Road. So it's got a little ways to go, but I'm giving you an early heads up that if you are in Horn Lake or South Haven, now is the time to seek shelter. And give folks a call. If you don't know if somebody's necessarily watching, give them a call and make sure. This is really trying to spin up here, folks. The more I look at it, that is really trying to circulate there. I'm going to switch back to just our plain old shear mode, and you can see it even on there, that red area really starting to rotate. Coming into days, again, there's Horn Lake Road at Church Road right there. This is, of course, moving off to the north and east. This is going to likely cross the area of circulation near I-55 north of Church Road, where Nail Road would cut across whenever they build that exit right there. I know eventually they're trying to, but you know where I'm talking about, between Goodman and Church Road. If this is a tornado, that is where it is going to cross. This is coming close to my parents' house, my grandparents' house, so listen up, y'all, because I know you're going to text me here in a minute. Just listen to me, and I'll tell you the same thing I'm telling everybody else. But this is going to be close to them in South Haven. So if you are in South Haven right now, now's the time to go ahead and seek your tornado safe place. Again, interior room, the lowest floor you can, closet or bathroom. That's the place to go, Danielle.
So there's a lot going on,
okay.
Trevor. One, they did finally issue the extension on our tornado watch that just came in. That is extended until 1 a.m. So that is the first time that we'll be able to say a sigh of relief. But as of right now, that's 1 a.m. So that has been extended a few times. I wanted to talk about this storm that was moving through Bethel Springs a little bit earlier as Trevor gathers some more information about what we can expect here in the Metro Memphis area. Right now, we are hearing reports. I said the strongest part of the storm is moving through Bethel Springs. The fire department there says that a wall collapsed on a house there in Bethel Springs. Also losing power in Bethel Springs. Now, this storm is almost out of our viewing area, but still there. So you can see they issued another tornado warning for this storm. Very strong storm moving through. Winds, definitely anticipating them to be very, very high, and that's the latest scan that just went through. So you can see right now it's almost out of our viewing area, but not quite. So I'm going to zoom in just a little bit to talk a little bit more about this storm, because it is definitely still packing a punch as it continues to push eastward. So if you're in Bethlehem, or if you know anyone in Bethlehem, you definitely want to make sure that they are in their safe place. Wade Road as well. This is near State Highway 22 North, Martin Road, Neely Sharp Road, Adamsville right now getting the worst of that storm. Old Morris Chapel Road, just north of State Route 22. So definitely still continuing with this very strong storm. And if you know anyone in this area, I'm going to zoom out just a little bit so we can see exactly what we're talking about, because like I said, it is about to move out of our viewing area very shortly. So if you know anyone in this area, especially moving towards Clifton, give them a call, give them a heads up. Hey, this storm is headed your way, and it has produced a few tornadoes. Right now, it's still radar indicated, so we're not looking at a confirmed tornado situation right now, but it is a tornado warning. As the storm continues to track, I'm going to also help Trevor with another storm that they're about to issue a tornado warning for Crockett County as well.
Yeah, and that just actually came out. So I was going to say, if you want to take a look at that, I know we're losing one storm, it's moving out.
And we're gaining another.
We got another one, and then we've got the one in the metro. I really want to focus on this tornado warning that's in Metro Memphis, because, I mean, a very obvious hook echo here in DeSoto County, moving into Horn Lake and South Haven. Again, a tornado warning is in effect until 10:15. That is possibly a tornado on the ground near Days. The more and more data comes in, the stronger it seems like the storm is getting. So I really need you in your safe place. You've got a few minutes in Horn Lake, South Haven in about 8 minutes, Parkway Village in Memphis by 10:04, Olive Branch by 10:04, Hickory Hill at 10:05, Germantown by 10:09. So Germantown and Collierville, this storm is going to impact you. And unlike the last storm that kind of went to your south, this one is kind of coming straight in. So I need you in your safe place, Germantown and Collierville. Some information here. BTI still a 6.6. That is a high number. That's a scale of 1 to 10 of how likely this is to be a tornado. It's a 6.6. I don't love those odds. So even though we don't have a storm spotter on the ground right now determining that there is a tornado, nobody's spotted this thing yet. It's a pretty serious situation nonetheless, because we're in such a strong environment for tornadoes that this thing could touch down at just any minute. Let's get back down to street level. I'm going to put back on the mode where you can see the winds inside the storm. I'm going to zoom in here, kind of back to street level, and show you where this possible tornado is. Again, right now it's not confirmed, which is great. We hope it doesn't touch down, but it could at any minute. So there's your circulation, Church Road and Tulane, pretty much where it is right now. Now keep in mind, this radar only updates about every 3 minutes. By the time we get the update, by the time your streaming catches up, it's going to be about 5 minutes late. So this is already past 5 minutes. So this is coming up on I-55 and Goodman Road. I-55, pretty much where Nail would cross if it did. This is going to be pretty close to 55 and Church. If we can get that camera up at I-55 and Church, one of those looking northbound, or Goodman Road looking southbound. One of the two, both of them would be great. 55 northbound from Church, southbound from Goodman. That's where this circulation is going to go. And even if there's not a tornado, which we hope there's not, the wind is going to be very, very fierce. So I definitely do not want you driving right now on I-55 between Memphis and Hernando. Again, there's your rotation right now, literally crossing. We really need 55 in Church. If we can get 55 in Church here within the next 10 seconds and get that pulled up just as quickly as we could, because that is where this circulation is. It's at the Tanger Outlet Mall. It's at my parents' house. I hope they're in shelter. And give me an update, please. Text me and let me know how y'all are doing and how things are. I know it's about to get windy and a possible tornado pretty much right on top of y'all. So let me see if I have a text from them. Text me. I know y'all are watching, so text me and let me make sure that y'all are okay. If we have that camera, do we have that camera now? All right, so this is 55 in Church. And it looks pretty calm. That's never really good. You don't really like it to be calm when a storm like this is coming. That's usually right before it kind of hits. So there's the Tanger Outlet Mall back in the back. That's what you're looking at there. It's way too many folks driving on 55 right now. Nobody needs to be driving right now on I-55 between Hernando and the city of Memphis. So some strong, lots of lightning coming in, some gusty winds as well. And again, this possible tornado just about to cross I-55 near Church Road. And again, a lot of folks driving out here. I'm going to keep an eye on this. Let's go back to, let's put this in the box if we can, and then take me in the bigger box, just because I want to keep an eye on the radar and where this thing is going. So again, possible rotation now, literally right there. So I really want to watch this camera. There's Pepper Chase Drive down by the animal place. The animal hospital's down in that direction. Tanger Outlets is literally right there. And then you go up to Sweeney and Nail. You get up toward the Super Low Foods is right there. CC's Pizza. You know where all this stuff is if you're in South Haven. So if you're in this area, now's the time to be in your tornado safe place. Again, thankfully, we do not have confirmation that this is a tornado. Thank goodness, because it is over a very populated area. And like I said, including my parents' house. So the National Weather Service saying a tornado is possible with this storm. What that means is the radar is showing very strong rotation, but there's no indication that it's actually touched down. Let's hope it doesn't, because like I said, it's literally over DeSoto County. That rotation right now, if we zoom in, it's going to be at Nail and Elmore. I mean, this is literally my neighborhood that I grew up in. That is crazy. This is going to be the Worthington subdivision. As we go up, there's Joanne Drive. And then again, you're getting really close to Goodman Road, which is Super Low Foods, CC's Pizza, Kohl's is right here. And then you get down to Tullahoma and Goodman, and then eventually over toward Getwell. So again, a possible circulation over South Haven, moving to the east at about 35 miles an hour. And again, now it's to the north of Church Road, so we can clear Hernando. If you're in Hernando, this is past you now, but still very, very strong signs of rotation, pretty much right on top of South Haven, eventually coming into Olive Branch. Danielle, quickly, do you have any other updates? Yes, I do want to keep a close eye on this, but I also want to see what's going on.
Yes, I want to update on this storm that we haven't gotten to just yet, and this is for the tornado warning storm in Crockett as well as Haywood County. That warning is in effect until 9:45. This is a town that we've already been saying, calling out as well. This is going to go through Humboldt as well. This is a new tornado warning. It does expire fairly shortly, but it is something that we want to make sure that you are aware of in case you are in that area. I know that we have a lot going on right now, including some severe thunderstorm warnings, but we do want to make sure that you are aware that if you are in Haywood and Crockett counties, there is a tornado warning in that area as well. I've been keeping my eye on this storm for the last few minutes. There is one little point of rotation that is moving just a little bit north of Gibson, so just keep your mind on that if you live in Milan or Atwood as well. Definitely strong storm moving through that area. And once again, this warning isn't going to expire until 10:30. So we got another 30 minutes for Crockett County. This is a brand new tornado warning, so keep that in mind. Make sure that you're being weather aware. Make sure you have multiple ways of communications. The winds are high. You could be losing some power. You could be losing, whatever you're watching, whatever you need to do. Make sure that you have a way of communicating. Gadsden, Humboldt, we've been calling your name earlier this evening. Bells, the storm is a little bit north of you, so you don't have to worry about this storm right now. However, heavy rainfall, strong winds are included in this storm. Trevor, I'm going to let you take it back over for this storm that is moving through the metro right now.
Yeah, just working to get some updates for you. I checked our debris mode. I'm not seeing any debris that has been picked up. That's good news. That means this tornado has not touched down yet in DeSoto County, but still very strong signs of rotation. This is now pretty much over Snowden Grove Park. That's right where that is. So Getwell and Goodman, North Point Christian Schools right there. Pleasant Hill Road is up next. So we've been lucky so far that this storm has not touched down, but we still have signs of rotation, and it could touch down in a matter of seconds. So I just want to treat this as a serious situation, because if it does touch down, There's a lot of stuff right there. Malone Road as you go up toward Pleasant Hill and Davidson, eventually toward State Line Road. I will say for my family that's watching, y'all are clear. Y'all pretty much live Sweeney Road over there. So my grandparents, my parents, they're watching. This is past you now. So the worst is past you. Hope everything is okay. Not hearing any reports of damage. And again, when we check our debris mode, we're not picking up on any debris that got picked up. So nothing's been hit in DeSoto County yet with this storm, but still strong signs of rotation. Now starting to move into Olive Branch. This is over Pleasant Hill and Goodman. Your Target stores right there, Academy Sports, moving pretty quickly over Highway 78 north of the Walmart store. And then eventually we're going to be talking about some of those subdivisions out there along Alexander Road and eventually toward Hacks Cross. So that's probably where it's going to cross the Tennessee state line, somewhere near Hacks Cross. So think about Hacks Cross in Holmes, Hacks Cross in Shelby. If you're in that part of the city of Memphis, that is where this area of rotation is going to be going. I'm going to check one more time for debris and just make sure we didn't have any touchdown. What I would be looking for on this, I know we've got, this just looks crazy to y'all and I know it and I apologize. What I'd be looking for is a blob of blue inside this red. That would indicate that the storm has picked up debris, has hit something and thrown it up in the air. I'm not seeing that right now, which means there's no damage from these storms, at least from a tornado in DeSoto County for right now. But again, still very strong signs of rotation over Pleasant Hill and Goodman Road, moving off to the northeast. This is going to be near the Maywood subdivision and the old Maywood Beach. And then again, this is going to be crossing into Memphis here pretty soon. So I want to zoom out just a little bit and give a better idea of where this thing is going to be going once it crosses the state line. So again, there's your area of rotation. Follow that up. We're talking about 385 and Forest Hill Irene. We're talking about Carriage Crossing, Bailey along Poplar Avenue into Collierville. So if you live along Poplar Avenue in Collierville, that's going to be your next possible area.
We have a lot of
tornado
coworkers that live in that area as well. So
we do. We definitely do. And there's a lot of apartments out there as well. So if you know anybody that's out in Collierville along Poplar Avenue, make sure they're in their safe place. Again, great news. We don't have a confirmed touchdown, just some strong rotation that could quickly develop into a tornado. What I'm going to do really quickly, I'm going to switch back to this mode just so I can kind of take a glance at what's going on. And I'm not necessarily seeing anything incredibly alarming. We've got some very strong winds right now in DeSoto County, gusts up to 50 or 60 miles an hour. But from what I'm seeing, at least for right now, we do not have a tornado that is on the ground. Still signs of rotation. What that means is in the next little bit, we could have a tornado. And if we do, Olive Branch, eventually toward 385 and Forest Hill Irene and Collierville. So if you're in Olive Branch and Collierville, I still need you in your tornado safe place. Horn Lake, the threat is past you. The threat of a tornado is past Horn Lake. It's past Lake Cormorant. It's past Tunica. South Haven, give me 10 more minutes and we can say it's past you, but pretty much right now passing into Olive Branch and eventually toward Collierville. Some new information, winds gusting up in DeSoto County over near Highway 51. That inflow into the storm, we're seeing some reports of some gusty winds there. Also some trees down out near Selmer. That's from that tornado warned storm that Danielle was talking about. And correct me if I'm wrong, Danielle, that storm's pretty much out of our area.
It is.
We're still watching that.
In 2 minutes.
Perfect. We're still watching. Well, the Crockett County storm is out of our area too. So just as a broad, emphasis in our area, this is kind of the only storm we're worried about in the Mid-South. Now, we've got other storms going on, but this is the only one right now, just glancing at the radar, that has a serious warning on it. It has a tornado warning on it that we want to watch. But again, tornado watch now in effect until 1 a.m. as these storms move out. Now, things are going to clear out soon. Eastern Arkansas, these storms will be completely done for you in the next 45 minutes. Metro Memphis, maybe until 11 o'clock. Then you'll be done. Of course, it could be a little bit longer for North Mississippi and West Tennessee. Again, if you're just joining us, we have a tornado warning in effect for DeSoto County, Marshall County, and parts of Shelby County. And the reason is this. We've got a little area of rotation in the clouds that is near Maywood and Olive Branch, just to the north of the Walmart store on Goodman Road. Here's Pigeon Roost Road, so downtown Olive Branch sits right about there. That rotation there. Good news is we have no reports of a touchdown in DeSoto County, at least from this batch of storms. We had very strong circulation. all across South Haven, but no reports of a touchdown yet. We're still going to watch this carefully, and if you follow this up, that's your rotation. State Line Road and Hacks Cross, that's about where this is going to cross into the city of Memphis. Latest bulletin from the National Weather Service, still not a confirmed report of a tornado, but the warning continues until 10:15. A severe thunderstorm was capable of producing a tornado near Olive Branch, moving northeast at about 60 miles an hour. Danielle, what are you seeing?
I'm gonna give kind of a, hey, this is what you're looking for ahead of this same storm. Now, I know I don't want anyone to get confused. I am still looking at the same storm that Trevor is looking at that is moving through DeSoto as well as Shelby County. So if I call the street, that means that you are a part of this storm, and this storm is coming your way. I've gotten text messages about people in Hickory Hill, but right now Hickory Hill is not a part of this. This is going to be at Forest Hill on 385, definitely going to be impacting you there. East Shelby Drive, Holmes Road, right in Collierville where Mount Pleasant Road is. Moving towards Piperton as well. Bailey, Highway 72, that was an updated scan that you just saw go through there. Parnell Road as well. Heavy rainfall moving through Germantown, but the strongest area of storm circulation that we're keeping our eye on, definitely a lot of rotation. Trevor's been keeping his eye on this storm very, very closely, and so have I. In between scans, all of the other storms that I were watching have expired for our viewing area, so this is our main point of focus, and we want to focus on this storm because we do know that there's a lot of people that live in this area. So if I'm calling your street road or a highway, you know someone's out there, please make sure that they are aware that this storm is headed their way. This will be Frank Road right at Forest Hill, Wolf River Boulevard. We all know where that is, moving towards Forest Hill. It's moving eastward, Whitfield Dunn Parkway, Johnson's Road. This is all heavy rainfall and strong winds moving through Collierville as well. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit so we can get a wide view of this storm that's moving through. It is humongous. Now, our station is here in Bartlett, so this rainfall that we're hearing outside right now, not a severe storm. So I know some people are in the back. Don't be worried. We're not included in this at all. The severe thunderstorm warning, the tornado warning that could produce a tornado is to the south of us. So moving towards Germantown, Collierville, over Olive Branch at this very time. Rossville, you should go ahead and prepare yourself. Still moving towards Moscow. I know it seems like we're rinsing and repeating here because we have said some of these places over and over again, but this is what we have been brought up with. So here's another storm track for us. Pleasant Hill at 10:03 p.m. Olive Branch right now 10:06 p.m. Center Hill at 10:10. South Wind at 10:11. Collierville at 10:16 p.m. Piperton at 10:18 p.m. Rossville at 10:22 p.m. Moscow 10:28 p.m. and Oakland at 10:29 p.m. This storm is going to be over you if you are in those areas that I just read off to you. And unfortunately, I hate to say this, but possible new storms popping up in Phillips County, Arkansas as well. So they extended this tornado watch until 1 a.m. The watch means that we all should be vigilant in case any of these storms do pop up. Right now, our main focus is this tornado warned storm that's moving through DeSoto and Shelby counties as well as Marshall counties in Tennessee. As of right now, we're not seeing any warnings, but there are other storms that are popping up behind the storm that we need to keep our eye on as well. We've had multiple reports of possible tornado damage, including in Wynne, Arkansas, as well as in Covington. So very serious situation there. This storm right now, if you are in Shelby County, definitely make sure that you are being very, very vigilant. In fact, they're going to issue a severe for East Shelby into northern Fayette County. So they're going to add on a severe thunderstorm warning probably for this storm that just moved through Bartlett. So this will be a severe thunderstorm warning in addition to this tornado warning. Possibly they just clocked 50-mile-an-hour winds, and that was going through their office, which we got that same rainfall there. So In a few seconds, we're going to see that new polygon pop on your screen. We haven't seen really any but one severe thunderstorm warning, but this is saying that it's radar indicated 60-mile-an-hour winds for Fayette and Shelby counties. There it is. This is the severe thunderstorm warning for Fayette and Shelby County until 10:30. And they lost power at the National Weather Service, and they are at the Agra Center. So that tells you how strong those winds are with 50 miles an hour. So very strong winds moving through the area, Trevor.
Yeah, Danielle, it's close to the top of the hour. Just want to do a quick reset for you. You've been watching hours of severe weather coverage here on ABC 24 WATN and CW30 WLMT. I'm meteorologist Trevor Birchett alongside meteorologist Danielle Moss and a host of people behind the scenes that have been helping us keep you and your family safe and get reports in. So we appreciate them. I also appreciate the viewers who have been sending kind messages, asking us, making sure we're getting fed. I had somebody offer to bring us food. They are feeding us. They got us some food. We're trying to sneak it in between breaks here. So when you see Danielle talking for a longer time, I'm probably getting some food. But thank you all for your concerns. And obviously, we've had a rough night tonight. We had a deadly tornado move through Wynne, Arkansas. 2 people at least confirmed dead by the coroner's office after a tornado hit Wynne earlier this evening. That same tornado hit Parkin, Arkansas, which was hit several years ago by a tornado. Covington, Tennessee, and then up toward Brownsville, Tennessee. That storm now well off out of here. We've had tornadoes in Fayette County, Hardeman County, McNairy County. We've had tornadoes in Tunica, DeSoto County, and we've had tornadoes all over the place. It's just been a rough night, as you can imagine. And believe us, we take it seriously that you choose to trust us in times like this, and it's not something we take lightly. We are still in the middle of it, though, so I don't want to get too lost. Quickly, though, before we get back to this, and I'll tell you, I know we have a tornado warning for DeSoto and Shelby. Right now, I have no indication that that is a tornado on the ground. We're going to watch it carefully, but before we do that, we have some new video from Wynne, Arkansas. I told you earlier that we had that tornado go through there, and we understand this is some video, and like I said, we know that 2 people have lost their life in this storm today in Wynne, and it's not something you ever want to see. This is horrible damage. You're looking at Wynne High School there. The side of the building just pretty much blown to bits. You see trees down, power lines down. Again, this is back at Wynne High School. The roof completely gone off the high school. That's going to take a while to get back together. You see some homes, maybe a business there where the brick wall has just completely collapsed, and this is going to take a while to clean up, and we're waiting to get some video in from Covington, but it's going to be a similar scene to this. We know that the Chevrolet dealership sustained some pretty significant damage in Covington with windows blown out and part of the roof also taken off. TDOT also reporting that at least 2 miles of Highway 51 in Covington is closed down as they continue to assess the damage and get things cleared up. And it's awful, and it just puts a pit in your stomach. You don't want to see this. We've also got some video from Covington, or at least some photos from Covington that we've been keeping an eye on. And as we know, Covington was hit by the same tornado not too long after it hit Wynne. So just a trail of destruction. This is now in Covington, and this is probably part of Highway 51 that's shut down. You see trees, power poles, power lines, all have been knocked down from that tornado, again, as it rolled through Covington. So just an awful night. And these folks are going to need help. Wynne is going to need help. Covington is going to need help. What they don't need you to do is take time this weekend to go and sightsee the damage. People lost their life. People lost their homes. People lost their businesses. They lost their place of worship. They lost their school tonight. And it's just not something you want to see. And so they're gonna get some help. We're gonna make sure they get the help that they need. We have some of the best people in the country right here in the Mid-South, and they're gonna make sure that those people are taken care of. And we're gonna focus on that too as well here at ABC 24. But we've still got severe weather going on. Unfortunately, we've got at least a few more hours of this mess, at least a couple of more before we can call it quits. We've got a new tornado warning now that has been issued for parts of the Mid-South. This is going to go for a good chunk of now Fayette County, parts of northern Marshall County and another part of Shelby County. Danielle, you've got a track of that new storm. I think my remote might have died, so I'm going to check on that.
Okay.
And you give us the kind of the times of arrival of this possible tornado.
Okay, yes. So this is for the new tornado warning that they just issued. So south wind heads up 10:11. That's 2 minutes. It's 10:09 right now. So 10:11 p.m. south wind. You need to be in your safe place. Collierville at 10:18 p.m. Piperton at 10:21 p.m. Rossville at 10:27 p.m. Moscow at 10:38 p.m. Williston at 10:42 p.m. Somerville at 10:47 p.m. Grand Junction once again at 10:54 p.m. and Whiteville at 11:04 p.m. This is for a tornado warned storm. Radar indicated, it's not confirmed on the ground, but this severe thunderstorm that's moving through that area, I'll clear some of this off for us so we can have a better look. This severe thunderstorm that's moving through that area could produce a tornado. So it is definitely got all of the ingredients to possibly produce a tornado. You definitely need to make sure that you are being weather aware at this time. Some of those places had literally 2 minutes to get into their safe place. Here's another look. Collierville 10:14, Piperton 10:15, Rossville 10:19 p.m. Just go ahead and get into the bathroom. There's nothing costing you anything to just get in the bathroom, get in the tub, put something over your head, get you and your kids in your safe place at this time, just in case this storm does drop a tornado. Because one thing we have been seeing with these storms is that they kind of gain strength and then lose strength, and that's when they produce those tornadoes. So please don't let your guard down. Even though it's not a confirmed tornado, it is still a severe thunderstorm that could produce a tornado. Trevor?
Danielle, I zoomed in a little bit closer here, and I wanted to also give a reminder. We're hearing those tornado sirens go off. Okay, Danielle, I wanted to give a reminder. My mic was muted. I apologize. I wanted to give you an update on the situation that's going on and zoomed in a little bit closer. Danielle was just telling you about that area of circulation near Collierville moving into southern Fayette County. The problem is, anytime any part of Shelby County is in a tornado warning, the sirens go off for the whole county. We've been trying to get that changed for years and years and years. It seems like I was a kid and we were talking about working on changing that. But since Collierville is in a tornado warning, the sirens are going off everywhere. We're hearing them at the TV studios on Sycamore View. They're going off downtown, Midtown, Cooper Young, everywhere. So I just want to remind you that downtown, Midtown, you're not under a threat of a tornado right now. Fraser, Raleigh, Bartlett, Arlington, Lakeland, all okay right now. It's that area near Collierville and quickly moving into Fayette County. But if you are in Collierville, I still want you to be in your tornado safe place, because even though we don't have any confirmation from a storm spotter that this thing is on the ground, we do know that there is some circulation and some very strong wind over Collierville. We have a camera now we want to take. This is at 385 and Hacks Cross. This will kind of show you what's going on. And we can just take this full screen for just a little bit if you want. You can see the lightning off in the distance there. Cars driving on 385 like it's a sunny Sunday. I don't understand that. But if you have to be out, please at least slow down. Don't do 75 on Bill Morris. If you have to be out, I would really just like for you to be home. Lots of lightning off in the distance. And the worst of the storm is now past 385 and Hacks Cross. Roads, of course, still soaking wet. So let's get back to the radar. We'll show you again where that possible rotation is. It's pretty much right on top of Collierville. We're talking about Poplar Avenue, 72 getting over toward 269, really getting into Fayette County now. The worst of this is in Fayette County. So pretty soon we'll be able to give Shelby County the all clear. I can tell you DeSoto County, you're clear of the tornado threat, hopefully for good tonight, but the tornado threat is done for now in DeSoto County. Everybody in Shelby County is okay except for Collierville. I still want Collierville in your safe place. And if you're in Fayette County, Rossville, especially up toward Williston, that is where that area of circulation is headed now. And that is where we could see a tornado pop up. Again, right now, no indication that we have one on the ground. I'll check our debris mode just one more time to make sure. But in the last little bit, I have not seen any indication that we do have any confirmed reports of a tornado that has touched down, which is some good news. We definitely do not want that. Let's see here. Let's check that debris mode out. And I know this just looks insane, but I'm not seeing any indication that there's any debris being picked up by the storm. So what that tells me is we've not had a tornado touchdown in Collierville, which is good news. We don't want that. We didn't have a tornado touchdown in DeSoto County. We had It got pretty close. We definitely had a strong thunderstorm, but it doesn't look like we had a tornado in DeSoto or Shelby counties, at least out of this storm. Where it's going now is going to be toward Rossville, Piperton. It's pretty much right over Piperton now, so the worst is moving out of Collierville. Williston, I need you in your tornado safe place as well. And then that's going to continue to move into Fayette County. But some good news is, again, right now, we do not have an indication that we have any tornado on the ground. Now, earlier tonight, we were getting indication after indication that we were just getting tornadoes all over the place. We are not seeing that right now. Still a very strong storm. It's coming a flood right now in most of Fayette County toward New Bethel. In fact, that's kind of where this possible rotation is going to go. It's over Piperton now, moving off to the north and east. So if you're in New Bethel, go ahead and get down to your tornado safe place between New Bethel and Rossville, and then eventually toward Williston. That is where this storm is going to be going next. We'll check out the velocity one more time. Just want to make sure we're not missing anything here. And we'll just see, again, what I'm seeing here is the winds inside the storm, and I'm not seeing anything that's catching my eye that could be a tornado. The winds are very strong in here, but there's nothing too alarming about this being a tornado. Hopefully we can get that tornado warning canceled soon, but it's still in an environment that is really conducive for tornadoes to develop. That's why we have that high risk of severe weather in effect today. Now back behind this, we do have some more thunderstorms. We got a thunderstorm coming into Clarksdale we're going to be watching. It's got a little hook on it, and that's usually an indication of some spinning, possibly a tornado. But I will say that right now, none of this in the Delta in Mississippi is severe. But Danielle, it's something we're going to have to watch.
Yeah, I've been watching it for the last few minutes, especially as we've been kind of seeing the storm in Shelby County weaken just a little bit. But it's definitely gotten a little bit stronger. There was some rotation in it a few minutes ago. Definitely something we're keeping our eye on. It just crossed the Mississippi, so definitely in Coahoma County, Mississippi, this strong storm that's moving just a little bit north of Clarksdale, Mississippi. Definitely keeping our eye on it. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they issue a severe thunderstorm warning for that storm, but as of right now, it's behaving, and that's what we need it to do. Lots of rainfall involved in this storm, but not seeing anything strong enough to say that it could produce a tornado or anything like that. Let's just take a wide look to see what's happening. We still have this tornado warning that does include Shelby County and DeSoto County. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning for that same storm as well. So that severe thunderstorm could produce a tornado. It's definitely something that we're keeping our eye on. Other than that, that is our only severe threat right now. I know I've been trying to go back and forth and kind of monitor some of our Facebook comments. Don't let your guard down just yet. Once that tornado watch has expired, that's when we all can take a sigh of relief, but that does not expire until 1 a.m. Now, if these storms expire early and we start to see things kind of calming down, then I wouldn't be surprised if they take that watch off a little bit early. But as of right now, our advice would be to make sure that you are treating every storm very, very seriously. Now, they did just cancel the severe thunderstorm warning for Shelby County, but they continued it for Fayette County. And the tornado warning, there is one for Benton and Henry counties as well. So still a lot going on here in the Mid-South, and it's definitely something that we've been having our eye on. And like Trevor said, I mean, seeing the devastation in Wynne, Arkansas, that's just the beginning of it. Once the sun gets up tomorrow, we could be looking at a lot of devastation across the Mid-South, not just in Wynne, but all over the place. We've had multiple confirmed tornadoes, at least 5 or 6 confirmed tornadoes on the ground. We've been hearing about even in Bethel Springs, a wall collapsing on a home there. We haven't heard any injuries from that incident, but still very serious situation. So you definitely want to make sure that you are taking these storms seriously. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit, take another look at this storm here that is still tornado warned.
And they just canceled it, as a matter of fact.
Wow.
Now it's going to continue for Fayette.
Right, but that's good news for Shelby County.
And for Marshall.
Yep.
It has been canceled.
Yep, that's good news. So it is continued for Fayette until 10:30. So you have almost another 10 minutes, a little bit less than that. But still, don't let your guard down. I mean, it's really crazy how these storms have been cycling all day long. We see them kind of lose their strength and then regain strength and turn into a confirmed tornado very, very quickly. So please make sure that if you have power right now, you want to be charging your phones. I've been having people say, hey, what's going on? I've lost power in my house. Please make sure that you have multiple ways of communicating, whether that's just charging your cell phone, having an iPad that has a streaming service on there. Please make sure that you are paying close attention. And there it is. I knew it. That storm in Coahoma and Phillips County, they're going to put a tornado warning on that storm. So just when you think that you're in the clear, you're not. So I'm going to zoom back out just a little bit. So that means that in a few minutes, we're going to have 2 tornado warnings in this area. So I'm going to zoom out and we're going to just wait for them to issue it. So right now there is a tornado warning for Shelby County. They took Shelby County out. It is for Fayette County. It expires at 10:30, so in another 10 minutes, but they are about to issue a new one for Coahoma County, as well as Phillips County, Arkansas. Northwest of Clarksdale. So that's that storm that Trevor and I were watching that said that could be producing a little bit of a hook. So folks, like I said, you can see the radar is not completely covered in green. So Holly Springs, you all might be a little bit relaxed right now. Batesville, Oxford, Mississippi, you all might be a little bit relaxed. Everyone needs to make sure that they are paying close attention to the weather because we are all under a tornado watch until 1 a.m. tonight. So they just issued now a severe thunderstorm warning for Fayette County. And I mean, this is a lot of unrained. A lot of these places did not see rain this afternoon or evening. So that's what's concerning. That's what they're talking about right now in the chat, is that all of this area seems to be what they call rotating, which means that if the thunderstorm is produced, we could be seeing some of these storms go tornado just because it didn't rain in this area like we need it to be. So Coahoma, Panola, Quitman, and Tunica counties until 10:45. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Kings, or 7 miles northwest of Clarksdale, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So that is brand new. I'm going to get some information on this. Let me zoom in a little bit. Earlier, I was using another one of our radars to get a little bit better of an indication, and I think that I might switch it back over there just so I can make sure that we are all getting the best information there. Still, nope, maybe it's a little bit closer here in Memphis. This is the storm that they have just tornado warned. It is northwest of Clarksdale, and I'm going to draw a new line, and it's moving. Here we go. All right. So if I call your town, you definitely want to make sure that you are in your safe place at this time, because there is a new tornado warning in effect. So Jonestown at 10:36 p.m., Lula at 10:38 p.m., Falcon at 10:50 p.m., Sledge at 10:52 p.m., Strayhorn at 11:02 p.m., Como at 11:11 p.m., Sardis at 11:11 p.m. as well, Senatobia at 11:12, and Coldwater at 11:15. This storm right now making its way northwest of Clarksdale. We did see that it did have a little bit of a rotation in it, and I'm going to zoom in just a little bit to see what we're looking at. Clear this off. There is some shear. Shear means that there is some possible rotation in that storm as well. It's just been a busy weather night, folks, and I know we keep saying it. I know you're probably tired of it, but you need to be in your safe place at this time right now. For Panola County, it looks like Batesville, you all might be okay. I'm definitely worried about any area that's near Sardis. This storm is probably going to be headed in between Senatobia and Sardis as well. Trevor, do you have any information there on the storm that's moving through Fayette County?
Yeah, I was just getting some updates. Actually, some friends of mine just kind of sending in information. I'm trying to catch up on my Instagram messages from folks. Had some information out of Memphis when that storm came through. In Sea Isle, power knocked out. and an oak tree down on Sea Isle Road near Mount Moriah. Luckily, it looks like it missed any houses out there, but a big oak tree down near Sea Isle. And also, we're hearing about 30,000 MLGW customers are now without power due to these tornadoes. And as a matter of fact, what we can do here is switch to our power outage map. And I'm not going to spend long on this because we still do have active tornado warnings. But what you're going to be able to see here is that we likely do have several outages being reported across the area. 18,000 people without power in Tipton County. Of course, we know, unfortunately, that is where we had that tornado touchdown. Cross County, about 6,000 people. You can literally see where we had that main tornado go from Wynne to Turl to Covington, in that kind of line. That's where we have the most power outages. But even Shelby County picking up on this map says about 24,000. Officially, MLGW reporting about 30,000. Some good news on this tornado warning in Fayette County. They are slated to let that expire at 10:30. The storm just not showing as much sign of rotation as it was moments ago. Still a very nasty storm. We've got heavy rain, hail, damaging winds between Moscow and Williston and Fayette County, but it does not look like a tornado potential is continuing, at least right now. What we can do, though, is switch over to our shear product. That's going to show us the amount of rotation. Still a little bit, not a whole lot, not nearly as much as what we were seeing earlier. Still the potential, though, for a tornado to drop down. These things tend to go in cycles. They'll weaken and then they'll strengthen back up. So still just keep an eye on this. If you're in Williston, it'll be near you about 1033, Somerville at 1039, Whiteville at 1051. That's tracking any rotation, any possible tornado. That's not tracking when the wind is going to start. Still a pretty strong BTI. That's a 7.1. But you see in that next update, it kind of fell apart. So I wouldn't be surprised if in this next storm track we get, that BTI is going to come on down just a little bit. So again, they're going to let the tornado warning expire for Fayette County at 10:30. Notice your rotation just kind of falling apart. That's what we like to see. Severe thunderstorm warning is going to continue for Somerville, Whiteville, Bolivar. That means we're still worried about damaging wind gusts of 60 miles an hour. And storms are still producing tornadoes up in Middle Tennessee. They've moved out of our area, but now they're continuing. If you know anybody up near Paris, in that area, that storm is still producing a tornado. That's the same couple of storms that produced tornadoes in our area a little bit earlier. They have now left us. They're headed toward Nashville, but they are still continuing on. So again, just to recap for you, if you're just joining us, we have a tornado watch that's in effect until 1. So tornadoes still possible, but they are going to expire the tornado warning for Fayette County at 10:30. Still a strong thunderstorm with damaging wind gusts headed towards Somerville and Bolivar. Just not a potential of a tornado for now. Strong thunderstorms in Tunica and DeSoto counties. No warnings on those. We do still have a tornado warning now for parts of Coahoma, Quitman, southern Tunica, even parts of Panola County. That storm kind of tapping into some energy that hasn't been used up yet. I think kind of our saving grace with this storm is that we had that first storm come through DeSoto County, and then when the second one came through, the energy was kind of used up. You know, the storm had already come through, it used up a lot of the energy, so that second storm didn't have as much left when it came through. This storm down here in Coahoma County, it's in an area that we haven't seen storms today, so it's still got a lot of energy to use up, and still some pretty good signs of rotation on that storm as well, and I know Danielle's been keeping an eye on that.
That's right, Trevor. I've been looking at pretty much every single severe weather threat that could be involved in this storm. As of right now, it does not look as organized as our other storms that have been happening, but we've learned our lesson with these storms, that just because it looks a little bit weak right now doesn't mean that we're not going to let our guard down. Right now, if you're wondering where this storm is, this is a tornado warned storm. It's not confirmed, it's just radar indicated. So I'm going to zoom in just a little bit closer to see if I can get some more information here on exactly what we're looking at. So this is the heaviest part of the rain right now moving through Coahoma. I'm going to move my camera over just a little bit. Okay, so that does not include our viewing area. Okay, so this is going to be moving across Highway 49 near Wildwood Road, near Birdie Road, Moon Road, right near Friar Point Road. You're getting some heavy rainfall right now. I think that the strongest part of the rotation, though, is going to be near Rudyard, maybe Rudyard. It's going to be a little bit north of Eagles Nest, Jonestown. You all might be getting some heavy rainfall and part of the strongest part of that storm as well. As of right now, if I zoom out just a little bit, I'm not really seeing a lot of rotation in this storm, but that doesn't mean that it's not capable of producing any. There we go. It just a little bit more rotation involved there. So you can see this is the strongest point of this storm, moving right over Coahoma right now. A little bit north of Jonestown. So I'm going to put a new track on there so we can know exactly where we're looking at and who is going to be impacted by this storm. It's been appearing. We've been watching these storms kind of develop, and even though we've had our eye on Shelby County and Hardeman County, we've had to keep watching storms that are kind of behind that system so that we can know exactly what to look at and what to kind of warn you about. So I'm going to put a new track on here so that we can talk a little bit more about exactly where this storm is impacting. I'm going to draw it right there, right through the polygon. And some of these places might not be in the tornado warning, like Sledge and Falcon. You guys have some time. This is great timing right now if you live in Sledge or Falcon to get into your safe place. Falcon, you have until 10:58 p.m., Sledge until 11:03 p.m., and Strayhorn until 11:20 p.m. Right now, it's 10:29, so that's almost an hour for people in Strayhorn to get into their safe place. This storm is moving through Jonestown near Lula as well. So just make sure that if you know someone in that area who lives there, you want to be giving them a call, kind of giving them a heads up that, hey, there is a strong storm that could produce a tornado and it's headed your way at this time. Definitely looking at some possible heavy rainfall. I haven't really clicked on this button much tonight, but heavy rainfall looks to be the worst of it. Some of us could be seeing a little bit of hail in Coahoma County, but we're not seeing any major possible hail either. In fact, if we click on that, there's not even a hail path. So that's good news. So that's one threat you don't have to worry about. But this storm does have a little bit of rotation, and that's what we call our shear rate. So the winds are working against each other to create rotation. And like Trevor and I were saying, because this area hasn't gotten much rain, really anything can happen. As this storm continues to push eastward, we could be seeing more rotation involved, and this storm also could produce a tornado. So please don't let your guard down, especially, I'll zoom out just a little bit, especially if you live in an area that has not been touched, such as parts of Panola County. It looks like maybe it might split Senatobia and Sardis. Is a little bit too early to call, but if you live in Senatobia or Sardis, you definitely want to have your guard up because this storm could be headed your way. Trevor?
And Danielle, I'm not going to take too much of your time because you've been doing a great job tracking that storm, and I want to keep an eye on it, but I do want to give an update, kind of a broad view for everybody as we get close to 10:30. Lots of folks asking in the Facebook chat, which we try to keep an eye on just for reports and information. When can I go to bed? Trust me, I would love to be in bed as well, but give me a couple more hours, especially if you're in northern Mississippi. Let me tell you who can go to bed. And I'm going to do kind of a circle for you of who is all clear. Stuart, if we can lose this for just a couple of seconds, I hope that's still you working back there. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Again, we got a ton of great folks working in the back as well to help keep you safe and help to keep us on air. I'm going to circle an area that can go to sleep. That is all clear. If you are anywhere over here, this area is clear from the severe weather threat. Dyersburg, Ripley, parts of Shelby County. If you're in Memphis, give me another 30 minutes to an hour. I'd really like you to keep an eye on this batch of storms. If that can get through, you can go to sleep. Eastern Arkansas, you're pretty much done with the severe weather, and Lord knows they do not need any more. Wind took a hard hit tonight, as did parts of Parkin and even into Earl. So some rough weather over there, and Eastern Arkansas is pretty much done with the severe weather threat. So if you're in Eastern Arkansas, the storms are pretty much done. Dyer County, Lauderdale County, Tipton County, Covington got hit hard too, but y'all can be done with that severe weather potential. You are wondering who's reading the comments? Yes, It is me. I try to keep an eye on them while Danielle's talking. It's a good way for us to interact. To be honest with you, I'd like to keep an eye on the comments because y'all will call us out on what we're missing. You'll say, hey, you haven't talked about this place in a while. And it's a good thing for us to keep an eye on so we can kind of keep an eye on what you want to see and adjust accordingly. But if you are in Western Tennessee, Northern Mississippi especially, you got a few more hours of this. If you're in Northern Mississippi, it's going to be 1 a.m. really before you are like all clear of the severe weather threat. They just canceled something or extended something. I believe that might be maybe.
It's the severe thunderstorm warning for Fayette and Hardeman.
So we'll get an update on that in just a second. But again, who needs to stay awake? Let's do that. If you're in Memphis, give me until 11:30. 11:30, the severe weather threat will be over. It's pretty much done now, but I really want you to stay up just for an extra hour because this batch of storms could easily turn back severe soon. For now, we're good. Holly Springs and Byhalia, I need you to keep an extra eye out because not only are you still in the risk, you've also got this tornado-warned storm that is generally headed your way within the next hour. So if you're in Marshall County, Holly Springs, Byhalia, Bolivar, you all need to stay awake as these storms continue to approach you. And now as these all move to the east, I'll keep updating and keep giving you the all clear. But if you are in eastern Arkansas, you're clear from that severe weather threat. Memphis, give me until 11:30. I know, I want to go to bed too. I really do. Corinth, I'd like for you to be up. I really would until probably 1. Just that's going to be when it is all clear. Still tornado possible especially in northern Mississippi. In fact, we've got a new tornado warning down there. So the threat's not over, especially in northern Mississippi. Those are the areas we're still going to have to continue to watch, Danielle.
Yes, exactly. And I've been having my eye on it. Julie, can we put that camera in an O box, Highway 61, the one that you just sent me a message about? This is perfect. So that is at 385. Let me pull that up so I don't get it wrong, or you can say it in my ear there. This is Highway 61 and Highway 49 in Mississippi. So a lot of lightning, heavy rainfall from this one storm. They just continued that tornado warning. So I'm going to zoom out just a little bit so we can see exactly what we're talking about. And I'll pull up the radar view. I was looking at how much rotation, because that has seemed to be the key to how strong or severe these storms have been. So Como, go ahead and get into your safe point right now. Sardis as well. These storms, they move so fast, you don't know if it's going to turn to the right or to the left. So, in fact, Senatobia, if I lived in Senatobia, I would also be in my safe place at this time. So this is the new tornado warning for this storm. A lot of untapped area. What does that mean? That means that, unfortunately, because you all haven't seen a lot of rain, the atmosphere is just still very, very strong. And that's why you can see those lightning strikes. Lightning is definitely something that we want to keep our eye on because last Friday there was several lightning induced fires. So just make sure that you're being weather aware at this time. You don't want to go to sleep too early, like Trevor was saying, because you don't want to miss key information as far as the weather is concerned. I'm going to take another look at our shear because the rotation in this storm has been strengthening and weakening with each scan. So it shows us that the storm is not quite soft yet. It's not quite, it's still very, very strong. You need to make sure that you're being weather aware. I'm going to put a new track on it just because they did extend that tornado warning once again. And that is going to be northeast of Clarksdale. It's moving around 45 miles an hour. And it does not expire until 11:15 tonight. And I'm sure that they did that because the storm is just kind of, it keeps upcycling. So sometimes it looks to be a little bit weak. With every single radar scan, it shows that it's weakening and then it shows that it's strengthening. So that's something that we want to keep our eye on. I'm going to put a new track on it so that we can see, call out some towns and let you all know exactly what we're looking at here. Also, hey, if you're in Clarksdale, there's a storm moving through that way, and I just clicked on that shear rate. You're not in a severe thunderstorm warning or in a tornado warning, but that had a little bit of shear in it as well. So here's your new track for the tornado warning. Falcon at 10:52 p.m., Sledge at 10:55 p.m., Como at 11:13 p.m., as well as Sardis at 11:13 p.m., Senatobia at 11:15 p.m., Coldwater at 11:18 p.m., and Independence at 11:27 p.m. A lot of these places, like I said, said, not in the tornado warning, but that's just a heads up. If you're in that area, I would go ahead and get into my safe place and be prepared. If the kids are asleep, wake them up, tell them, come on, we got to get into the bathroom at this time. We need to make sure that we're being safe, the entire family there. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit and tell you where the strongest point of this storm is right now. So if I say your town name or the street that you're familiar with, you're going to say, okay, I know where that is. That means that you need to be in your safe place because the strongest part of the storm is going over Birdie right now. That's Old River Road, Dees Road, near Graveyard Road, Rayford Road, Fair Road, Belane Road. Once again, these are in North Mississippi. Lombardy Road, Henry Road, Mills Road. All of you all are about to get some really heavy rainfall, and this tornado warned storm is going to be over your home if you are in that area. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit and move it back. So if you're in Sledge is still an area of concern for me, and in my opinion, you definitely want to make sure you're being weather aware there. Yellow Lake at Handy Road, as well as Hughes Road, and this looks like it's going to be crossing Coldwater River Levee as well. Stone Road, Simpson Road, near Tibbs and Tibbs Road, Waldlington Road, Simpson Road. Make sure you're in your safe place at this time. If you know anyone who lives in that area, call them up, tell them be in your safe place. This storm is still continuing to be very, very strong. And every cycle, every time we get a new radar scan, we're seeing that it could be strengthening. So I'm going to zoom out just a little bit so we can see exactly what we're looking at. Full view. Now we're getting a little bit of thunder once again here in Bartlett. That's another thing that Trevor was, saying. You don't want to let your guard down. So I'm honestly looking at both these two tornado warnings as well as this strong storm that's moving through Clarksdale. And based off that latest radar scan, if you live in Jonestown, right now you're getting the worst of this tornado warned storm, and this storm that's moving through Clarksdale is headed your way. So definitely want to make sure that you're being weather aware in that area. Rainfall heavy at this time. Right now we're not seeing any hail at all based on the radar, which is good. You can see it's blank. That means that our radar isn't picking up any hail at all. And that was one of our least threats that we were concerned about. High winds were going to be one of them, and unfortunately tornadoes. And you can see that we have had multiple confirmed tornadoes. And if we take a look at our shear, this is what I was talking about right here in Clarksdale. I'm not sure if the National Weather Service is paying attention to this storm. So you all need to be very weather aware in this area in Clarksdale. We have seen at least twice since I've been in here, the possibility of tornadoes being produced without being in a warning. So I'm looking at the shear, and I'm telling you now that if you're in Clarksdale, make sure you're still in your safe place. You're not in that tornado warning, but don't let your guard down just yet. They're still issuing a few severe thunderstorm warnings for Fayette County, but definitely still keeping my eye. Yeah, and so now they're talking about southern Coahoma County. So this is definitely a cause for concern. Once again, Clarksdale, I would keep my eye on this storm and definitely get into your safe place. I know it's not warned, but there is some rotation. And just based off of what we've been seeing, the trend with these storms, that could be a very, very strong storm moving through that area as well. We'll take a look at our wind speeds. Yeah. I think I'm going to send them a message about this storm, Trevor, because it's got some pretty strong winds with it as well. In fact, it looks a little bit more put together than the storm that it's actually in the warning. And
there's a couple of different areas. I was just kind of looking at that as well. There's almost two little areas of rotation down there. One of them is in the tornado warning and one is not. Now, again, I want to add, again, if you're just joining us, we've got some really loud thunderstorms in Memphis and DeSoto County. There's no warning on those right now. There's no threat of severe weather with those at this moment. Anything can happen, but for right now, we just got some loud thunderstorms in the metro.
They just issued a new one.
A new tornado warning. Okay,
yeah,
there it is. So let's zoom in. We were just talking about it. We really got two different storms here in Quitman and Coahoma counties. You see the one that has the tornado warning going toward Como and Sardis on 55. Another one right over Clarksdale. So if you're in Clarksdale, Marks, Lambert, you need to be in your tornado safe place as well. Pretty much anybody in Coahoma or Quitman counties, you need to be in your tornado safe place. And again, just to remind you what those are, that's going to be the lowest floor you have, the bottom level smallest center room, like a closet or a bathroom, even a hallway. Stay away from windows and cover yourself with pillows or blankets, even a mattress if you can. But you really just want to pick that smallest center room and stay there until the storm passes. Again, this is a tornado warning for Coahoma and Quitman counties in Mississippi. Also includes parts of Panola County in Mississippi. Two separate storms working now. One of those, again, coming up toward northern Quitman County now. Falcon and Sledge, you need to be in your safe place now. That's that one area of rotation. Another area of rotation just over Clarksdale, moving toward Marks and Lambert. So Danielle, how about this? How about you take the northern one? Okay. I'll take the Clarksdale one. You get a storm track ready on that northern one headed towards Sardis and Como. I think you just got a skit on it. Actually, you could just click that. And then I will get a track on the southern storm that's over Clarksdale right now. So if you're in Clarksdale, you got to be in your tornado safe place
and just
right
as
now.
A heads up, Trevor, just in case people are going to be out and about in Memphis, there are multiple trees down. This is from the Memphis Fire Department, that large trees and wires are down in the city of Memphis right now. So please make sure that you are not just driving around the town at this time. You can go ahead and put Trevor back on and let him talk about his storm, and I'm going to get some more information about that northern storm that was tornado warned first.
And I'm just kind of checking in on our Facebook comments with some information, making sure we're not missing any reports. Jason said basically everybody in South Haven, Olive Branch needs to be on alert until 1. Not necessarily DeSoto County until 1. DeSoto County maybe until 12. But most of North Mississippi, we really want you to stay on alert. And again, as soon as I can clear you from the severe weather threat and let you go to bed, I will let you know. But for now, we can't do that because, again, we've got these two tornado warnings, one in northern Quitman County, one over Clarksdale. I said I was going to focus on the one that's over Clarksdale. Strong signs of rotation now. Neither one of these are confirmed by a storm spotter. Both of these are being seen on radar as indication. So these could quickly turn into a tornado. But for right now, we don't have any official word that either one of these is on the ground. Let's hope that it stays that way. But Danielle picked up on it. She said even before they issued the warning that we had the possible circulation over Clarksdale, and that's what's happening. So I do want to put a storm track on that. Again, that's going to be coming up through Marks and Lambert in Quitman County here in the next little bit. So I want to get the speed on that. That's at about 50 miles an hour. So if you're in Clarksdale, again, safe places right now. But again, this is going to be in Marks here sooner rather than later. Could even be a little closer to Batesville. So that's another area that we're going to watch. Here's your times of arrival. This is not for the rain. This is for the tornado, if there is one. Lambert by 11:05. Had to check and see if it was really that late. It's been a long night. Marks by 11:06. Pope, Cortland, Batesville a little closer to 11:30. Sardis by 11:36. I know you're not in the warning right now, Batesville, but just an early heads up. If that thing does decide to hold together, it's going to be pretty close to Batesville. And again, we've got that other area of circulation that is in northern Quitman County that's going to be coming toward Como and Sardis, crossing over I-55 a little closer to 11 or 11:10. I know Danielle's keeping an eye on that. And I do want to say, we've got a lot of people saying, hey, it's thundering. I know it's thundering here at the TV station in Memphis. We've got some loud rain and wind in DeSoto County. Right now, these are our only two tornado warnings for Coahoma, Quitman, and Panola. All the storms in DeSoto County and Shelby County, they're very heavy. We've got a lot of thunder and lightning, but there's no warnings in effect for Memphis or DeSoto County. We do have a strong thunderstorm out near Bolivar. That's got a severe thunderstorm warning for winds of 60 miles an hour. But the only tornado threat right now in Coahoma and Quitman counties. Danielle's got a storm track on that northern cell.
Right. Yes. Trevor, will you update me? I don't know where that emergency management guy is that just said that there is a confirmed tornado on the ground. So this is the first tornado warned storm that we are keeping our eye on. If I call your town, you definitely need to be in your safe place at this time. Falcon at 10:50 p.m., Sledge at 10:54 p.m., Como at 11:16 p.m., Sardis also at 11:16 p.m., and Senatobia at 11:19, as well as Independence and 11:34 p.m. So this storm is moving fairly fast. I know earlier I was saying that we could see some of our shear kind of weakening, but there it is, once again, strengthening. So this has been the trend for these storms. Sledge, it's about to be over your house. If you live in Sledge right now, in fact, I'm going to go ahead and go street view so I can give you guys a better look at exactly who needs to be in their safe place at this time. I'm going to clear some of this off so I can see a little bit better. Let's see, Stone Road, you need to be in the bathroom wherever you need to be for your safe place at this time. Landfill Road, as well as Samuels Road, Silo Road, right near Delta, Holly Grove Road, Pleasant Grove. This storm is moving your way eastward. Ballantyne Road, Whitehead Road, Golden Road, Stone Road. Right now, if you live in Falcon or if you know someone that's on Falcon Road, this storm is over their head right now. Definitely a very strong storm in North Mississippi. Lots of rotation, and unfortunately, this is the area that has not gotten any rainfall at all. So we're going to continue to see. I mean, look at this scan for that rotation. The rotation is definitely continuing. It's still just radar right now. So it's not a confirmed tornado on the ground, but this is just radar as of right now, radar indicated. Still looking at how strong it is. Every scan, it looks like it gets a little bit stronger because we didn't get any rain in this area. Unfortunately, there is going to be a risk of this storm kind of doing what the others have done, getting a little bit weak and then strengthening and possibly producing a tornado. So please make sure that you are, if you know someone in this area, please make sure that they are aware of what's going on, because a lot of people, it's getting late at night. Some people may have fallen asleep, especially in this area, because you might have said, hey, we're not getting anything, but now it's your time to be in your safe place. This is for Quitman County. Falcon at 10:52 p.m., Sledge at 10:55 p.m., Como at 11:17 p.m., and Sardis. This is a little bit of a rotation in your area. We're not looking at any devastating hail or anything like that, but it is still a cause for concern. I've been watching. It's a little bit far out. We use multiple different radars to kind of make sure that we get the information that we need to relay to you all. And I know there's a lot on my screen right now, but this is what we use to kind of determine if there's any if the winds are very strong. And you can see in this area right over Falcon, it looks like it might go in between Falcon and Sledge. This is the area that the strongest part of the storm is at right now. So if you are in that area, you need to be in your safe place. Sledge, I cannot stress it enough. Please be in your safe place at this time. I'm going to clear this off one more time and see if I can get another street level view before I let Trevor have his storm, because there's 2 tornado warnings pretty much for the same area. So that is also alarming. Here we go. Once again, Landfill Road, this storm is headed your way. Samuels Road, as well as Silo Road, Holly Grove Road, maybe even Pumping Station Road and Spring Hill Road. This storm is headed your way. So a lot of places still just have not even had any rainfall, and unfortunately, while you think that might be a good thing, it's not as far as these strong to severe thunderstorms are concerned. Trevor?
Yeah, that's right, Danielle. We like the rain because it eats up the storm energy. I said that this morning. We wanted rain in the morning so we didn't have to deal with this at all. We just didn't get much rain in the morning. As Danielle was saying, I'm most concerned about this area of circulation over Falcon and Sledge. We do still have some weak circulation near Clarksdale. That's going to be headed toward Marks. I still want you in your safe place. If you're anywhere in Quitman County, I want you in your safe place. Here's a new tornado warning. This one's going to go for Hardeman and McNairy counties. We've been talking about this storm for a little bit now, too. This was the storm that had gone through Memphis a little bit ago. It's down near Bolivar. Seeing some rotation pick up on that. So a new tornado warning coming out for, let's see, that is going to be Hardeman and McNairy until 11:30. Storm is capable of producing a tornado 8 miles south of Bolivar, moving east at about 60 miles an hour. And I want to say, as we get a little closer, I know a lot of people in the Facebook, they want to know when can they go to bed. Jason, I know you were trying to ask, DeSoto County, give me maybe 30 to 45 more minutes. As soon as I can clear you, and I'm watching, I want to clear you. As soon as I can, I'll let you know, but stay with me for a little bit longer. Let me let this last batch of storms pass through. But again, a new tornado warning now for Hardeman and McNairy counties. This includes Bolivar, Hornsby, Selmer, and Bethel Springs. That's going to go until, let's see, that's 11:30 with that possible area of rotation south of Bolivar. You could see that circle there in that little area of green. So near Sane Road, Lake Hardeman Road, Waller Lane, Maxwell Road, Hebron Road. That is kind of where this thing is tracking. And right now we don't have any indication that this is on the ground, which is good. But we've seen earlier tonight that we can quickly get a tornado to spin up even with rotation that's just in the clouds. So I want to do a storm track on this for you. Again, this is for Hardeman and McNairy counties. Hornsby at 11 p.m., Bethel Springs at 11:14, Selmer at 11:15, and Fenger by about 11:17. So if you're in those areas, I need you to be in your safe place now. If you know somebody that might be sleeping that maybe is not hearing the warning, give them a call in this area and let them know. Notice your BTI, that's your tornado index on a scale of 1 to 10. It's now a 7.6, a good likelihood of something trying to spin up within that storm. So that's what we're going to be watching. A lot of people asking about Memphis again, and I'll get back to you in just a second, but I want to focus on these tornado warnings for just a little bit. Again, if you're in Hardeman County and McNairy counties, this is going to be south of Bolivar, this possible tornado, but it's going to be near Hornsby by 11. And again, if you're in Selmer by 11:15, Bethel Springs by 11:14. Let's go back over to Shelby County and the metro, because a lot of people are asking when can they go to sleep. Believe you me, I want nothing more than to be in the bed right now. I think I speak for everybody here, but we're going to stay with you as long as we need to. All we ask is that you do the same thing until we can get these storms cleared. Right now, we have no warnings in effect for the city of Memphis. No warnings for DeSoto County. We've got some heavy rain and some thunderstorms, but none of this is severe. Now, as soon as this pushes out, I will clear Shelby County from the severe weather threat, and you can sleep all night long peacefully. But give me another 20 to 30 minutes for Shelby County, maybe another 30 to 45 for DeSoto County. As soon as I can clear you two from the threat, I will. I already cleared eastern Arkansas. If you're anywhere in Arkansas, the severe weather threat is over for you. Of course, we had some rough damage there earlier today. Dyersburg, Ripley, Covington, you are clear from the threat. Even Brownsville, I think it's okay to say now, is clear from the threat. We're really going to be watching Bolivar, Somerville, Selmer, Corinth, Ripley, Ashland, Holly Springs, Oxford, and Batesville. Kind of those areas down in here for that threat to continue. Again, Memphis, give me 20 to 30 more minutes and I'll be able to clear you. Just stay, you don't have to sit here and watch me, but at least keep your phone on until I can give you that all clear, and I'll tweet it out and I'll post it on Facebook as soon as I can. But we do still have 3 tornado warnings. Again, a new tornado warning now for a possible circulation south of Bolivar, headed toward Bethel Springs over in Hardeman and McNairy counties. 2 significant areas of rotation down in northern Mississippi. Yeah. Danielle's been watching those.
Well, Trevor, Bethel Springs has already been hit by a possible strong storm at the very least. There wasn't a confirmed warning, but I know Bethel Springs is probably on edge right now. There's people right now helping because a wall collapsed on a house there a few hours ago. I'm losing track of time, but it was earlier this evening. Here's a look at these 2 tornado warnings in our North Mississippi counties, still holding strong with that shear, that rotation, still making sure. We're going to take a look here at that shear. This has been key for us tonight. Whenever we've seen this green on our screen, it lets us know that these storms are holding together very, very well. And honestly, both of these storms have continued to show really good strength. Unfortunately, I know that sounds positive, but it's really negative. That means that these storms really are not letting go. That's another look at an updated radar scan. So Marks and Lambert in Mississippi, definitely want to make sure that you are in your safe place. What I'm going to do is I'm going to click on some of these arrows to let you know a little bit more about these storms. Because there are two separate ones, I want to make sure that everyone is aware of where this is going. The one that is over Sledge right now, this is the one that has had the most rotation in it recently, Como, at 11:13 p.m. Please get in your safe place at this time. It's 10:57. Just because it's not confirmed, just because you don't see that blinking box, doesn't mean that it cannot produce a tornado. So please, if you're in Como, get into your safe spot. Sardis at 11:13 p.m. as well. You got about 13 minutes to get there. Senatobia at 11:15. Senatobia, you all might be a little bit south of there. I think it's going to be more of a Como Sardis area. Independence at 11:25 p.m. Make sure that you are in your safe place. The other area of rotation, the other tornado warning that we are watching for, Lambert at 11:11 p.m. Marks at 11:12 p.m. So you got about 10-11 minutes to get into your safe place if you are in Marks or Lambert. Batesville, Mississippi, you're not in the warning, but go ahead and get into your safe place. We all know what happens in Batesville. We've been there multiple times reporting on possible tornadoes or tornadoes that have hit. So I-55 right now, these storms are both getting very close there. You definitely want to make sure that you are in your safe place for these storms. I'm going to zoom in a little bit on both of these storms to give us, once again, a street level view. I know that if I lived in this area, I would definitely want someone to do this for me to make sure that we are safe. Right now, the strongest part of the storm is just a little bit west of Marks. So if you are in Marks, make sure you're in your safe place. Bobo, so Wiggs Road, Cook Road, Hood Road. Once again, this is the area near Marks, Mississippi. Easton Road, Dancy Road, Atkins Road, in your safe place at this time. I'm going to zoom out a little bit and do the same thing for the other storm. It's the only fair thing to do to make sure that all of our viewers are safe at this time. That is our main concern. We don't want you to be unprepared for any storms. So the strongest area moving right over Sledge, over Delta as well, moving over Holly Grove Road. So if you live at Kings Corner, that would be a little bit south of Parks Place and Parks Place Road, Adams Road, as well as Melrose Road, Mount Level Road, Old Panola Road, a little bit near McIver, Davis Chapel Road, Sardis. Once again, get into your safe place. Holston Road, Pointer Road. I think this storm is headed this way for sure. So once again, Holston Road, Pointer Road, Mount Level Road, Melrose Road. Get into your safe place at this time because this storm is headed your way. Trevor?
And Danielle, I wanted to do the same thing you did for that storm in Tennessee. We've got 2 tornado warnings in the Mississippi Delta, close to Clarksdale. We've also got a tornado warning near Bolivar with a potential area of rotation over Hornsby, Tennessee, moving pretty quickly into McNairy County. So just like Danielle did, what I want to do here is zoom right into street level and tell you where this potential tornado is and where it could be going. I will say that right now we have no confirmed tornadoes on the ground. All 3 of these tornado warnings that we currently have are radar indicated. That's where the radar is indicating some circulation that could very quickly turn into a tornado. For now, we don't have any confirmation, but I still want you to take it seriously. So rotation over Hebron right now, it is going to be moving off to the north and northeast. So let's zoom on in here. We're talking about Powell Chapel Road in Tennessee. And now we're crossing right over into McNairy County into Willoughby Lane along Highway 64 now. Carl Whitten Road, Woodville Road, Mount Gilead Road, Robinson Shed Road, Sparks Lane. So that's generally about where this is going to go between Hornsby and Rose Creek, generally pretty close to Bethel Springs. So if you're in any of those areas, now is the time to be in your tornado safe place. It is a potential rotation. This one is strong, but those ones down in Mississippi are also strong, both showing good signs of rotation, Danielle.
Trevor, you're not going to believe this, though.
Yeah.
This storm that is in Clarksdale looks like it's splitting.
Oh.
Yeah. And
so, it is?
Yeah. So there's 2 different spots of rotation in this one warning. So now we're looking at 3 spots where if there is a tornado, the rotation will be. So I cannot stress it enough. The words literally are not coming out. Please make sure that you are in your safe place in these towns. Right now, you know, we don't have any, it's dark outside, it's raining. So if there is a tornado, it's rain wrapped. So that's definitely something that we need to keep our eye on. In fact, like Trevor says, I just want to pull up to make sure we're not seeing any possible debris or anything flying in that area, because it's been holding steady with this rotation for quite some time. So the new areas of rotation, Clarksdale, it is right on top of your house. I'm going to do the same thing that we've been doing. I think this is the best way to keep you guys safe at home. So Lyon, okay, so they just canceled. That's interesting. Okay, I'm going to keep reading these names off for these streets because I still am a little bit concerned about this. This is new rotation in this area. So Simmons Road, Big Creek Road, Lake Place, Markham Road, Shady Grove Road, Bellevue Road. You guys are still seeing a lot of rotation in that storm. What they did was they canceled Coahoma County out of that warning. However, there's still a tornado warning for Panola and Quitman, and that's until 11:15. So I'm going to zoom out just a little bit so I can give my eyes. We're tracking this storm in real time, guys. So that was the first tornado warning that they issued through Clarksdale. They've removed that. There's still 2 more moving through. Still, in my eyes, 3 areas of rotation. What happened is the original storm that was moving through Clarksdale split off, is now moving through Marks and Lambert. So still those same places in your safe place at this time. Literally, they just said in chat, which I agree, these are the slowest moving storms of the night. They've been kind of hanging around these same areas for quite some time. Please make sure, we can't stress it enough, that you are in your safe place. Trevor?
Danielle, I want to go back to Hardeman County because that storm started to look a little more serious. We've got a really tight rotation signature right there south of Hornsby. That's going to be directly into Bethel Springs in the next 20 minutes. So Hornsby, likely tornado just to the south of you, and that's crossing into McNairy County right now. So Selmer and Bethel Springs, anybody in between there, you need to be in your tornado safe place at this time. It's going to be near you by about 11:23. BTI, a 7.5. That's one of the highest we've seen all night with strong indications of rotation. You can see those bright colors showing up right there. We'll zoom on in here and I'll show you where this thing is. It's going to be near Bridge Chapel Road north of Porter Creek, and it is literally about to cross into McNairy County near Rose Creek Road, Bud Long Road, Hines Jen Road, Nelson Store Road, and then eventually over toward Irvin Hester Road. These are a lot of those family name roads where they've owned the property and they just kind of get the name of the driveway. So if you know any of these family names, make sure they are aware because that's where this thing is going. There's Highway 64. It's going to be north of Selmer, more than likely. It's going to be right over Bethel Springs. You see that latest storm track just updating. 11:25 now for Bethel Springs with a strong BTI signature of 7.5. That's a scale of 1 to 10 of how likely this is to be a tornado. And you can see it's a 7.5, so that is a pretty serious situation there. I want to go back to our shear mode, and this is going to kind of pinpoint that rotation just a little bit better. And you can see, again, south of Hornsby, pretty much coming right into Bethel Springs. Let me check our debris mode and make sure we don't have a tornado warning, our tornado on the ground. Some fuzziness in here, but pretty much with what I'm looking at, and I know it doesn't look like anything to you, what I'd be able to see is if there is a tornado, I'd be able to pick it out of this mess, and it would show up as kind of a big green or blue blob on this product, and I'm not seeing that. So right now, no indication that this has touched down, but it could very well soon. Again, this thing is crossing into McNairy County pretty much as we speak. Bethel Springs and Selmer, you've got less than 20 minutes before this thing is on your doorstep. No confirmation right now that it's on the ground, but a strong signature of rotation. McNairy County, I need you in your tornado safe place, Danielle.
Yes. So I just wanted to kind of bring this back up of this point. I just sent them a message about this storm. So in Clarksdale, I do not let your guard down just yet. You're not part of this tornado warning, but the tail end of that storm still looking very, very strong. And as a matter of fact, this whole entire system right here is very, very strong, still moving eastward and slow. So if you live in a flood-prone area in that area, or you know someone that lives there, I'm sure there's not many houses and there's a lot of farmland. But if you know anyone that lives there, definitely anticipating some heavy rainfall because these storms are kind of just hanging out in the same area. Definitely keeping our eye on these storms. They're continuing to just strengthen. And unfortunately, it's just because these are areas that have not had much rainfall, especially Marks, Mississippi. If you know anyone that lives in Marks, Mississippi, please tell them right now they need to be in their safe spot, because this is a tornado-warned storm, and I just feel like we don't have enough people or eyes on the ground to tell us if these storms are actually on the ground. The good news is we're not seeing any debris being thrown about, but a lot of rotation, so I'm sure you're hearing very high winds outside at the very least. Once again, this storm has now moved through Falcon, Como, and Sardis. It's coming. So you need to be in your way there. Batesville, Mississippi, you all might be getting a little bit of it as well. I'm going to zoom in once again. If you're in Marks or Lambert, I'm not missing you, but unfortunately this time, if you're not in your safe place, you might be a little bit too late. So Bobo, definitely, Waldrop Road, Jawden Road, Atkins Road, Gin Road, Shell Road. Definitely want to make sure that you're in your safe place because this storm is headed your way. Levee Road, Fig Road, McDowell Road, definitely areas of concern. I'm going to zoom out and do our second storm, and this storm is actually producing a little bit of shear as well, a little bit north of Como. I'm telling you, Como, you guys need to be in your safe place because this rotation is coming from both ends. I'm not sure if it's going to split Como or if it's going to go right through the town, but this is right near Old Panola Road, Dunlap Road, Holston Road, as well as Pointer Road, Mount Level Road. These storms are still very strong, and definitely a cause for concern. Once again, I keep saying this, but nighttime tornadoes are very, very dangerous. And I know that a lot of people in these areas for these tornado warnings that are moving through Coahoma and Quitman County as well as Panola County right now are they probably let their guard down a little bit because nothing happened earlier, but this is not the time. This is the time where you need to be in your safe place because the storms are headed that way. I would just go ahead and get into my safe places. The storm is about to cross I-55, Como and Sardis. I've been saying this for quite some time now. I really hope that you are in your safe place at this time. One more check on the possible debris, making sure there's
Danielle,
nothing.
here's a new tornado warning.
Okay.
This is going to go for, let's see, it scrolled by. This is for Lafayette, Marshall, Panola, and Tate. It's an extension of that warning that we were talking about earlier. Still got a warning for Hardeman and McNairy, but just moving down a little bit on that. And that warning is going to be extended out again into Lafayette, Marshall, Panola, Tate until 11:45. A tornado near Pleasant Grove, possible 10 miles northwest of Batesville, moving east at about 50 miles an hour. So that's that new warning. Danielle, I'm going to let you check that out. You've been kind of handling the Mississippi stuff, but I did just want to give you that update.
Thank you.
I'm still watching Hardeman and McNairy counties. The worst of this is now out of Hardeman County, but showing some pretty serious rotation along Highway 64. It's going to come right in between Selmer and Bethel Springs. So if you're in Bethel Springs or Selmer, I still need you in your tornado safe place. This tornado warning is going to go until 11:30 for McNairy County. So stay in your safe place. Selmer and Bethel Springs, you really need to be in your safe place. And if you know anybody that lives there that might be asleep, call them and wake them up because we have very, very strong rotation in here. Again, here's Highway 64, Selmer and Bethel Springs. We can kind of poke around in here and get an idea of just how fast some of these winds could be. 77 miles an hour. 122 miles an hour. That doesn't just pop up. Now, keep in mind, these winds, and of course they just updated on me, but we can still poke around in here and find some of the strongest winds. Now, the radar beam as it goes out, it's up in the clouds, so it's not 122 miles an hour on the ground, but if you get a tornado, those winds can be pulled down from up in the clouds. So very strong rotation here. This is becoming more and more of a serious situation. Selmer and Bethel Springs, you've got just a couple of minutes now to be in your tornado safe place. Again, that's a bathroom, closet, or a hallway on the lowest floor of the building that you're in. Don't try to drive anywhere right now. Stay away from windows and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So again, I want to zoom out just a little bit, and I'm going to go back to our shear product, which is going to show a better view of where that is. And again, that's just kind of highlighting it for you a little bit better. Bethel Springs and Selmer, very close to you now. Our debris mode, I'm still not sold that it's picking up anything. You've got a little blip right there that could be a little bit of debris, but we're going to keep an eye on it for you in the next little bit. But Selmer and Bethel Springs, that tornado, if it is on the ground, it's going to be there within the next 5 or 10 minutes. So be in your tornado safe place. Very strong storm nonetheless coming into those communities right now. And still 2 very strong storms also in northern Mississippi. We've got 3 tornado warnings. That was one of them. We've got 2 more in northern Mississippi coming toward Marks and Como. Danielle's watching those.
Yep, I am. So we're going to see an update here in a second, Trevor, because they did remove one of those tornado warnings. So
they just issued another one.
You lose one, you get one.
Lafayette, Panola, Quitman until midnight.
Yep. So this is definitely just a continuation of these very strong storms, and what we've seen is that the rotation on them are holding steady. And in fact, the one that is getting ready to go through Como and Sardis, you can see that one little itty bitty dot. I don't know if you can see that on your screen, but that is showing that the rotation is getting stronger as it approaches I-55. That is definitely a cause for concern. Batesville, you are included into this new tornado warning. I'm going to read you the bulletin for this storm. This is for Lafayette, Panola, and Quitman, Mississippi until midnight. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Marks or 15 miles west of Batesville, moving east at 45 miles an hour. So a very serious situation here with technically 4 tornado warnings right now in North Mississippi for the same 2 storms that are creating a lot of high winds, a lot of rotation in them. But like Trevor was saying with his storm, the good news is we're not really seeing much debris, but still not anything to let your guard down yet. Honestly, Marks and Lambert, I would definitely make sure that you're in your safe place still at this time. And that storm is headed towards Batesville. So please make sure that you are in your safe place at this time. Marks and Lambert, that does look a little bit fishy. The winds, at the very least, are high in that area. Here's a look at your radar view. This is what you're used to seeing. You can see a little bit of red and green heavy rainfall moving through. Batesville, you're already getting some rain, but the strongest of the storm has not gotten there quite yet. And as it continues, we'll start to see them, remove some of these places. I like to keep the shear, keeps things a little bit calmer for you. So I'm going to zoom in for Marks and Lambert so we can get a better idea of where this is coming. It looks like it's already passed through Marks with this updated scan. However, there's a lot of places that have not gotten rain. So we're going to start to see these storms kind of strengthen, I feel. So Batesville at Tubbs Road, Eureka Road, Lakewood Road, Old Panola Road. It's definitely coming that way. River Road right across I-55. You're not in either of these tornado warnings, but you're splitting both of them. Bethlehem Road, Good Hope Road, Cotton Plant Road, Springport Road, and John Branch Road. If I called any of those roads that you know someone living at, or if you live, you want to make sure you're in your safe place at this time. I'm going to zoom out and do the same thing for the other storm. We want to make sure that we're being fair and that we're covering every storm equally here. There's a lot going on. And I'm going to get back to Trevor because his storm honestly right now, it has the most rotation in it. But that doesn't mean that we want to let our guard down and just keep my eye on these storms here that are moving through. Once again, Como and Sardis, definitely want to make sure that you are in your safe place at this time. Once this storm crosses I-55, your Home Place Road, Fredonia Road, Paul White Road, Party Road, Smart Road, Blue Room Road near Glenville, Harmontown, Free Springs, Childress Road. You all are all in the line for this tornado warning as well. Zooming out really quickly, once again, I have my eye on the 2 tornado warnings that are moving through North Mississippi right now, and they do not expire until midnight. So I'm going to keep my eye on them. Trevor, what's going on there in Hardin, McNairy County? Still
a pretty strong sign of rotation here. It's on the doorstep of Bethel Springs, Tennessee. Bethel Springs, you've got moments, maybe 2 minutes to be in your safe place. BTI remains very high at 7.5. That's almost a guarantee that something is on the ground in here, pretty much over Bethel Springs, just to the north of Selmer. But if you're not in your safe place in Bethel Springs, you need to be there right at this absolute moment. Lowest floor, bathroom, closet, hallway. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and put something on your head to protect it. It sounds goofy, but if you can grab a pot out of the kitchen to protect your head, it could literally save your life, because most damage is going to be to your head, the most serious damage. So Bethel Springs, literally right now, I'm going to zoom all the way in here. First, let me get some of this junk off of your screen, because there's just a whole lot going on. I want you to focus on the roadways, because man, that thing is right over Bethel Springs, Main Street, Jackson Street, North Parkway, South Parkway. Likely a tornado, or very close to being a tornado, coming through Bethel Springs, Tennessee right at this moment. We're going to keep an eye on the information that we're waiting to see. We do have some good news coming out. Danielle, if you want to check that watch, we can get to you in just a second. But I want to stay with Bethel Springs for just a little bit longer, because still very strong signs of rotation over Bethel Springs. Here's what I will say. If you are watching from Shelby County, go to bed. This is your all clear. Shelby County, clear from the severe weather threat. Memphis, Collierville, Germantown, Bartlett, Fraser, Raleigh, every community in Shelby County, you're clear. Go to sleep, get a good night's rest. We'll see you another day, hopefully no time soon. I know we don't want to do this again. But that's your end for your severe weather threat in Shelby County. Head to bed. I know a lot of people have been asking, but I do still want to focus on McNairy County. Likely a tornado over Bethel Springs in Tennessee right now, just to the north of Selmer. It's there pretty much right now. It's eventually going to be near Savannah at about 7:43, and then continuing to move off to the east from there. So if you're in Bethel Springs, stay in your tornado safe place for the next 10 minutes or so. After that, it's going to be near Good Hope, Beauty Hill, State Highway. Let's see if we can zoom in a little bit and get that number there. That is going to be State Highway 224 near Hickory Flats, continuing to move off to the east. And they're going to extend this tornado warning eventually across the river into Hardeman County, which is outside of our coverage area, but this storm kind of moving out of our area, it's going to go into the Jackson, Tennessee television market. They will pick it up from there. But if you are in Savannah, just know that we don't officially cover you. That is those areas that, again, goes to the Jackson, Tennessee market. So we're not just leaving you hanging when we stop talking about this storm. That is why it officially leaves our coverage area. But Bethel Springs right now, possible tornado right on top of you, and we're saying that we could have some debris in here, and there it is. So we'll zoom in here, and I was talking about that blue blip that we wanted to see. So what has happened is we've had a tornado touchdown in Bethel Springs, likely some serious damage happening here near, let's see, that is Hopkins Road at Peach Street, Main Street, just to the south of Bethel Springs. So this is another tornado that is on the ground right now. We were telling you that this was likely going to happen as it moved into Bethel Springs. A very serious situation with some strong rotation in there. And again, Good Hope and Beauty Hill, you are up next as this storm continues to move off. DeSoto County, give me a couple more minutes and I'll be able to clear you too. But again, if you're in McNairy County, stay in your tornado safe places for the next little bit. Likely just had a tornado go through Bethel Springs. Hopefully what it threw up was trees and limbs and nothing else. But we're going to check in on them. Bethel Springs, Tennessee, likely seeing some damage.
Yeah, that's the second time tonight, Trevor.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Bethel Springs has already seen damage tonight from a storm. So we're going to be watching. Again, that is moving off to the east. It won't be an issue too much longer for our area, but Bethel Springs likely did just have a tornado come through to the north of Selmer. Now, we also have those tornado-warned thunderstorms down in Mississippi that we've been keeping a close eye on. There's this one over Bethel Springs, and then we've got two more tornado warnings in North Mississippi, both of them possibly producing two separate tornadoes in Panola County, one near Pope and Cortland, or that's actually going to be near Como. Pope and Cortland, of course, on the south side of Batesville. Sardis and Como 1, and then another one a little closer to Pope and Cortland, likely coming through Batesville. So no confirmation of a tornado with either one of these, but we do have some serious rotation. Now, the one up in McNairy County, of course, the one we were just talking about, Bethel Springs, that is a tornado on the ground. But for these two storms that are in McNairy, or in Panola County, excuse me, in Mississippi, these are just serious areas of rotation here that could quickly become a tornado. The one up in McNairy County, that one is confirmed on the ground as a tornado. Bethel Springs, and as we said, Bethel Springs just took a hit from that tornado, unfortunately.
Well, Trevor, I think another good thing that we want to do is kind of show them the updated tornado watch. Guys, you can take this full screen so people can see it at home. I know my computer is here and everything, so we can take this graphic full screen. There we go. So Shelby County, if you're not in the yellow, you can go to bed. Shelby County, Tunica, Phillips, Lee, St. Francis, Cross, Crittenden, Poinsett, Mississippi, Dyer, Crockett, Lauderdale, Tipton, and Haywood counties. You all are all clear from the tornado watch. The rest of us, this tornado watch is continued until 1 a.m. Please make sure that you are staying awake, staying with us. Make sure you have your phone charged. Make sure that you are keeping up with what is happening outside, because everything is happening very quickly. I'm going to get back to these storms that are in North Mississippi. That's where I've had my eye on. I don't want to step on Trevor's toes and talk about McNairy County, but that is a very serious situation, and definitely thinking of the people there in Bethel Springs, because we've already heard of them trying to get to some damage earlier tonight there. What's concerning about these storms that are moving through North Mississippi is that they're still holding pretty steady with everything that's going on. There's been some shear in that area. They're still continuing to track the same path, and they have officially crossed. The one in Como has officially crossed I-55. Batesville, you guys, that's the strongest part of the storm is headed your way right now. Definitely want to make sure that you are being weather aware. The good news is we aren't seeing any debris in that area, which is great, but don't relax just yet. We are not done. There's still rotation, so at any time we could be seeing one of these storms produce a tornado, and that's why they are tornado warned. Now, we haven't seen any debris, which is what Trevor's looking at right now, is what's happening in McNairy County, and looking at that storm to see exactly what's going on. It is dark. It's raining very hard out in front of these storms. In fact, I'll turn on the radar there so you can see how much rain is involved. Another thing that they were talking about for these storms in North Mississippi is they are moving so slow. And that means that because it's been raining so hard in that area, we could be seeing some flash flood warnings being issued very soon. So once again, if you live in a flood prone area in this North Mississippi area, you definitely want to make sure that you are being mindful of what's happening right now, because the rainfall is falling at a very fast rate. I'm going to give you another quick look and see. So if you're in Abbeville, this storm is headed your way at 11:48. It's 11:24, so you have about 25 minutes to get into your safe place right now. Batesville, the worst of the storm is headed right over your house. I'm assuming they're just going to continue to look at these storms and just probably issue these tornado warnings on out. So if you live in Ripley and New Albany, I would just go ahead and get ready. Oxford as well, just go ahead and get ready for these storms to go ahead and be tornado warned for your area. And once they do, I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see more counties trim back from that tornado watch. But right now, North Mississippi, you are unfortunately not quite done. And if I just pull my radar back just a little bit, you can see even moving through a little bit of Coahoma County right now, south of Clarksdale, still another strong storm could be moving there as well. Trevor?
All right, Danielle. I wanted to give another update because a lot of people want to know this, and I know we're still tracking severe weather, but I do want to give another all clear. I'm going to draw my all clear circle again. So if you're in the circle that I'm about to draw, you can go to bed. Your severe weather threat is done. So we're going to draw it for Crockett County, Haywood County, Shelby County, DeSoto County. Let's do Tunica. Let's do Coahoma and then we can do all of eastern Arkansas. So those areas in that white circle, that is your all clear. You can go to bed. So Memphis, Shelby County, DeSoto County, you're clear from the severe weather threat. It's done. Eastern Arkansas, it's done for you. Most of western Tennessee, we're going to keep watching Fayette County, Hardeman County, and we know we just had a tornado go through McNairy County, and then the rest of northern Mississippi. If you're in those other areas, Batesville, Oxford, Holly Springs, Ripley, Corinth, it's going to be another hour or two before we can give you that all clear. But if you are watching in the Memphis metro, if you're in Shelby or DeSoto counties, get some rest, go to bed. Keep in mind, though, as much as we say the severe weather threat is over, the cleanup is just beginning for people in Wynne and Covington, where unfortunately people have lost their lives tonight. They've lost their homes, their businesses due to these storms. So just a terrible situation there. And I promise you, in the next couple of days, we're going to be organizing some ways to make sure they get the help that they need and get all the supplies and help that they need in Wynne and in Covington especially. For now, though, we're still watching a tornado warning for McNairy County in Tennessee. We just had a tornado go through Bethel Springs, Tennessee. It's about to cross over into Hardeman County, and then it will be out of our responsibility. So as soon as that thing crosses the line, we're going to shift our focus down to those Mississippi tornado warnings because this one is about to leave our official coverage area. But Bethel Springs, again, that tornado just moved through there a little bit ago. We are still picking up debris, or we were just a little bit ago. There's your little debris dot right there. So that tornado is still picking things up and throwing it up in the air. And we hope it's just trees, but obviously Bethel Springs and Selmer, pretty populated areas. That's going to be pretty close to Saltillo, Tennessee, between Savannah and Saltillo along the river out there. So just a heads up for you, again, in just a little bit, we're going to stop talking about this storm because it's going to exit our coverage area, and we're going to start to shift our focus down to those two tornado warnings that are continuing down in northern Mississippi. Batesville, I still want you to keep an eye on the weather for the next little bit. I should be able to clear you from that severe weather threat, hopefully within the next 30 minutes. Now, Danielle, to me, it looks like both of these warnings are gone.
Yep.
To me.
They are. There's still some rotation in there, but we're not really seeing. I've been looking. We haven't been seeing any possible debris or anything like that. So
well, good.
That is definitely good. They are still holding strong, and that's just because they haven't gotten any rain today, Trevor. So yeah. I think that's the problem there that's happening in North Mississippi. But
definitely some good news there. So the tornado warnings in Mississippi have been canceled. The ones for Panola, Lafayette, both of those right now have been canceled. Now these storms are still strong. They're not just going away. They're going to continue to march to the east. They're going to be in Oxford within the next 30 to 45 minutes and then continue into northern Mississippi. The environment is still ripe for tornadoes. So if you are in that area, I still want you to keep an eye on the weather because these storms could amp right back up and try to spin up again. But again, right now, no warnings in effect. Very heavy rain in Batesville. Again, give me another 30 minutes. I can give you the all clear. If you're in Hardeman County, give me another 30 to 45 minutes. I can give you the all clear. This is a nasty storm coming in now that could still try to spin up a little tornado. Again, 30 to 45 minutes there.
Hey, Trevor, since we kind of don't have any warnings, I want to kind of give people an update about what's happening. And while I'm talking, you guys can put up that video from Covington because what I'm about to say does impact people of Covington. I'm sure they have no power there. So if you know someone, you definitely want to relay this message to them. If we have that video from Covington earlier, here we go. There is a shelter for displaced families. This is a picture from their emergency management. I think this is when they were preparing to do search and rescue in the town of Covington. But there is a shelter for displaced families at the Covington Sportsplex. That address, I'll say it slow, is 790 Burt Johnson Road. Once again, this is a shelter for people in Covington that have been displaced. The emergency management team, they are out trying to do search and rescue. Here's a look at that damage from earlier today. This is courtesy of Covington Police Department. We are also hearing that Crestview Elementary and Crestview Middle Schools in Covington were hit really hard. So definitely a lot of damage. And in the morning, we're going to see even more. Some of these storms, you know, people have not gotten out to do any surveys, but you can see power lines snapped. That's why I said I know the people of Covington do not have power right now, and they probably don't have cell service. So if you know anyone in that area, you definitely want to give them a call. You definitely want to try to relay this message to them in the morning, or wherever you need to do to get this information to them. If you're headed that way tonight, I do not recommend it, because you don't know where trees are down. I've covered a number of tornadoes, and I've been on the ground with them, and when it's dark outside, you don't know where that damage is. You don't want to drive over any live wires, because you don't want to become part of the rescue issue either. You want to make sure that you are actually being helpful as well. So please make sure if you know anyone in Covington to relay that message to them as best as possible. I know that it's probably very hard to get in contact with them. We also had numerous reports of damage in Wynne, Arkansas earlier. We know that Wynne High School was hit. Luckily, these schools released early. However, we also got confirmation, unfortunately, that 2 people also lost their lives, and that's not what you want to hear. We do this all the time to, you know, promote safety. It's definitely one of the main reasons why I got into being a meteorologist, is to make sure that we can keep our viewers as safe as possible. So unfortunately, you know, that's not what you want to report, but 2 people did lose their lives in Wynne, Arkansas tonight, and I'm sure that the damage there is devastating. I know that they were also trying to do some rescue efforts there, so we don't know if there's people trapped or whatever they're working on, but it's 11:32 at night. Hopefully they have a good handle on that situation in Wynne, Arkansas. And there's other areas where we don't have any video or any photos from that we are keeping our eye on. And as Trevor said, you know, unfortunately, in North Mississippi, this situation where you all didn't get any rainfall is going to continue to have these storms strong for the next few hours. So definitely want to make sure that you are being very weather aware tonight, especially if you're in North Mississippi. But as we pull up, I'll pull up one more time the severe alerts right now, so we can see. As you can see, Shelby County and Tunica County, you guys have been removed from that tornado watch. The rest of us are in a tornado watch until 1 a.m. This is a look at our power outage map right now. You guys can take this full if you need to let people see it a little bit better. I know these lines get a little bit confusing there, and I'll also walk up closer. At least 36,000 customers in Shelby County right now without power. So what we do is we kind of multiply that by 2 to get the number of exactly how many people are impacted by the lights being out. In Covington and Cross County, over 5,000 customers without power, and that's a large number for those areas. Tipton County, 14,000 customers. So you just kind of assume that there's 2 people per home at the very least, and you get that math that way. So Tipton County, 14,000 homes, which would be double the amount of people without power tonight. 500 customers in Haywood County. DeSoto and Tunica County, only around 600 customers. Lafayette County, I wouldn't let my guard down tonight. We're not quite done with these strong severe thunderstorms. Benton and Tippa and Alcorn, I would still kind of stay weather aware. I know a lot of us are kind of feeling a sigh of relief, but we're not quite done. So please make sure that you're being mindful of what's happening and what's going on. This is one thing that we'll look at this together. This is what we use for our future cast to let us know exactly what we can expect. Once these storms move through here, we're going to have a sunny and a nice day for our Saturday. The winds will be a little bit high, but we have to get through these storms together. And we've been here. Trevor has been here, bless his heart, for quite some time now. So I know that he's tired, but we're in this with you all, and we're going to stay. So it looks like at 1 a.m. we could be seeing completely clear, and that's great news, because that's exactly when that tornado watch is going to expire. So I'm going to pull up the radar one more time so we can get a better look at what's happening in North Mississippi, because all those dings, that's what we're hearing of what's happening there. Definitely still some strong storms moving through, especially through Batesville right now, headed through Lafayette. But the good news is we don't have any warnings at this time. But these storms are still so strong, and you guys haven't had any rainfall yet. So just make sure your phones are charged at this time, especially, you know, seeing those power outage numbers. Some of us haven't had any power outages. So if your phone, you know, is dying right now, or if you're watching us on a tablet, go ahead and charge it ahead of time, just in case these winds really kick up and you start to lose power. We've been seeing all of that storm damage of those power lines just snapped. And sometimes you can get that with straight line winds as well. And the power could be out for quite some time. So just go ahead and charge your phones right now. We have an MDOT that we want to show you all, as well as what's happening outside right now in Mississippi. We can go ahead and take that full screen if you want to. You can see the lightning. This is over West Helena Bridge. A lot of lightning still. So, I mean, that almost looks unreal, how much lightning. I know it's dark out there and I know it's in black and white, but a lot of lightning right now outside. This is a live look over West Helena Bridge. And you can see kind of leading up into town, there's no lights outside at all. I'm not from that area, obviously, so maybe, you know, there aren't any street lights leading into that town, but it looks absolutely very, very dark and kind of eerie out there. And unfortunately, looking at McNairy County, you guys are not quite done with that storm either. We just keep seeing these storms recycle. In fact, I'm going to put on our shear rate to see exactly, because it looks like the shear rate is a very telling sign. So anywhere you see this green on your screen, that's where we're kind of keeping our eye on for some possible storms to still continue to be holding on to strength, or maybe even gaining strength. Now we're seeing some reports of possible big trees down on houses in Sea Isle Park. So a lot of damage across the Mid-South tonight. And as daylight comes in the morning, especially around 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, that's where we're going to get a better look and a better feel of exactly where all of the damage really is. So I think, Trevor, I think that we should probably see on for a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think we should honestly just stick with it until we can give the all clear for everybody, because I feel like what's going to happen is, like you were talking about, yes, technically right now we don't have an immediate tornado threat for anybody in the Mid-South. We've got some nasty storms, though. These storms down in Lafayette County, Panola County, no warning on those right now, but there's still a lot of energy that can still be used up in those thunderstorms. So I'm going to keep watching Panola County. I'm going to keep watching Lafayette County. Even Tippah, Benton, and Alcorn counties here over the next little bit. Also Hardeman and McNairy. We might as well just stay on. We've been on for almost 8 hours now straight with no commercial breaks, and we might as well just stick with it until we can give everybody the all clear. That should be within the hour, and then this will be completely done. Now, if we see that things are really winding down, then we might hop off and let you go. But of course, we've also got a lot of damage to talk about, unfortunately. So let me let you know what I am still watching. There's a lot of areas that we can clear from the severe weather threat. But if you are in Hardeman or McNairy County, Tennessee, those are the two last Tennessee counties we're watching. We just had another tornado go through Bethel Springs. Very heavy rain, thunder and lightning in Bolivar. That's moving off to the south and east. We're going to be watching Marshall County, Lafayette County, Panola County for the next little bit. Also Tippah, Benton, and Alcorn counties. Everybody else is all clear. So let me draw my clear circle again, just so you can know if you can go to sleep, you should go to sleep. If you're in eastern Arkansas, you're clear. Metro Memphis, you're clear. Shelby, DeSoto, and a good chunk of western Tennessee. Jackson, what's up? Okay, so just as we were saying that, a tornado warning is about to come out for Panola County. So let me get back to the chat here. There it is. Tornado warning for Lafayette. I mean, same areas I was just talking about. So this is why we just decided to stay with you. So this is a new tornado warning. Right now, the only tornado warning we have in the area. So we're going to start talking about this one. It's the only one we got to worry about. Panola into Lafayette County. This storm is back under a tornado warning. This includes the city of Oxford. So this tornado warning, right now the circulation over in Panola County, but it is going to be crossing into Lafayette County here soon. Ole Miss and Oxford right at midnight. Abbeville by 12:06 a.m. and Yakima by about 12:09. BTI right now is a 4.2, not the highest we've seen all day. not the lowest. We've seen tornadoes happen when that BTI number is lower than that. The BTI, a scale of 1 to 10 of how likely a tornado is. This is a 4.2, so we are kind of in that area where we start to get a little bit on the higher side. Let's switch back over to our shear rate. We'll show you where that possible rotation is. Right now, we don't have any confirmation that this is a tornado on the ground, but there is some rotation in here near Bluff Springs in Panola County, John Branch Road, just to the south of Highway 278. And this is going to kind of follow up 278 through Burgess, Aliceville, Woodlawn, right into Oxford. We've got some MDOT cameras out here on 278 if we can pull some of those up. So if you are in the city of Oxford, now's your time to take your tornado safety tips. I know that it's a Friday night in a college town. It's Ole Miss, but you need to pay attention. If you know anybody that's down there, make sure they're aware that we've got a possible tornado coming into town within the next 20 minutes. So again, just to remind you, if you're just joining us, we've got another tornado warning now for parts of Panola and Lafayette County. This does not include Batesville. This is east of 55, but it does include the city of Oxford. If you are in that tornado warning right now, here's your tornado safety tips. We want you to go to your basement, if you have one, or the smallest center room. You want to stay away from windows, hallway, closet, bathroom. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And of course, cover yourself with a helmet or a pillow, mattress, whatever you have. If you're in an apartment building at Ole Miss right now, go to the lowest floor that you can. If you live on an upper level, find the gym, the leasing office, anything you can do to get down on the lowest floor. We don't want you on any upper levels. But again, rotation now just to the east of Batesville. It's going to continue to move east. That's going to put it near Oxford and the campus of Ole Miss by around midnight. So that's something we're going to watch very carefully. Again, that is for now the only tornado warning we have, but there's still some very strong thunderstorms coming through. This is the only tornado threat right now, though. Danielle, what are you watching over there in Tennessee?
Well, there is a new severe thunderstorm warning for Benton until midnight tonight. And we're getting multiple reports from that storm that you were watching, Trevor, in McNairy County. There's possibly multiple people trapped in a home there. So very serious situation. And this storm, they're saying that it could produce a tornado. I'm thinking that there's a Boeing feature on it, but it's a little bit north of our viewing area. But this is a severe thunderstorm warning once again for Benton. So definitely want to make sure that you are being weather aware in that area. And yeah, so that would be the tornado warning that you can see that's blinking. Good news is that is not really in our viewing area technically. Oh, it's clipping it literally. So 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, and this severe thunderstorm warning unfortunately is also going to be impacting Bethel Springs and Selmer. That got rid of that tornado warning, but still severe thunderstorm warning, heavy rainfall, high winds definitely anticipated with this storm. The good news is right now we're not anticipating it to produce a tornado, but there's a lot going on right now. Multiple reports all across the Mid-South now. Once these storms are kind of settling down, the emergency management offices in these different towns are going to continue to get this information in, and they're going to continue to pretty much talk about it all night long. And they're going to talk about what's happening, what they're seeing, when it's safe for them to go out, when it's safe for them to send their crews out. So we're seeing that there's roof damage in Glendale Road, roof off of a house as well. So a lot of damage moving all across the Mid-South right now. As far as our severe thunderstorm warning, this is the only severe thunderstorm warning, but Trevor has his eye on the tornado warning. So if I back out and show you exactly what's happening all across the Mid-South, Oxford and Lafayette County, you guys are dealing with the strongest of the storms. I want to keep my eye on this severe thunderstorm warning, Trevor, but right now they're not talking about tornado possible. So I want you to kind of focus on that tornado warning since you have the information on that one.
Yeah, and I was just zooming into that and getting some new info. Again, this is past Batesville now. So Batesville, the severe weather threat, the tornado threat with this storm is already past you. This is crossing into Lafayette County now. So within a matter of moments, this is going to become an issue for Lafayette County, not so much Panola County. So again, Oxford and the campus of Ole Miss, this possible tornado is going to be near you right at midnight. I know we've got a lot of folks out on the square right now having a drink or two. If you know somebody that might be, give them a call or a text and make sure they know to keep an eye on the weather, because we've got only about 15 minutes before this potential tornado is going to be into the city of Oxford. Let me zoom in here. I'll give you a little bit of a better idea of where this thing is and where it is going. We want to get down to road level. This thing pretty much crossing the county line between Panola and Lafayette. There's 278, that yellow line right there. So think about 278 right where you cross into Lafayette County. That is pretty much where this thing is. And it's going to ride up 278. So anybody along Highway 278 in Lafayette County, especially west of Oxford, you need to be in your tornado safe place. That thing right now south of 278. At some point, it's probably going to ride along and cross just to the north of 278. So again, nobody right now needs to be driving in Lafayette County, especially not on Highway 278. We do have a camera out there that's going to show you on the west side of Oxford what is going on. If we can punch that up and just get an idea what things look like. So this is 278 at 7, kind of on the west side of town there. You see the lightning flashing off in the distance, a good bit of lightning. Right now the rain has not started yet, but again, it is on the way, and that potential tornado is going to be there too. Again, Oxford and Ole Miss by about midnight, a possible tornado in your neighborhood. So I want to go over your tornado safety tips one more time. If you're just joining us, again, this is a tornado warning for the city of Oxford and the campus of Ole Miss. If you are down there right now, here's what you need to do. And I've said these several times now, but I just want to keep repeating them for people that might be just tuning in. If you're in Oxford or at Ole Miss right now, go to the smallest center room that you have in your house, a basement. If you got one, most people don't. So a bathroom, a closet, or a hallway in the middle of your house will be good. Stay away from windows. In fact, if you're going to be in a hallway, close all the doors so you can block the windows and cover yourself. If you've got a helmet, even put that on. Otherwise, a pillow, a blanket, something to cover up with. If you're in an apartment building, anywhere above the ground floor, you need to get to the ground floor, even if that means going into the gym or the leasing office, maybe a community bathroom in your apartment building. Whatever it is, you don't need to be on the upper levels of your apartment building. I know we have a lot of taller apartments that are going to be down there at Ole Miss. So again, stronger rotation developing now. This is really riding just to the south of 278. It's coming into the community of Burgess right now, eventually close to Woodlawn, and then you get to the campus of Ole Miss and into the city of Oxford. So if you know anybody out there, make sure you give them a call and make sure that they are aware that this is coming. Just working to get some new information and updates, making sure we're not missing anything.
I got your information about this severe thunderstorm.
Yeah, we are still watching that some other storms. This right now, the only tornado warning, but that's what you need to know. Oxford, Ole Miss, potential tornado in your neighborhood by around midnight. So go ahead and take those tornado safety tips. Everywhere else, just severe thunderstorms, but those are still producing winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, especially in western Tennessee right now. And Danielle has a check of that.
Yeah. So just like you said, Trevor, 60 to 70 miles an hour. And this is a severe thunderstorm warning for Alcorn, Benton, and Tipton counties in Mississippi, who haven't had any action at all tonight, and Hardeman and McNairy counties in Tennessee until 12:30 a.m. Now, these are just severe thunderstorm warnings. I still did a track on them, though, because with winds upwards of 70 miles an hour, you could definitely be seeing some tree branches blow down, at the very least, maybe even some power lines that are old. So Bethel Springs, I really hate to say that again, but Bethel Springs, this severe thunderstorm warning is headed your way. At least we're not talking about a tornado possible right now, but it is a severe thunderstorm warning. Selmer at 11:59 p.m., Raymer at 12:04 a.m., Eastview at 12:09 a.m., Guys at 12:10 a.m., Stantonville at 12:11 a.m., Meechie at 12:17 a.m., Corinth at 12:20 a.m., Farmington at 12:24 a.m., and Walnut Grove at 12:43 a.m. So definitely still a very serious situation with these severe thunderstorm warnings. I mean, you're talking about 70-mile-an-hour winds. Now, like I said, we're not really looking at, possible rotation. It's a little bit of rotation, but not anything to make us say, wow, that might be a tornado. So that's why they went with that severe thunderstorm warning. But anytime you have winds that are upwards of 70 miles an hour, that could still what we have an EF0 tornado or maybe even straight line wind damage. We're not really seeing any rotation in that storm. You're definitely not going to be seeing any debris. So that's good news, especially for those places that unfortunately we keep saying over and over again, like Bethel Springs. They've had 2 reports of damages from 2 separate storms in that area. Definitely a cause for concern. Once again, here's another track. So if you know anyone in Bethel Springs, 12:18 a.m., that storm is going to be there once again. Middleton at 12:02 a.m., and this is for a severe thunderstorm warning. Not looking at tornado possible, which is good news. However, still a very strong severe thunderstorm warning. Our radar is saying it's around 67 miles an hour. The National Weather Service is saying around 70. So that's still a very, very strong storm, something that we need to keep our eye on. I'll keep watching it. I do want to get to that tornado warning storm that Trevor has had his eye on.
Yeah, Danielle, just keeping a close eye on that. This right now is our only tornado warning. So I know we've got the severe thunderstorm warnings for the Wynne for other places, but it's going to be that potential tornado coming into the city of Oxford. I was just checking. I still don't have any official reports that this thing is on the ground, and that's good. Hopefully it is not, because it's going to come straight through the city of Oxford if it is. This is pretty close to Highway 278 now, pretty much right on top of it. So really nobody needs to be driving right now on Highway 278 at all in Lafayette County. So there's that potential rotation there kind of lighting up in a brighter green between Burgess and Allsville. And again, that's going to cross 278 pretty close to campus. So if you are on campus right now at Ole Miss, if you're in the city of Oxford, especially on the north side of town, there's Molly Bar Road. We've got some apartments out there. That's where you need to be in your tornado safe place along Highway 7 in town and just to the north of the city of Oxford. Let me put a storm track on this. Let me get the correct speed for you to make sure we are getting the right timing here. Let's see if I can find it. We've got a lot of messages coming in. So about 30 miles an hour. So this is one of those slower thunderstorms. So let me zoom out here, and we're going to time it out for you again, just in a matter of moments into the city of Oxford. And in fact, let's go back to the boxes now with me and that camera that we've been watching, and we'll put a storm track on this. Let's just keep this just like this for right now. So once we time that out, this potential tornado going to be near Ole Miss and Oxford literally within a matter of minutes. So if you're on campus, those tornado safety tips you really need to take: lowest floor, bathroom, closet, hallway. Get something to cover your head, because this thing is coming up onto town pretty quickly. It's pretty much right on Highway 278 now, coming into Oxford. In fact, what we'll do is we'll just zoom in really, really tight here. And again, we don't have any indication right now that this thing is on the ground. Thankfully, that is some good news, but it's a strong indication that there is some spinning in the clouds. Could even be a funnel cloud out there that could easily drop down into a tornado in just a matter of minutes. So there's your rotation. Aylesville, Meadowview, just off campus now, coming up 278. And pretty much that camera that we're looking at is not going to be too far away from where this rotation is sneaking in to Oxford. Now, it's not as tight, it's not as strong of a rotation as what we saw a little bit earlier, but if you are in Ole Miss and Oxford, still be in your safe place, because that tornado warning is going to continue, I believe, until 12:30. Now, that could be canceled just a little bit earlier, but for right now, that warning is in effect until 12:30 a.m. This morning. Almost Saturday here. We've been going at this for about 8 hours now. So again, we'll wait on a radar update. We'll keep watching this camera here. Lots of lightning. This is out at Jackson and Highway 7, Highway 278. They run together right there through Oxford. Tons of lightning off in the distance as this storm approaches. And even if there's not a tornado, which again, right now, there's no sign that this tornado is on the ground, but it's still going to be a strong storm, damaging wind gusts to 50 to 60 miles an hour, heavy rain, and just a ton of lightning. You do not want to be outside in a storm like this because it can really be dangerous even without the tornado. So while we're watching that, I'm just going to investigate just a little bit more and get kind of a better idea of the way things are looking inside the storm. So I'm going to switch modes here and just check out the wind speed mode. And you can see that bit of rotation there over 278. We'll zoom in here. This is pretty much at 278 in Jackson right now, which is right where that camera was. So if we can get that popped back up, that might be a good idea to keep an eye on that just for right now. Yeah, let's keep an eye on this because that's pretty much, that camera is going to be right about there and your main area of rotation not too far away at all. So hopefully we don't see anything exciting on this camera. Hopefully it's just some gusty winds and some heavy rain, but this is about where that potential tornado is going to be at if there is one. And then, of course, there's just a ton of heavy rain in this, damaging winds. Even without a tornado, the winds are still going to be fierce. Let's take this camera full screen. We'll just take a view of what's going on. I'm seeing some winds picking up. Lots of folks driving around, which is not good, but I know folks are going to be out and about anyway because it's Oxford on a Friday night. I know how it works down there. But yeah, the wind's definitely picking up now. That rain's starting to come down and you are seeing just a ton of lightning off in the distance there. So again, Oxford and Ole Miss, you're under a tornado warning until 12:30. Possible circulation moving into town right as we speak. No indication right now that that thing is on the ground, that that tornado is actually touching down yet. But it's a strong sign of rotation. And here comes the rain, as you can see on that camera, that leading edge of the thunderstorm rolling into Oxford right now. So we're just going to stay on this for a little bit because if there is a tornado, it's going to be here. It's going to be on this camera. And I'm thankful that I'm not seeing a tornado. What I'm seeing is straight line winds. All the wind is blowing in the same direction. And like I said, even without a tornado, the winds are going to be really strong, 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts. I sure would not want to be driving in that. That's somebody that probably should have gone ahead and found shelter like we told them to, because that's not going to be fun to drive around in. That is a mess right now. Torrential rain, damaging wind gusts coming through. Again, even without the tornado, which again, we have the rotation, no confirmed reports of a touchdown, but the winds are just so strong out there, it's dangerous to be around in. And so we're watching those very strong winds come through Oxford just right now as we speak. All right, let's go back to the boxes and we'll get a check of the radar. We'll check where that rotation is right now. We'll go back to our shear mode, which is going to kind of highlight where that rotation is. Again, right now it's pretty much on top of Jackson Avenue at Highway 7, which is literally right there where we're looking at on the camera. So if there is something, we're going to see it on that camera shot right back there. Coming through Ole Miss in just a matter of seconds, if it's not there already, the damaging wind gusts, the heavy rain, and then eventually into downtown Oxford. It looks like they just canceled that tornado warning. That's a little bit of good news. And I, like we said, we didn't see a tornado. There's some circulation in there, but no defined signature on the camera that we've been seeing that there's a tornado. The winds are very strong, but for right now, no tornado warning. Oxford, just keep an eye on the weather for the next little bit. This thing could try to spin back up, but for right now, there's no tornado warning for the city of Oxford. All right, so they're going to have a new tornado watch coming out, and I'm going to say that with a caveat here in just a little bit. They're issuing a new tornado watch until 7 a.m., but that is mainly for areas east of us. So we can take this back full screen now. It's raining, windy in Oxford, no tornado. That is some good news. So a new tornado watch is going to come out. It's going to be extended until technically 7 a.m., but things are really winding down here in the Memphis area, and soon we're going to be able to give everybody the all clear. So you might technically be under a watch for the next little bit. That's really going to be for areas over here in Middle Tennessee, Northern Alabama, but they might clip a couple of our counties as the storms continue to roll through. So if you're just joining us, right now we have no active tornado warnings in effect. None at all. No tornado warnings at all. There's still some heavy rain, damaging wind gusts of 60 miles an hour, especially in Hardeman and McNairy counties. But things are moving out. If you give me until 12:30, I think we'll be able to give everybody the all clear from this severe weather threat. Fayette County, I'll add you to the all clear. Marshall County, Tate County, Coahoma, and Quitman. We already had given Eastern Arkansas the all clear. Shelby and DeSoto County also going to be all clear. So again, just to recap as we come up on the midnight hour, my goodness, this is going on our 8th hour and now officially marking 8 hours of continuous weather coverage. I'm meteorologist Trevor Birchett. You've also been seeing meteorologist Danielle Moss doing a great job tonight, along with everybody behind the scenes to keep you and your family safe as well. You're watching WATN and WLMT Memphis. We've been on air tracking severe thunderstorms. We've still got some rough weather coming through parts of the area, but for right now, we don't have any active tornado warnings that are in effect anywhere in the Mid-South. We're going to stay with you until we can give you the all clear, because we've been on for 8 hours. Why not make it 8.5? And then we can just give everybody that all clear. So Oxford, strong winds, heavy rain, some lightning, no warning for you right now, but we are still watching that severe thunderstorm warning. Hardeman, McNairy County, also parts of Corinth about to see some very strong winds. Danielle's been watching that one.
That's right, Trevor. It is definitely very strong winds. In fact, winds have been the highest concern with this system. I've been kind of keeping my eye on it. It's also very slow moving, so a lot of heavy rainfall in this area, and it's moving through one of those areas where we were talking about that just hasn't had any severe weather just yet. In fact, let me pull it over just a little bit so that you guys can see it a little bit better on your screen. There we go. So I have a track on it, but this is just a severe thunderstorm warning, and it is in effect until around 12:30, I believe. So definitely the only real threat in our area. High winds are anticipated. Winds right now looking around 70 miles an hour in that area. But I kind of do want to do a little bit of a recap while we're not looking at any really truly tornado warnings in our viewing area. Here's a wider look one more time so you can see what's going on. We are almost done. So if you guys can just hold on for maybe around 30-45 more minutes, we will be completely done with this threat in its entirety. But today has been definitely a day where we have been seeing, part of what we call our worst nightmare as meteorologists in Wynne, Arkansas. We can show some of that video that we've been seeing of the tornado that went through there. We also heard of, unfortunately, some fatalities in Wynne, Arkansas. That looks like the cleanup. Our crews got there right before the sunset earlier today. And it's going to be a while. Whenever tornado damage is like this, it's going to be maybe even a year before we start to see a complete restoration of that area. Wynne High School took significant damage, and what you're seeing right now is already the community trying to come together to make improvements to see what they can do. How can we help? If you're not there right now, which it's midnight at this point, so I'm sure that no one is out there, but you need to make sure that you are using extra precaution. Wait until emergency management says something. And I know that there were some National Guards deployed in that area. State troopers were working in that area. You can see this is drone footage that we had from earlier. Definitely a lot of damage in Wynne, Arkansas. And that's not the only place. Covington as well in Tennessee also received a lot of damage. And Covington's still working right now on trying to get their residents in proper placement. So definitely want to make sure that you all know about the shelter for displaced families. What you're looking at right now is the footage from Covington police. So you can see roofs off homes, bare trees. It is amazing what tornado winds can do. It can literally bend any kind of material. You can see those power lines are down. Once again, what you're looking at is the damage in Covington, Tennessee. A lot of damage in that area as well. We've heard that Crestview Elementary as well as Crestview Middle Schools also took a lot of damage there at those schools. So come Monday, some of these students won't be going to school because there's going to be so much damage in these areas. We want to talk a little bit about the shelter for displaced families in Covington. Here's the information there on your screen. So if you know anyone, I know there's probably no power there, but if you have to give this information out, here it is. It's at your fingertips. Covington Park and Recreation Sportsplex. That's where the emergency shelter is for anyone who has been displaced. That address is 790 Burt Johnson Road. If you have been displaced, if the your home has been partially destroyed, if you have no roof, you have no windows, go ahead and go there. Take your family if you need to and go to the Covington Park and Recreation Sportsplex. So a lot of things to cover tomorrow. Once daylight comes, we're going to really see how strong these storms were and how many storms there were all across the Mid-South. And I mean multiple places. We haven't even seen what's happened in Bethel Springs, who unfortunately we think were possibly hit by 2 different storms twice tonight. So still looking at stuff that's happening in North Mississippi. So especially in Lafayette County. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit while I have you here. We just want to let you know that in the next 30 minutes or so, soon rather than later, we're going to start to see real clearing with this storm system. But until then, we want to kind of stay with you all to let you know that we're here for you. We're going to stay with you as long as we need to make sure that you all are safe as well. We've been seeing lightning with these storms. So even if you're in North Mississippi right now, and even though there's not a tornado warning, there could be lightning. Last week in Lafayette County, we saw a structure that was hit by lightning with those storms that were happening. So don't let your guard down just yet. Here's a look at MDOT, which is south of University there in Oxford. Just probably a lot of lightning. Right now, at least we're not seeing cars on the road. That is good news for us, but there's the lightning strikes that we were talking about. Lightning can also be dangerous in its own right. We can see it, it causes fires. That's the best way to say it. So you definitely want to make sure that people in that area aren't letting their guard down just yet, especially students. There's a car there. We knew that it wasn't going to be, the roads weren't going to be clear for too much longer. But once again, there's no active tornado warnings, and that is the most important thing that we want you all to know, is that right now there's no active tornado warnings. But just looking at that lightning in that box that you're seeing on your screen shows you that in North Mississippi, the threat is not over just yet, especially in Lafayette County. It's something that we're keeping our eye on. There is a severe thunderstorm warning, though, for Alcorn as well as Tipton County. And McNairy County in Tennessee, and that's because the winds could be moving around 70 miles an hour, and that doesn't expire until 12:30. So you have a little bit less than 30 minutes for that severe thunderstorm warning. And so a lot to unpack here tonight, and like Trevor said, we've been on the air for about 8 hours, and just trying to keep you guys safe, trying to make sure that you all know what's going on. And a lot of times we know that family members stay across the state, or maybe across the state line, or whatever it may be. So I know that a lot of times you're relaying the message to your family members, and we appreciate that to help get the word out to make sure that everyone is safe, especially all across the Mid-South. We've been also monitoring some of our Facebook comments, and I know a lot of people are concerned. It looks like right now, Hardeman County, still some heavy rainfall still moving through there. I see one of our Facebook viewers has mentioned there. And you guys have been, staying with us, and we appreciate that. And this is the best way to get that information out. As we take a look, most of us are clear. Let's take a look at our tornado watch right now. They did extend it, like Trevor said, but it's not for us. So that should be a sigh of relief. Here's a look at our severe alerts. So a look at your tornado watch. Tate and Marshall, DeSoto, Tunica, Coahoma, and Quitman counties in Mississippi. You guys are outside of that tornado watch. I would say you guys can go ahead and go to sleep. Phillips, Lee, St. Francis, Cross, Crittenden, Poinsett, and Mississippi counties in Arkansas. You guys are clear from that tornado watch. You all can go to sleep if you can. Shelby, Fayette, Tipton, Haywood, Crockett, Lauderdale, and Dyer counties. You guys are outside of that tornado watch, so you guys can go to sleep. Hardeman and McNairy counties, as well as Alcorn and Tipton, you guys have that severe thunderstorm warning that's still working through. Right now, I know heavy rainfall is falling there, so I wouldn't be surprised if they might say something about possible flooding in that area. But once that storm moves through, I'm thinking that you guys will be in the all clear as well. Panola and Lafayette counties, just hold on, because you guys still have some possible strong storms that are moving through that area. Let's take another look at our possible power outages, because this map is very interesting, especially as we start to see what's been happening Here's a look at your power outage map. 36,000 customers without power right now here in Shelby County. And that's customers. So you really want to multiply that number by 2 to get how many people are really without power. 12,000 customers in Tipton County, around 5,000 in Cross and Crittenden County. So there's plenty of people without power tonight, and that is also a little bit concerning because it's definitely going to be windy still, and it's still wet outside, and it's still raining in some of these places. Fayette County, 1,000 customers without power, 900 people in Point Set without power. DeSoto and Tunica counties right now, you guys have around 600 customers without power. So there's a lot going on. We are going to stay with you guys until we feel that the all clear is necessary. And just in case you all lose power for whatever reason, you can go ahead and download our app as well. It is free in the App Store as well as Google Play. I know a lot of people have probably been watching our live stream from that app, which is very, very helpful. Here's a look at our severe weather outlook as of right now. This is the most updated one. Still in that level 5, but all of those counties that I read off, they're clear. So you don't have to worry about this level 5 really making a strong impact for most people. But you can see how it transitioned throughout the night and how those storms really impact how the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center issues these types of alerts. Now, we haven't had any flood alerts at all tonight. These storms all moved pretty quickly. There were some in Quitman County and Panola County that kind of lingered just a little bit. And because of that, we thought we were going to see some flash flood warnings, but nothing was issued. So we don't have anything flooding wise to be concerned about at all. Throughout the day tomorrow, in fact, I'm going to go ahead and put on your planner for tomorrow so you can see what you can anticipate. And I'll move this out of the way just a little bit so you can see better. In the morning, temperatures will be cool, around 45 degrees. So that's another reason why it's a little bit concerning for people to not have power tonight. Throughout the day tomorrow, we'll probably be into the upper 60s, which is not too bad. The cloud cover will kind of increase, and we do. This is actually for Sunday's plan. I was going to say I don't think there's supposed to be any rain for tomorrow, but let's take a look at your 7-day here. Of course, technology failed me. Here's a look at your 7-day tomorrow. Highs to be near 71 degrees. This is definitely. It's because we hit midnight, that's why. So 78 degrees for your Monday, 82 for your Tuesday, and then we can anticipate some possible morning and evening storms for your Tuesday, because look at this, 82 degrees for Tuesday. So that'll be another day where we're going to keep our eye on possible strong to severe thunderstorms. Since we already hit that midnight mark, here's a look at your Saturday, where you can expect your highs to be 71 degrees here in the metro Memphis area. 70 degrees in Covington, lots of sunshine throughout the day tomorrow. Temperatures a little bit cooler because those winds will still be kind of lingering around. So just keep that in mind. Here's another look at what we're looking at right now. Still a severe thunderstorm warning in part of Alcorn County and Tipton County. So still not much, but North Mississippi, don't let your guard down just yet because heavy rainfall is still going on. Trevor, you working on something over there?
Not necessarily, Danielle, just kind of keeping an eye on things, what is going on. Of course, many areas, like Danielle mentioned a little earlier, are clear of the severe weather threat. Eastern Arkansas is clear of the threat. Of course, we had a lot of damage in Wynne that we're going to continue to get more information in. Things are finally clearing up in North Mississippi. Really, we're going to keep watching Panola and Lafayette counties for the next 30 minutes, maybe 30 more minutes maximum. That will move out. And then we're going to finish watching McNairy County as that last round of storms moves through. So Hardeman County, you're done with the severe weather threat. McNairy County, we've still got damaging wind gusts of 60 miles an hour coming through Selmer. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning that's going to go until 12:30 with some lightning and some wind and some rain. So that's what we're going to watch. That should be out of McNairy County by 12:30. Selmer, that's when things will start to improve for you. Corinth, we're going to have this storm come in from Ripley. Ripley, you're starting to get it now. Corinth, within the next 30 minutes or so, you'll get in on that storm, and then it will move out, and then it will be done. Oxford, I know it's coming a downpour for you right now. We still do have heavy rain, gusty winds, maybe even some hail there north of Oxford, but that storm is not severe. Batesville, you've got some storms just to your south, but for right now, nothing too serious out of either ones of those storms. So here's what we're going to do. We've been on air for over 8 hours now. We've had several destructive tornadoes. We've had several damaging wind gusts, all kind of stuff. We're not going anywhere. We're going to be here until the last drop of rain leaves the area, which should be 1 a.m. at the absolute latest. But just for the sake of our crew, and honestly, Danielle and myself who've been on talking for 8 hours, we are going to end things here for now. If a situation develops that is serious enough that it could threaten your life, we will be right back on. So if you want to just keep us on, you can do that. And then we will hop right back on if conditions warrant. But for right now, there's nothing serious enough happening to warrant us staying on. We've got some wind and some rain in Oxford, Ripley, Corinth, and Selmer. That should be moving out very quickly, and we can kind of wrap that up by 1 a.m. So again, we're not going anywhere, at least here in the station. We're going to keep an eye on things. But since our severe weather threat is ending, for now, we're going to end things here. And if a situation does develop again, we're going to hop right back on air. But for now, for meteorologist Danielle Moss, we have about 10 other folks that have been in the studio, behind the scenes, out in the field, all kind of stuff. So we appreciate them and their hard work. I'm meteorologist Trevor Birchett. Again, we're going to sign off for now. We're going to be back in the morning with a special update. And of course, if a situation develops out of this line in the next hour, we'll hop right back on with the latest information. But for now, we're going to send you back to regularly scheduled programming.